Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Radhika, you are.
Okay, thank you. So, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to the second day of Wikimedia Technology Summit. So, I'll just run over the program schedule for today. We will start our session on TeWiki development and enhancement of Telugu Wikipedia. In this session, we have we have 4 talks. So the first one is by Arjun Rao, second by Viven, third by Reddy Shamla, and fourth by Radhika Mamidi and Krupal Kashyap. To start the session, we will, I'll just briefly introduce you to Mr. Arjun Rao. So Arjun Rao Chavala is a chief consultant of ARC Alternatives with focus on engineering and program management and open source. He has been an active member of Wikipedia since 2007, and he has co-founded and served as the first president of Wikimedia India for around 2 years. So with that, we will have the talk, recorded talk by Arjun Rao Garu in a bit. So over to Shrikant.
A person interested in localization. And we do have challenges when we utilize templates and Lua scripts imported from other projects, especially English. What kind of challenges do we have for localization? And there will be certain links where one can learn more about localization. And we do have challenges. Briefly about MediaWiki. So this is the software projects which is behind the Wikipedia and other wikis. So it has been introduced in 2002 or so, and it has been evolving over the years with lots of features, bug fixes, improvements, and so on. So when we talk about localization, there are certain elements of MediaWiki that we need to focus on. So those are one thing. Those are what is called namespaces. Since most of you have been working on Wikipedia, you know what a namespace is. Namespace is a set of pages for a certain category. For example, the main space main namespace actually has all the articles. Similarly, the file namespace has all the files, whether it is picture files, media files that are used in articles. And of course, templates is another namespace where whatever kind of output you want to reuse in multiple places, you can create a template and use. Then the templates have been a scripting feature for quite some time, and in the last 4 or 5 years back, to further make it more maintainable and to make it easy to kind of write new templates. Lua scripting language was introduced. So that is called module namespace. So these are the few things that we'll talk about more in our presentation. Apart from this, there are several extensions for MediaWiki. One extension is called localization update. So this runs on each Wikipedia, and whatever the updates that are available, this particular extension makes them available for the Flow Wiki. And one more important thing that we should remember is we will be doing this localization online through a website called translatewiki.net. If you can see from the name itself that it also runs on MediaWiki itself, but this particular wiki is customized for localization. We will see more about Translate Wiki, how it looks, what are its features in the next few slides. Okay, let us just look at the definition of localization. Localization is cultural adaptation and translation of software and other products. By the way, this definition I picked up from the English Wikipedia page on localization. And even this picture where localization and internalization are mentioned is also from the Wikipedia. Before we talk about localization, let us just look at internationalization. As you all know, most software is designed or developed in English language. So whatever the kind of user interface that you see, whatever the dialogues that you experience, those are all initially captured in English. Although English is an international language, there are more than we kind of come to the word called localization. The abbreviated form of localization is called L10N, L being the first letter and N being the 10 last letter, and there being 10 letters overall. So it is called L10N. Similarly, internationalization is also called I18N. Okay, so when you have when you develop a software, there is a design element, there is a product development, and there is a quality assurance. Once the product reaches certain shape, that is actually once the user interface strings are frozen, that is when the product localization can be started. So all the strings that are kind of utilized in the software need to be localized. What do you mean by localization? It is a cultural adaptation and translation. Translation we easily understand from one language to another we can translate. But what is meant by cultural adaptation? Cultural adaptation in the sense that each culture has a certain way of writing symbols. For example, dates. UK, India, and other entities write in the day first and month next and year last. That is the kind of format. Whereas the America and maybe few other countries use month first, day next, and year last. So when the software presents a particular string date, so the localization and the internationalization process should handle the date as appropriate for the user. For that, there are certain things that you have to do. You have to do it in internationalization part, and there are certain things that you have to do in the localization. So whatever is the localized strings and all, they have to kind of go through the quality assurance, and then the product can be marketed and can be reached. Particularly in MediaWiki, what we find is, of course, product localization is a weak area. In a sense, not all the strings are really localized. And quality assurance is also another weak area. There are only two or three people who kind of localize MediaWiki, and usually they focus on any new feature that has been developed. Very rarely the people kind of review other people's work and improve the quality. So this is one area where interested people can and usually they focus on any new feature that has been developed. Very rarely the people kind of review other people's work and improve the quality. So this is one area where interested people can actually contribute to quality assurance, that is actually reviewing and improving the quality of localization. We will move on. Okay, to really make it visual, I would like to show this particular slide, which has got um, Wikipedia English page and Wikipedia Telugu page. As you can see in English Wikipedia, you have a sidebar which has several menu items: main page, contents, current events, random article, and so on. Similarly, on the top or the first row, you can see the name of the user, certain symbols for notifications, talk, sandbox, preferences, beta, was list, etc. And then you can see regarding the page that is being displayed, what kind of a namespace it is, or what kind of title it is, and what is the talk page, or whether we are reading it, whether we can look at source, and the command to look at history and other things like twinkle and so. So on the right side, I have given the Telugu Wikipedia's first page. You can see that all the left-hand side menu items, they are presented in the Telugu language with appropriate translation. Main page is translated as Modati Peji. Contents is translated. Contents is not really here. So there is some amount of customization also you can do with regard to these sidebars. So that is what you can see. Similarly, you can see that the first row also has been localized. For example, talk is replaced with Charcha. Sandbox is known as Prayogasala, like that. And even these tabs are shown in Telugu. Okay. So this is what we generally mean by a localized user interface for MediaWiki. Okay, so how do we go from the English menus to the Telugu menus. So there is certain secret sauce over here, and that is called MediaWiki message keys. So how do we get those MediaWiki message keys? If you look at any URL of a wiki page, you add a question mark and then use language equal to QQX. Okay, this QQX is a defined attribute for facilitating localization. So basically, instead of showing either English strings or Telugu strings like that, it will show the message keys that are used in the software. So when once I type that on a Telugu Wikipedia page, you can see how the screen looks. So we look at first one is called Modati page, and here it is called main page description. Next one is called random page. Third one is called is directly showing in Telugu. That means it is not used. It is not used on English Wikipedia. Whatever is the equivalent of that. So these are the keys with which you can locate the English string and then convert that into Telugu strings. How do we do that? For that, we have to look at translatewiki.net. Here I am showing the translatewiki.net sample pages. Once you kind of create an account and log in, you can actually look at what is the English string and what is the corresponding Telugu string. Here I am showing the English string and the Telugu string for the keyword my countries. Okay, this is actually referring to the contributions in English. You can see here contributions, but that is actually keyed by this word my countries. /en refers to English version. Whereas the same thing if you look at MediaWiki my countries /te, it will refer to Telugu version. Na marpulu. So this is what we have looked at as a sample string. Let us go back and see where that my countries is. Here you can see my countries is present here, just the last but one message on the first row. So if you prefix MediaWiki to this particular keyword key and followed by a slash and then the language, you can actually see what is the corresponding strings. Okay. So if we there are 2-3 different ways of accessing the translations on translatewiki.net. We have looked at one where we know the message key. For example, we don't know the message key or we don't want to use language QQX. How do we locate that particular message key? So if a particular string is not localized, you will see the English text, that is the fallback. So if you go to the special search translations page on TranslateWiki and type in the English message key here and then click search, you will get the pages where that particular string is used. Similarly, you can type if you are kind of looking at Telugu interface and you want to improve that particular localization, then you can type the existing translation here and type search, and then it will show all the places where that is used. Okay, so these are the 2 different ways where you can go to an appropriate translation interface. For example, if you look at this particular string, now marker is used in MediaWiki who wish wi show hide mine /te, and it is also showed in it is also used in OSM, that is the OpenStreetMap. So this translate wiki tool is just not for MediaWiki alone. There are several softwares which use this translate wiki, and OpenStreetMap is one of them. Similarly, you can see that it is used in MediaWiki my countries /te. So whatever the previous strings that I have showed, that is shown here. So from this you can actually click on this edit and then update that particular translation. So if you click on that, you will see this particular interface. So what is the message group? It is all, and from that we are looking at MediaWiki core. In that, this is the message key, this is the English word, this is the Telugu translation that is available. So if you think you can want to improve, you can type in or update with the corrections, and then you can actually publish it. Okay, and then on the right side you can see that there are helpful information about this particular keyword. So what is meant by contributions? It is linked to the current user's own contributions in the personal account links area at the upper right corner of the page. So where this particular keyword appears, what does it mean? So that kind of a explanatory text is presented here. There are other window where, for example, the similar kind of a English keyword and what are the kind of translations available. This is called the translation memory. For example, contributions is used as Marpu Cherpulu in 3 times, Na Marpulu in 2 times, Third Partu in sometime I have not printed it here. So this is a useful, you can just type in here and publish the translation. Okay, so let us take a step back and then look at the statistics that are available for Telugu translatewiki.net for Telugu. So how do we kind of get that? So we can go to language statistics page. Okay, and type the language that we are interested in, that is the TE, for example, here, and then simply say show statistics. As I said, this has been used for several softwares, so it will kind of, for each software, it will show how many messages are there total, how many are untranslated, how many are completed, how many are reviewed, how many have become outdated. Okay, that is the kind of information you will be seeing. So let us just zoom in onto the MediaWiki, since that is our area of interest. So MediaWiki has around 42,020 messages as of November 15th of this year. And for Telugu localization, Telugu translation are done for only about 30%. 29,220 are not translated. Only 13% of these strings are reviewed, and 2% strings have become obsolete and they are still in the system. They need to be removed. Sorry. So that is how we can kind of get useful statistics from that. If you take a deep dive, then you can see MediaWiki consists of these different modules: installer module, MediaWiki Action API, core, MediaWiki core exif tags, MediaWiki extension, which itself is a kind of a grouping. So you can, by clicking on that expand, you can see further. So MediaWiki REST API, MediaWiki skins, Wikimedia parameter validator library, MediaWiki most important messages. So this is how everything put together, and instead of except the last one, all put together, only 30% is translated for Telugu. So there is a lot of work to be done. So this 30% provides a reasonable Telugu language user interface, while there are certain languages for which the completion rates are more than 90. We are kind of having only 30%. That is a decent number, but it should certainly be improved. Okay. So let us look at some of the tips and techniques for localization. As I said, translatewiki.net is the main website through which MediaWiki is localized. But not everything can be done through TranslateWiki. The reasons are some of the changes, if they are done through TranslateWiki, for which anybody can have access, the user interface will become fragile. So there needs to be certain control. For example, namespaces that we do just one time translation and we don't really touch them. So those can't be done through TranslateWiki. So for that, you have to get a consensus on your local wiki, Telugu wiki here, and then raise a defect or a support request in bug management tool, Fabricator. So then that bug will be assigned to some of the people who will implement that change. So namespace, I already talked about namespace, aliases, regional settings, time and date formats. So these are certain things which cannot be done through translatewiki.net. So another technique that I find useful is in translatewiki.net, if you are trying to search for message keys based on the content, you have another interface called graphical translation tool. Through that also you can search, but it takes a lot of time. So what I suggest is use special search translations. Sorry, there is a mistake here. It is not search, it is search translations. So there the search will return much faster for any string that you put. So I suggest that we use the special search translations. So what are the other challenges that we have? As you know, apart from the MediaWiki, which is written in PHP, there are several template language, scripting language, which has been enhanced with Lua modules in the last about 5 years back. So even lot of templates are available in English Wikipedia. So when we want to use them on Telugu Wikipedia, we import them into Telugu Wikipedia. But all the messages, all the information, they appear in English. So there is a need to update these templates into the local language. So for most popular templates, we do make the updations into Telugu. But what happens, like the code is improving, even the templates kind of improve. Maybe the template has certain bugs that are fixed, some features are added. So if you want to be up to date with English Wiki with regard to templates and the modules, what you do, you again import afresh. When you import them afresh, whatever the local changes that you made on Telugu Wiki in those particular templates and modules, they are lost. So because these are not really designed with internationalization in mind, these are developed mainly for Telugu English Wikipedia. So there is some background work that is happening to make these templates global, so which will really help localization for the templates. So you can search and get more information on the global templates initiative. So if you need to really keep these templates and modules up to date with Telugu text. Make a note right now. That is just a workaround. Make a note of the localization changes on the top page of the template or the logo module. And after each import, you have to look at the overwriting that happened with regard to the Telugu namespaces and then bring them back. So an example here that you can look at is citation templates, which use the module citation and with the different styles and configuration. So this, for example, uses the short abbreviated forms for the months of the year. So we did the localization for the Telugu ones, but we kind of find that frequently we import fresh updates from English Wiki and they get overwritten. So whenever that happens, some of the other templates which kind of check for the correctness of the dates and other things, they show errors, red, underlined red. So in order to get rid of those, actually this is very common when you look at the updates by the user Internet Archive bot. So you need to update that particular configuration again after each fresh update from English Wiki. So there's lots of information that is available on the net. If you're interested in Telugu, I think the great place to start, not a great place, maybe the first step would be this particular project page called Wikipedia Sthanikీకరణ, Telugu Wikipedia page and localization. Then you can also on the mediawiki.org, you can look at MediaWiki localization. And of course, translatewiki.net I mentioned already. So that's it. You can get back with if you have any questions, comments through the usual Wikipedia communication channels. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun Rao Garu. That was a very enlightening talk on MediaWiki localization. So I request audience, if you have any
for
questions.
Correctness of the dates and other things, they show errors. Red.
If you have any questions, you may write to Arjun Rao Garu, email him. So next in the line, we have Viven, Wikipedia.
Internet Archive bot.
So
you need to update that particular configuration again after each fresh update from English Wiki. So there's lots of information that is available on the
I
net.
apologize for the technical glitch. Hold on. Okay, I thank Mr. Arjun Rao Garu for the enlightened talk on MediaWiki localization. The next in line speaker is Viven Garu. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Viven Garu, who is a very well-known Wikipedian. He is known to everyone as Viven. His full name, for the first time I'm learning his full name. It's Veerappan Neni Veera Venkata Chaudhary. So it gives me pleasure to introduce him because he, as a creator of a tool for creating Telugu popular scripting website, Lekhini, he is well known for that. He is instrumental in localizing popular Linux tools and he's an evangelist in open source technologies. With that, I request Viven Garu to talk on user scripts gadgets. Over to Viven Garu.
ధన్యవాదాలండి. నేను నా స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేసుకోవచ్చండి?
Yes, please.
మంచిది.
Yes, your screen is visible, Viven Garu.
దర్శకండి. సో MediaWiki అంటే కస్టమైజింగ్ MediaWiki. లేనట్టుంది. నేను వీడియో ఆఫ్ చేస్తున్నాను. సరే, మీడియా వికీ అభివృద్ధీకరణలో నేను మాట్లాడేది అభిరుచులు, వాడుక రిస్క్లు, గాడ్జెట్లు గట్రా. అయితే మనం ఏదన్నా చేసే ముందు మనకి తెలుగులో ఒక సామెత ఉంది, గోటితో పోయేదానికి ఒక్క నిమిషం. మనకి ఒక సామెత. అసలు మీడియా వికీ ప్రిఫరెన్సెస్, దీని అభిరుచులు అని ఎందుకన్నామంటే మనం మామూలుగా తెలుగులో అభిరుచులు అంటే కొంచెం వేరే అర్థం వస్తుంది. అభీష్టాలు, ప్రాధాన్యాలు ఇలాంటివి అనలేక తేలిగ్గా అంటే మనం ఒక వాడుకరిగా, ఈ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ వాడుకరిగా మనం ఏం చెప్పాలనుకుంటున్నాం, మన ప్రాధాన్యతలు ఏంటి, నాకు నలుపు తెర కావాలా, తెలుగులో కావాలా, ఇలాంటివన్నీ మనం దీంట్లో చెప్పుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. సో ఈ అభిరుచుల్లో రకరకాలైన విభాగాలు ఉన్నాయి. మీరు ఇక్కడ చూస్తే తెర మీద వాడుక ప్రవర, రూపురేఖలు, దిద్దుబాట్లు, ఇటీవల వీటన్నిటిలో చాలా మనకు తగ్గట్టు మార్చుకోవచ్చు. ఉదాహరణకి ఇక్కడ దిద్దుబాట్ల విభాగంలో విభాగం పేరు మీద రైట్ విభాగం దిద్దుబాటు కావాలి, దీనికి జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ ఉండాలి అని డబుల్ క్లిక్ ద్వారా దిద్దుబాటు. నేను ఒక పేజీలో చూస్తున్నప్పుడు దాన్ని మార్చు అని కొట్టి అట్లా కాకుండా నేను దాని మీద నేరుగా ఆ పారాగ్రాఫ్ ని మార్చాలనుకుంటే డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేస్తే అది ఎడిట్ మోడ్ లోకి వచ్చేస్తుంది అనమాట. ఇలాంటివి చాలా వరకు కొంచెం అడ్వాన్స్డ్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా దీంట్లో ఉన్నాయి ఇప్పటికే. అందుకని మనం ఏదైనా కావాల్సి వచ్చినప్పుడు మనం దాన్ని మార్చాలి, దీన్ని ఏదో కస్టమైజ్ చేయాలనుకున్నప్పుడు మనం కోడింగ్ చేసి అదంతా చాలా పెద్ద చేసేసి ఆ గొడ్డలు పట్టకుండా అసలు కోటి మనం ఏం మార్చుకోవచ్చు చూస్తే దీంట్లో చాలా ఉంటాయి. వీటిని మనం మార్చుకోవచ్చు. తర్వాతి స్థాయిలో మనకు వచ్చేది ఏంటంటే ఈ అభిరుచుల్లోనే ఈ యూజర్ స్క్రిప్ట్, వాడుకరి స్క్రిప్ట్. అంటే వికీపీడియాలోకి మనం వాడుకరిగా మనం వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మనం కొంత ప్రత్యేకమైన సిఎస్ఎస్ కానీ జావాస్క్రిప్ట్ కానీ మనం చెప్పుకొని దాన్ని ప్రతిసారి ప్రతి పేజీకి నడిచేయవచ్చు. అది కేవలం మన ఒక్కళ్ళకి పనిచేస్తుంది. సో ఉదాహరణ మీరు నా తెర మీద చూస్తుంటే రూపురేఖలు అనే దాంట్లో ప్రస్తుతం ఇలా కనిపిస్తుంది కదా, నేను దాన్ని వేరే దానికి మార్చుకోవచ్చు. ఇది అయితే ప్రతి రూపుకి మళ్ళీ మనం ప్రత్యేకంగా సిఎస్ఎస్, ప్రత్యేకంగా జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ ఇలాంటివి మనం చేర్చుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. ఈ లింక్ మీద నొక్కితే ఒక పేజీ తెరుస్తుంది. దాంట్లో మనం సిఎస్ఎస్ కోడ్ అయితే సిఎస్ఎస్ కోడ్, జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అయితే జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అందులో రాసుకోవచ్చు. ఎటువంటివి మనం చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఉదాహరణకి సైట్లో నాకు ఫాంట్ చాలా తక్కువ చిన్నగా కనిపిస్తుంది అనుకుంటే దాన్ని పెంచుకోవడం, రంగులుగా కనిపించాలనుకుంటే అవి పెట్టుకోవడం, లేకపోతే ఏదన్నా వికీపీడియా పని చేస్తున్నప్పుడు దేని విషయమైనా నన్ను హెచ్చరించాలనుకున్నప్పుడు అలాంటి నేను తప్పు చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఇలాంటివి ఎర్రగా కనపడేటట్టు ఇలాంటివి అన్నీ మనం చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ మీరు చూస్తున్నప్పుడు ప్రత్యేక సిఎస్ఎస్, ప్రత్యేక జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ మనం ఏ అలంకారం వాడుతున్నామో అలంకారం ప్రత్యేకంగా ఉంటాయి. అలా కాకుండా అన్ని రూపుల్లోనూ ఉండేటట్టుగా ప్రత్యేక సిఎస్ఎస్, ప్రత్యేక జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అంటే మనం ఏ స్కిన్ వాడేది కాకుండా ప్రతి అవి ఇక్కడ రాసుకోవచ్చు. ఇది ఈ వికీ వరకే, తెలుగు వికీపీడియా వరకే వర్తిస్తాయి అన్నమాట ఇవి. తర్వాత అన్ని వికీలలో వాడే సిఎస్ఎస్, జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అంటే మీడియా వికీ సంబంధిత వికీమీడియా వారి వికీలన్నిట్లో తెలుగు వికీపీడియా, ఇంగ్లీష్ వికీపీడియా, హిందీ వికీపీడియా, వికీ సోర్సు, వికీ బుక్స్ ఇలాంటివన్నిట్లోనూ కావడానికి ఈ విభాగంలో అన్ని వికీలలో వాడే సిఎస్ఎస్, జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ వీటిలో రాసుకోవచ్చు. ఇది యూజర్ స్క్రిప్ట్స్ అంటే ఇవి. దీని గురించి కొంచెం చూద్దాం. తర్వాత ఇది కొంచెం పెద్దగా పెట్టాను, నేను ముందరే చూపుతాను. సరే, తర్వాతది ఉపకరణాలు అని. మీ ఉపకరణాలు అనేది కనిపిస్తుందా? నాకు ఈ జూమ్ది దాస్తుంది, బట్ మీకు కనిపిస్తుంటే పర్వాలేదు. ఈ ఉపకరణాల విభాగంలో ఈ అభిరుచుల్లోనే ఉపకరణాలు అనేది ఒక విభాగం. ఈ ఉపకరణాలని ఇంగ్లీష్లో గ్యాడ్జెట్స్ అంటారు. వీటిలో ఏంటంటే ఇవి జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ ద్వారా నడిచే కొన్ని చిన్న చిన్న టూల్స్. వీటిల్లో మనం విహరించేటప్పుడు అంటే వికీపీడియాని బ్రౌజ్ చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఎటువంటి టూల్స్, మార్పులు చేసేటప్పుడు ఎటువంటి టూల్స్ కావాలి, ఇవి ఉన్నవి మనం ఎనేబుల్ డిజేబుల్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ వీటి ద్వారా కొంచెం కొత్త ఫంక్షనాలిటీని మన వికీకి చేర్చుకోవచ్చు ఈ గ్యాడ్జెట్స్ అన్న దాని ద్వారా. సో ఇప్పటి వరకు మనం చూసినవి ఏంటంటే అభిరుచులలో ఇన్ని విభాగాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఈ విభాగాలన్నిట్లోనూ మనం మార్పులు మనకు తగ్గట్టు మార్చుకోవచ్చు. నాకు జిఎం టైం సమయం కావాలని మార్చుకోవచ్చు. ఇలా యూజర్ స్క్రిప్ట్ లోనేమో మనకి ప్రత్యేకమైన శైలులు కానీ ప్రత్యేకమైన ప్రవర్తన కానీ కావాల్సి వచ్చినప్పుడు సిఎస్ఎస్ కానీ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కానీ వాడుతూ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అలానే గ్యాడ్జెట్స్ ఉపకరణాలని తెలుగు వికీపీడియాలో అంటున్నారు. వీటిని కొంచెం ఇంకొంచెం ఎక్కువ అడిషనల్ ఫంక్షనాలిటీ, డిఫాల్ట్ గా మీడియా వికీలో లేని ఫంక్షనాలిటీని ఏదైనా మనం చేసుకున్నప్పుడు ఈ ఉపకరణాలని వాడుకోవచ్చు. సో ఈ అంతకంటా పైకి ఇంకా కావాలి కస్టమైజేషన్ అన్నప్పుడు మీడియా వికీకి ఎక్స్టెన్షన్స్ అనే ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ ఉంది. ప్లగ్ఇన్స్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్స్ అని మనం వింటూనే ఉంటాం కదా. అలాగా అదనపు ఫంక్షనాలిటీని, అదనపు సౌలభ్యాన్ని మీడియా వికీలో లేని వాటిని చేర్చడానికి మీడియా ఏపీఐని వాడుకుని ఈ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్స్ అనేవి కూడా మనం తయారు చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇన్ని విధాలుగా ఈ మీడియా వికీని మనం అభిమతీకరించుకోవచ్చు. సో ప్రస్తుతానికి అయితే ఏం చేద్దామంటే ఈ వాడుకరి స్క్రిప్ట్ని నేను కొంచెం చూపిస్తాను. సో ఇప్పుడు మీకు నా బ్రౌజర్ కనిపిస్తుందండి?
కనిపిస్తుందండి.
మంచిది. సో వికీపీడియాలో మామూలుగా మీరు మొదటి పేజీకి వెళ్తే మధ్యన ఒక రచ్చబండలో ఒక ప్రపోజల్ వచ్చింది, ఒక ప్రతిపాదన. అది ఏంటంటే ఈ ఆగస్టు 15 భారత స్వాతంత్ర దినోత్సవం అలానే అమృతోత్సవం సందర్భంగా 75 సంవత్సరాలైన సందర్భంగా మనం తెలుగు వికీపీడియాలో మన చిహ్నాన్ని, జెండాని ప్రతిబింబించే విధంగా ఏమన్నా చేస్తే బాగుంటుందా, ఇలాంటివి ప్రతిపాదన వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇవన్నీ నడుస్తున్నాయి. ఒకటి ఏంటంటే మనం ఈ లోగో, మన వికీపీడియా లోగో ఉంది కదా, దీన్ని ఏదన్నా చేసి 3 రంగుల్లో ఇలా పెట్టాలనేది ఒక ఐడియా వచ్చింది. అయితే దీనికి ఏంటి, లోగో మారిస్తే అది దాన్ని మార్చే ప్రక్రియ ఎంత ఉంటుంది అని చూస్తే, ఇది లోగో ఒకటి తయారు చేయాలి, ఆ తయారు చేసిన దాన్ని మనం ఒక చోట అప్లోడ్ చేయాలి. దాన్ని సాఫ్ట్వేర్ డెవలపర్స్ దాన్ని మన తెలుగు వికీపీడియా కాన్ఫిగరేషన్లో మార్పులు చేసి దాన్ని డిప్లాయ్ చేయాలి. మళ్ళీ దాన్ని తీసివేయాలనుకున్నప్పుడు మళ్ళీ ఇంకో ప్రక్రియ. సో అయితే దీనికి అలా సరే, లోగోని మొత్తం మార్చే బదులు లోగో వెనకాల మనం బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్గా ఏదైనా పెడితే సరిపోతుందా పతాకం అంటే, దానికి కొంతమంది అన్నారు. సో అయితే దాన్ని చేద్దామని నేను ఇది ఒకటి చేసిన మామూలుగా లోగో వెనక మన భారతీయ దీన్ని నేను మొదట యూజర్ స్క్రిప్ట్ గా చేశాను. సో ఇది అభిరుచులలోకి ప్రస్తుతం దాన్ని చేతనం చేశాను, ఎందుకంటే ఇది సైట్ లెవెల్ కాబట్టి. సో అయితే ఆ థియరీ ఏంటంటే అది చేయడానికి దీనికి ఇది మన పరిమితులతో చేయొచ్చు. ఉదాహరణకి ఈ వాడుకరి ఖాతాకి నాకు ఒక్కడికి కనపడాలనుకుంటే నా యూజర్ స్క్రిప్ట్లో పెట్టొచ్చు. అలానే ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళకి కనపడాలనుకుంటే, నా ఇంటర్నెట్ చాలా స్లోగా ఉన్నట్టుందండి, నేను వీడియో ఆపేస్తాను. ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళకి కనపడాలనుకుంటే సైట్ లెవెల్లో కామన్ స్క్రిప్ట్స్ లో మనం పెట్టొచ్చు దీన్ని. సో అయితే నేను చేసింది ఏంటంటే రూపురేఖల్లోకి వెళ్ళి నా ప్రత్యేక సిఎస్ఎస్ లో ఇందులో సో ఇక్కడ ఏం చేశాను, నేను ఈ సిఎస్ఎస్ కోడ్ రాశాను. భారత స్వాతంత్ర దినోత్సవం సందర్భంగా వికీపీడియా సైట్ లో వింతల్లో ప్రదర్శించడానికి అని ఈ లోగో ఎక్కడైతే కనిపిస్తుందో దాని సిఎస్ఎస్ దీన్ని తీసుకొని దానికి ఒక బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ ఇమేజ్, ఇది వికీమీడియా కామన్స్ లో ఉన్న భారత పతాకం దాని పొజిషను ఇవన్నీ డిఫైన్ చేసి నేను దీన్ని మొదట పెట్టాను. దీన్ని పెట్టి ఆ ప్రతిపాదనకి ఇదిగో ఇలాంటిది ఒకటి మనం చేయొచ్చు, ఇది మీడియా వికీ డెవలపర్లు కానీ వికీమీడియా డెవలపర్ల వాళ్ళకి వెళ్ళని అవసరం లేకుండానే మనం తెలుగు వికీపీడియా పూర్తిగా మనం దీన్ని కనపడేలా చేయొచ్చు. అయితే ఇప్పుడు ప్రస్తుతం నేను దీన్ని నా వ్యక్తిగత వాడుకరి పేజీలోనే పెట్టుకున్నాను. సైట్ వైడ్గా కనపడాలంటే మనం దీంట్లో పెట్టొచ్చు అని చెప్పేసరికి అక్కడ మామూలుగా చర్చ, దాని ఓటింగ్ జరిగి అందరూ దీన్ని మనం కామన్స్ వికీపీడియాలో పెట్టొచ్చు అని ఒప్పుకుని, సో దాన్ని common.css అంటే అన్ని వికీపీడియాలో అందరి వాడుకర్లకి కనపడేలాగా దీన్ని చేశారనమాట. దీన్ని నేను చిన్నగా ఎలా చేయొచ్చో చూస్తున్నాను, బట్ ఐ డోంట్ థింక్. సరే, సో దీన్ని తర్వాత మీడియా వికీ common.css ఇది తెలుగు వికీపీడియా అందరికి దీంట్లో రాసిన రూల్స్ అప్లై అవుతాయి. సో దీనిలో చాలా కస్టమైజేషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. వీటిల్లో చివరన ఈ తెలుగు వికీపీడియా అధికారులు మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళే నేను చేసిన దాన్ని ఇక్కడ చేర్చారనమాట. సో ఇది మనంత మనం చేసుకోగలిగి మనం దీనికోసం పెద్ద ఇది చేయకుండా ఈ చిన్న సిఎస్ఎస్ చేంజ్ ద్వారా దీన్ని ఈ పతాకాన్ని, భారత పతాకాన్ని ఇక్కడ చూపించే వీలు కలిగించింది అనమాట. సో ఇలానే మనకి ఏదైనా సైట్ ప్రవర్తనలో ఇలాంటి వాటిలో చిన్న చిన్న మార్పులు కావాల్సి వచ్చినప్పుడు మనం ఈ రూపురేఖల్లో ఉన్న ఈ వ్యక్తిగత జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కానీ, ఈ ప్రత్యేక జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ అదే సైట్ లెవెల్లో కూడా ఇలానే common.css ఉంటే సైట్ లెవెల్లో కూడా common.js కూడా ఉంటుంది. జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కోడ్ కూడా మనం ఇక్కడ నడపచ్చు అనమాట. ఇది యూజర్ స్క్రిప్ట్లు ఇలాంటివి. అయితే ఇది మనం చేసుకోవడానికి మనకి సిఎస్ఎస్, జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ తెలిసి ఉండాలి. సో ఉపకరణాలు కూడా దాదాపుగా సైట్ వైడ్ చేసుకునే ఇలాంటివే, కాకపోతే అన్ని మీడియా వికీలకి పనికొచ్చే విధంగా ఇవి చేసి గిట్హబ్ లోనో ఒక కామన్ ప్లేస్ లో వీటి కోడ్ ని నిర్వహిస్తూ ఉంటారు. సో అక్కడి నుంచి వీటిని తెచ్చి మనం ప్రత్యేక వికీలు మనం స్థాపించుకోవచ్చు. వీటిని స్థాపనకి ఐ థింక్ మన అధికారి అనే హోదాలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళు వీటిని స్థాపించవచ్చు అని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఒకసారి స్థాపించిన తర్వాత మనకు అది కావాలా వద్దా, నాకు అది రన్ అవ్వాలా వద్దా అనేది మనం ఇప్పుడు ఉదాహరణకి మీకు కీబోర్డ్ ద్వారా వికీపీడియాని యాక్సెస్ చేయడం ఎక్కువ ఇష్టం అనుకుంటే ఈ బ్రౌజర్ యాక్సెస్ కీస్ దీన్ని చేతనం చేసుకోవచ్చు మీరు. అలానే నావిగేషన్ పాపప్స్, మీరు ఏదైనా పేజీలో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక లింక్ మీద పెడితే మీకు చిన్న డిస్ప్లే ఇది కనిపిస్తుంది, అది కనపడటానికి నావిగేషన్ పాపప్స్. బయట లింకుల్ని కొత్త ట్యాబ్లో విండోలో తెరవటం. ఇది ట్వింకిల్ అనేది రోజువారీ నిర్వాహకులు చేసే వీటిని సులభతరం చేయడానికి ఈ ట్వింకిల్ అనేది ఒకటి ఉంది. అలానే హ్యాట్, పేజీల్లో చాలా వర్గాల్లో మనం మార్పులు చేయాలనుకుంటే ఒక పేజీని పలు వర్గాల్లో పెట్టడానికి, వాటిలో మార్పులు చేయడానికి ఇది ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. సో వికీపీడియా ఎడిటర్ మీకు తెలుసు, మామూలుగా మనం ఎడిట్ మోడ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎడిటర్ కనిపిస్తుంది. అది కాకుండా కొంచెం కోడింగ్ రూపంలో ఉండే దానికోసం విక్డ్ అని ఇంకో ఎడిటర్ ఉంది, కావాలంటే అది వాడుకోవచ్చు. సో ఇలా మనం ప్రత్యేక అక్షరాలని టైప్ చేయడానికి క్యారెన్ సెట్, రెఫరెన్స్లు వీటిలో ఉపయోగపడటానికి రెఫ్ టూల్ బార్. సో ఇలా రకరకాలైన గాడ్జెట్లు, ఇంకా ఇవి తెలుగు పీడియాలో ఇవే ఉన్నాయి, ఇంకా చాలా గాడ్జెట్లు ఉన్నాయి. వీటన్నిటిలో మనకి ఏవి ఉపయోగిస్తాయి అవని మనం చూసుకొని ఇక్కడ మనం చేర్చుకోవచ్చు కూడా. తర్వాత ఈ గ్యాడ్జెట్లో కూడా మనకు కావాల్సిన ఫంక్షనాలిటీ అవ్వదు అనుకుంటే మనకున్నది తర్వాత మీడియా వికీ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్లు. సో పెద్ద పెద్ద ఫంక్షనాలిటీలు రాయటానికి మనం ఎక్స్టెన్షన్లు కూడా రాయొచ్చు. ఎక్స్టెన్షన్స్లో ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే ఒక ప్రత్యేక పేజీలు, ఇప్పుడు ఉదాహరణకి మార్పులు అనేది ఒక ప్రత్యేక పేజీ, గణాంకాలు అనేది ఒక ప్రత్యేక పేజీ, ఇలా ఈ ప్రత్యేక పేజీలని, లేకపోతే ఈ స్కిన్స్, మన రూపురేఖలు ఎలా ఉండాలి, ఈ హుక్స్ అనేవి ఏదైనా ఒక పని జరిగినప్పుడు ఇంకొకటి జరగాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు దాని ఆధారంగా, మ్యాజిక్ వర్డ్స్ లేకపోతే వేరియబుల్స్, మన సైట్ నేమ్ ఏంటి, లాగిన్ అయి ఉన్న వాడుకరి పేరు ఏంటి, ఇలాంటివి ప్రతిసారి మనం టైప్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేకుండా, లేకపోతే అవి డైనమిక్ గా పనిచేసేటట్టు చేయడానికి ఇలాంటి మ్యాజిక్ వర్డ్స్ ఉంటాయి. మనం ఏదన్నా పేజీలో పేజీ నేమ్ కొడితే ఆ పేజీ పేరు వస్తుంది, సైట్ నేమ్ అని కొడితే ఆ సైట్ పేరు, తెలుగు వికీపీడియా అయితే తెలుగు వికీపీడియా, తెలుగు పదం అయితే తెలుగు పదం, వేరే ఇంకేదో వీకి ఫ్యాన్ వీకి నేను సొంతంగా మెయింటైన్ చేసుకుంటున్నా ఏదో అనుకోండి, సో దాంట్లో ఆ సైట్ పేరు, ఇలాంటి మ్యాజిక్ వర్డ్స్ కూడా మనం ఈ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ద్వారా చేయవచ్చు. ఇంకా పూర్తి ఏపీఐ, మీడియా వికీ ఏపీఐని వాడుతూ పూర్తి స్థాయిలో ఫంక్షనాలిటీ చేయడం, ఉదాహరణకి వికీ డేటా అనేది అది ఒక ఎక్స్టెన్షన్, వికీ బేస్, ఇలాంటివి అది మీడియా వికీ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ గానే వచ్చినాయి అనమాట. సెమాంటిక్ మీడియా వికీ అని ఒకటి, అది వికీ, అది కూడా ఒక మీడియా వికీ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్. ఇలా అనేక మీడియా వికీని మనకు తగ్గినట్టు మలుచుకోవడానికి, తగిన సైట్ లాగా మలుచుకోవడానికి అనేక రకాలైన ఎక్స్టెన్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. కొంతమంది వాళ్ళు బ్లాగ్ మీడియా వికీనే బ్లాగ్ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ లాగా వాడుతున్నారు ఈ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ రూపంలో. కొంతమంది పాడ్కాస్ట్లు నడుపుతున్నారు వీటిలో. కొంతమంది RSS అగ్రిగేట్ కూడా నడుపుతున్నారు. ఉదాహరణకి నేను తెలుగు పదం .org అనే ఒక వెబ్సైట్ నడుపుతాను. దీంట్లో సరిపోయింది. సరే, నేను అది ప్రస్తుతం చూపించలేకున్నాను, మా కార్పొరేట్ నెట్వర్క్ దాన్ని మూసేశారు. సో దాంట్లో నేను తెలుగు పదం గురించి ఒక గూగుల్ గ్రూప్ లో జరిగే డిస్కషన్స్ ని RSS ఫీడ్ ద్వారా దాన్ని సేకరించి అక్కడ చూపిస్తున్నాను అనమాట. ఇలా RSS సిండికేషన్ కూడా మనం రకరకాల ఎక్స్టెన్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి మీడియా వికీ. స్థూలంగా ఇదండి మీడియా వికీని మనం ఏ విధంగా మార్చుకోవచ్చు అనే దానికి చిన్న చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్, ఒక ఈ వివిధ స్థాయిల్లో మనకు అందుబాటులో ఉన్న సౌలభ్యాల గురించి. స్థూలంగా ఇదండి. దీని మీద ఏమైనా ప్రశ్నలు ఉంటే అడగండి, లేకపోతే మనం తర్వాత దానికి వెళ్ళచ్చు.
So, anyone wants to ask any questions? వివన్ గారు, నన్ను ఒక ప్రశ్న, మొబైల్ ఇంటర్ఫేస్ గురించి కొంచెం చెప్పగలుగుతారా? అంటే ఇవి ఎలా పనిచేస్తాయి?
సరేనండి. మొబైల్, ఇప్పుడు ఉదాహరణకి మొబైల్ ఇంటర్ఫేస్ లోకి వచ్చేసరికి ఇది కూడా మొబైల్ ఇంటర్ఫేస్ లో ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఈ సైట్ స్కిన్ లోంచి మొత్తం చూపించకుండా మనం ఏదైతే చూపించాలో వాటికి కొన్ని ప్రత్యేక CSS క్లాసులు అప్లై చేయడం ద్వారా వాటిని మొబైల్ ఇంటర్ఫేస్ లో వాటిని కన్సిడర్ చేస్తారు. ఉదాహరణకి మనం ఈ మొదటి పేజీలో ఈ విభాగాలు ఉన్నాయి కదా, వీటికి మనం ఎడిట్ మోడ్ లో ఉన్నప్పుడు నాకు ఈ ముందొచ్చే ఈ బ్యానరు, గణాంకాలు ఇవన్నీ అవసరం లేదు. కాబట్టి వాటికి ఈ ప్రత్యేకమైన ఇది ఒక CSS క్లాస్ ఉంటుంది, అది నేను మర్చిపోయాను, అవి తొలగించాము. అదే మనకి వచ్చేసరికి ఈ విశేష వ్యాసము ఇలాంటివి వచ్చేసరికి నేను చూస్తున్నాను దీన్ని చేసి కూడా ఎన్నో సంవత్సరాలు అయింది, అది ఎక్కడ ఉందని నేను మర్చిపోయాను. సో ఉదాహరణకి ఇక్కడ ఈ వారపు వ్యాసం విషయం, ఈ వారపు వ్యాసం దీంట్లో వస్తుంది. సో మనం దీన్ని how can I preview? ఒక పని చేద్దాం చిన్న పని.
సో సాగర్ యూట్యూబ్ లో ఒక కమెంట్ పెట్టారు, లింక్స్ షేర్ మనీ పెట్టారు. సో దట్ వీ కెన్ హ్యావ్ అ ప్రాక్టీస్. డాక్టర్ బిఎన్ బృంద అసిస్టెంట్ ప్రొఫెసర్ గారు లింక్స్ అడుగుతున్నారండి. సో మేబీ తర్వాత వీ కెన్ షేర్ విత్ ఎవ్రీబడి ద లింక్స్.
అంటే ఇక్కడ లింక్స్ కూడా ఏం లేదండి, మీ t.wikipedia.org. ఒక్క నిమిషం ఉండండి. ఇది కాదు. సో ఈ వారం ఈ వ్యాసంలోకి వెళ్తే, సో ఈ టెంప్లెట్ లో ఎక్కడో ఇచ్చుంటాం. సో దీని నుంచి మళ్ళీ ఈ వారం
సో వివన్ గారు ట్యుటోరియల్ లభ్యమవుతుందా?
ఇది చూడొచ్చండి. అంటే డెఫినెట్ గా మొబైల్ వికీపీడియాకి మొబైల్ టెంప్లెట్ దాని మీడియా వికీలో అక్కడ ఈ ఏ ట్యాగ్స్ మనం వాడాలి అనేది, ఏ సిఎస్ఎస్ క్లాసెస్ వాడాలి అనేది అక్కడ క్లియర్ గా ఉంటుంది. కాకపోతే ఇది నాకు దీన్ని చేసి చాలా సంవత్సరాలు అయింది. నాకు ఇప్పటికిప్పుడు నేను చూపించలేకపోతున్నాను.
పర్వాలేదు. అంటే ట్యుటోరియల్ ఉందంటే చూసుకోగలుగుతారు.
డెఫినెట్ గా ఉందండి.
రైట్.
సో ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పిన వాటికి వెళ్ళటం చాలా ఈజీ అండి. t.wikipedia.org వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత మీరు యూజర్ నేమ్ లాగిన్ అయిన తర్వాత మీకు ఇక్కడ అభిరుచులు అని కనిపిస్తుంది. ఈ అభిరుచుల్లోకి వెళ్తే ఈ అభిరుచుల్లో వివిధ విభాగాలు ఉంటాయి. ఈ విభాగాల్లో మీకు ఎలా కావాలితే అలా, దానికి నాకు ఇది కావాలి, ఇలాంటివన్నీ మనం పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. నాకు తేదీ ఆకృతి ఎలా ఉండాలి, తేదీ నాకు ఇలా కావాలి, లేకపోతే పూర్తిగా ISO ప్రకారం ఇలా ఉండాలి, ఇవన్నీ చెప్పుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. మన కాలమండలం ఇలాంటివన్నీ. అలానే దిద్దుబాట్ల విభాగంలో నాకు దిద్దుబాట్లు ఎలా కనపడాలి, అవి ఎలా బిహేవ్ చేయాలి, ఇలాంటివి చాలా ఉన్నాయి. ఇవి కస్టమైజేషన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. యూజర్ స్క్రిప్ట్లు అని ఇవి రాయటానికి మనకి CSS కానీ జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ కానీ వచ్చి ఉండాలి. అలాగే ఉపకరణాలు ఉన్న వాటిని ఇక్కడ వాడుకోవచ్చు. లేని కొత్త రాయటానికి మనకి మళ్ళీ సేమ్ CSS జావా స్క్రిప్ట్ వచ్చి ఉండాలి, ఎందుకంటే ఇవి క్లయింట్ సైడ్ పనిచేస్తాయి కాబట్టి. ఎక్స్టెన్షన్స్ అనేసరికి మనకి PHP, Lua ఇలాంటివి తెలిసి ఉండాలన్నమాట. అదండి.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. చాలా వివరంగా చక్కగా అందరికి తెలియని వాళ్ళందరికీ చాలా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ షేర్ చేశారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ వివన్ గారు.
ఈ అవకాశం నాకు కల్పించినందుకు మీకు కూడా ధన్యవాదాలండి.
మీరు చెప్పిన లింక్స్ యూట్యూబ్ కమెంట్స్ లో షేర్ చేసామండి. సో ఆడియన్స్ అక్కడ మీరు ఆ లింక్ చూసి వివన్ గారు చెప్పినట్టు తెలుగు వికీపీడియా సైట్ కి వెళ్ళి ఉపకరణాల గురించి నేర్చుకోవచ్చు. థ్యాంక్ యూ వివన్ గారు.
ఇంకొక అంశం అండి, అయితే ఇక్కడ మీకు CSS, జావా స్క్రిప్ట్, PHP ఇలాంటివి తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు ఉంటే వికీపీడియా, తెలుగు వికీపీడియా సమూహం కూడా చాలా అవసరాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఈ అవసరాలకి తగ్గట్టు బాటిల్ రాయటము, ఈ గ్యాడ్జెట్స్ తయారు చేయటము, ఇలాంటివి చేయొచ్చు. తెలుగు వికీపీడియాలో మీకు సాంకేతిక సహాయం అందించగలను నేను. మీ అవసరాలు ఏంటి, దాని లింక్ కూడా వెతికి నేను పోస్ట్ చేస్తాను. దొరికితే ఇవి మా అవసరాలు అంటే ప్రస్తుతం ఇగో ఈ పేజీల్లో ఇది ఆటోమేట్ చేయాలి, ఈ పేజీల్లో ఇది చేయాలి, ఇలా కొన్ని ఆవశ్యకాలు రాసుకున్నారు కావాల్సినవి. సో వాటికి ఇక్కడ పిహెచ్పి, జావా స్క్రిప్ట్, సిఎస్ఎస్ ఇలాంటి తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు, ఆ నైపుణ్యం ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఇది కొంచెం నేర్చుకుని ఆ అవసరాన్ని ఎలా మీరు సాటిస్ఫై చేయగలరు, వాటికి తగ్గ ఎలాంటి కోడ్ మీరు రాయగలరు అనేది చూసి అలా కూడా తోడ్పడొచ్చండి.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
సంతోషం అండి.
థ్యాంక్ యూ. సో మన నెక్స్ట్ స్పీకర్ వచ్చి ప్రొఫెసర్ రెడ్డి శ్యామల గారు. So our next speaker is Professor Reddy Shyamala. Just to introduce, she works as head of the Department of Lexicography at Potti Sri Ramulu Telugu University. She is instrumental in Telugu encyclopedias published by Telugu University. She has given influential talks on Telugu language and other academic resources. With that, I invite Reddy Shyamala garu to give the talk on Telugu encyclopedia, the efforts and challenges. Over to you, Shyamala garu.
నమస్కారం అండి. వికీపీడియా టెక్నాలజీ సమ్మిట్ 2021కి నన్ను ఆహ్వానించినందుకు ముందుగా ఆర్గనైజర్స్కి ధన్యవాదాలు. రాధిక గారికి, తర్వాత వాసుదేవ్ వర్మ గారికి, అందరికీ. అయితే ఈ టెక్నాలజీ గురించి నాకు ఏమీ తెలియదనే చెప్పాలి. అయితే తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో ఎన్సైక్లోపీడియా అంటే విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వ కేంద్రానికి ఇటీవల కాలంలో నేను ఒక ఇన్ఛార్జిగా వచ్చాను. ఈ సందర్భంగా మా దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాలు, వాటిల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి విషయాలు, అవి ఎలా వాటిని తయారు చేశారు, ఈ విభాగం గురించి మాత్రమే నేను మాట్లాడగలను. ఇక ముందు మీ తోడ్పాటు మాకు అవసరం ఉంటుంది అనే ఉద్దేశంతో నేను ఇక్కడికి వచ్చాను ఈరోజు. ముఖ్యంగా తెలుగు విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వ రచన అని మనం అనగానే ముందుగా గుర్తొచ్చే మహనీయుడు కొమర్రాజు వెంకట లక్ష్మణరావు గారు. ఈయన 1876లో జన్మించారు, 1923 వరకు ఉన్నారు. అయితే ఈయన ఎన్సైక్లోపీడియా ఆఫ్ బ్రిటానికా చూసి ఆ ప్రభావంతో ఈ బృహత్తర కార్యక్రమానికి పొందుకున్నారు. అంటే మనం ఊహించవచ్చు, మనకి స్వాతంత్ర్యం రాకమునిపే, స్వాతంత్ర్యం వచ్చాక భారతీయ భాషల్లో పఠన విద్యా వికాసం ఇవన్నీ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి వాటికి తగినటువంటి విజ్ఞానాన్ని అందించే బృహత్ గ్రంథాలు ఉండాలి అనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఆయన దీనికి శ్రీకారం చుట్టారు. అయితే అప్పట్లో జ్ఞానకోశాన్ని, విజ్ఞానకోశాన్ని ఉంటే తెలుగులో విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం అని మొట్టమొదట ఈ కాయిన్ చేసిన ఆయన వీరే. అయితే దీనికి ఒక విస్తృతార్థం వస్తుందనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ మాటని ప్రాచుర్యంలోకి తీసుకుని వచ్చారు. అట్లయితే అంతకు ముందు మనకి కావ్యాలు, వీటిల్లో విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వ రూపం ఉన్నటువంటి కావ్యాలుగా మనకి మహాభారతము, పండితారాజ్య చరిత్ర, సింహాసన ద్వాత్రింశిక, హంస వింశతి, సకల నీతి సమ్మతం, ఇటువంటివన్నిటినీ కూడా తర్వాత విమర్శకులు విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాలుగా పేర్కొంటూ వచ్చారు. అయితే మనకి ఈ ఆధునిక విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం అనేది మాత్రం కొమర్రాజు వెంకట లక్ష్మణరావు గారే శ్రీకారం చుట్టారు. 1905లో విజ్ఞాన చంద్రిక గ్రంథమాలను ప్రచురణాన్ని మొదలు పెట్టారు. ఇది ఎట్లా ఉంటుందంటే నెలవారీ గ్రంథాలుగా కొన్ని 3 సంవత్సరాల పాటు తీసుకుని వచ్చి ఆ తర్వాత వాటిని అంటే 1913లో ఈ ప్రతి నెల ఒక గ్రంథం చిన్న చిన్న గ్రంథాలుగా తీసుకుని వచ్చారు. తర్వాత వీటన్నిటినీ కలిపి 1915, 16, 17లో 3 సంపుటాలుగా వీటిని ప్రచురించారు. ఈయన అనుకున్నటువంటి ప్రణాళిక ప్రకారంగా కనుక పూర్తి అయ్యి ఉండింటే 24,000 పేజీలతో ఈ విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వ సంపుటాలని ప్రచురించాలి అని అనుకున్నారు. అయితే వీరు 1900 అంటే చాలా 23లోనే పరమపదించడంతో తర్వాత ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని కాశీనాథుని నాగేశ్వరరావు గారు ఇంతకుముందు కొమ్మరాజు గారు వెలువరించిన 2 సంపుటాలని ఇంకొంచెం ప్రవర్తితం చేసి కొన్ని అనుబంధాలని చేర్చి వాటిని 3 సంపుటాలుగా వెలువరించారు. అది అయితే ఆయన కూడా 3 సంపుటాల తర్వాత అమరులయ్యారు. తర్వాత అయితే ఈ సంపుటాల్లో పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళు, విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వ నిర్మాణంలో పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళు ఆ స్ఫూర్తిని మాత్రం వదలకుండా 2 చోట్ల మొదటేమో ఇటు హైదరాబాద్ లోను, అటు మద్రాసులో కూడా వీటిని ఎలా నిర్మించాలనే దాని మీద 2 రకాలైనటువంటి ప్రయత్నాలు జరిగాయి. విజ్ఞాన కోసమిలే భాషకి నూతన ప్రయోజనంను సిద్ధింపజేయు కర్మాగారములు ఇవి ఎంత వర్ధిల్లిన తెలుగు భాషకు అంత మేలు అన్న పూజ్యులు కండవల్లి లక్ష్మీరంజన్ గారి పునికతో సంగ్రహాంధ్ర విజ్ఞాన కోసం 8 సంపుటాలతో వెలువడింది. ఇది ఒక మహాయజ్ఞం లాగా సాగింది. 1953 నుంచి 53లో సంగ్రహాంధ్ర విజ్ఞాన కోశ సమితి ఏర్పడింది. దీనికి ఈయన కార్యదర్శిగా ఉండేవారు. దీంట్లో చేతన భట్ల విశ్వనాథం, రావాడ సత్యనారాయణ, ఆదిరాజు వీరభద్రరావు, పల్లా దుర్గయ్య, కె గోపాలకృష్ణారావు, బిరుదురాజు రామరాజు గారు, ఎన్వి సుబ్బారావు, దేవులపల్లి రామాంజరావు గారు, మామిడిపొడి వెంకటరాంగయ్య లాంటి వారు సంపాదకులుగా, రచయితలుగా ఉండి కండవల్లి గారికి ఆయన అనుకున్నటువంటిది, ఆయన దర్శించినటువంటి దాన్ని విజయవంతం చేయడానికి సహకరించారు. ఈయన కార్యదర్శిగా ఉంటే మరి చెన్నారెడ్డి గారు లాంటి వారు అధ్యక్షులుగా కూడా వీటికి పనిచేశారు. ఇదేమో అకారాది క్రమంలో తయారైనటువంటి విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం. అంటే అన్ని విషయపరంగా అన్ని అంశాల నుంచి, అన్ని డిసిప్లిన్స్ నుంచి కూడా తీసుకొని ఆ నుంచి హా వరకు మొత్తం అన్నింటినీ తీసుకొని వచ్చారు. దీంట్లో అంకగణితం నుండి ఆర్ష భూగోళం వరకు 800 పుటలతో 174 వ్యాసాలతో 1958లో మొదటి సంపుటం వెలువడింది. తర్వాత చివరిగా లక్షద్వీపాల నుండి హోమియోపతి వరకు 8వ సంపుటం. ఇది 1971లో చివరిగా వచ్చింది. 256 వ్యాసాలు పైగా ఉన్నాయి. మొత్తం మీద ఈ 8 సంపుటాల్లో 5979 పుటలు, 1574 వ్యాసాలు మనకి కనిపిస్తాయి. అయితే దీంట్లో 41 అంశాలు ఉన్నాయండి. 41 అంశాలు అంటే భాష, సారస్వతము, లిపి ఒకటి నేను చదువుతాను. చరిత్ర, తర్వాత తత్వశాస్త్రము, భూగోళ శాస్త్రము, అర్థశాస్త్రము, మానవ శాస్త్రము, సాంఘిక శాస్త్రము, రాజనీతి శాస్త్రం, మతములు, సంగ్రామ శాస్త్రము, క్రీడలు, ఇంకా జర్నలిజంకి మంచి పదం వాడారు వీళ్ళు, వార్తా శాస్త్రము, న్యాయ శాస్త్రము, వాణిజ్య శాస్త్రం, వినోదములు, యాత్ర, అన్వేషణ, తర్వాత కళ, గాన శాస్త్రము, చిత్రకళ, నృత్యకళ, వాస్తు విద్య, గణిత శాస్త్రము, భౌతిక శాస్త్రము, రసాయన శాస్త్రము, వృక్ష శాస్త్రము, జంతు, భూగర్భ, ఖగోళ, వైద్య, స్థాపత్యము, తర్వాత వ్యవసాయ శాస్త్రము, సంఖ్య, మానసిక విద్య, వాతావరణ శాస్త్రాలు, తర్వాత వివిధములని ఒకటి పెట్టారు. దీంట్లో కొంతమంది, ఇది కాకుండా ఆంధ్రదేశము విశేష శీర్షికలు, ఆయుర్వేదము, భారతీయ ప్రాచీన విద్యలు, కళలు, పశు వైద్య శాస్త్రము, టెక్నాలజీ, రాజ్యపాలనము, ఇట్లా 41 అంశాలను తీసుకుని ఆ నుంచి హా వరకు అన్ని అక్షరాలని ఒక 8 సంపుటాలలో, అంటే మనకి వెతికితే మనకు తెలిసిన పదం ఏదైతే ఉందో, లేదా తెలుసుకోవాలనుకున్న అంశం ఏదైతే ఉందో దానికన్నా అకారాది క్రమంలో వెతుక్కుంటే ఆ 8 సంపుటాల్లో మనకి దొరుకుతుంది అనమాట. ఇది వాళ్ళు ఒక లక్ష్యంగా పెట్టుకుని తయారు చేసినటువంటి 8 సంపుటాల వర్గీకరణ లేదా నిర్మాణం. అయితే ఇదే సమయంలో దీనికి ఎక్కువ శాతం మనకి ఉస్మానియా విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో ఉన్నటువంటి అనేక మంది అధ్యాపకులు అందరూ కూడా వీటికి సహకరించారు. అలాగే ఇంతకుముందు పేర్కొన్న వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా. ఇది ఒక ప్రయత్నం ఇక్కడ జరిగి అది 71లో పూర్తయింది. అదే విధంగా అటువైపు మద్రాసులో బెజవాడ గోపాల్ రెడ్డి గారి పూనికతో ఆయన అధ్యక్షతన అక్టోబర్ 15, 1947 అంటే స్వాతంత్రం రాగానే మొదలు పెట్టినటువంటిది ఇది. ప్రభుత్వ ఆర్థిక సహకారంతో తెలుగు భాషా సమితిని స్థాపించారు. తెలుగు భాషా సమితి యొక్క ప్రధాన ఉద్దేశ్యం ఈ దీని లక్ష్యం తెలుగు విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వ నిర్మాణం. ప్రపంచ విజ్ఞానాన్ని సామాన్య ప్రజానీకానికి అందుబాటులోకి తీసుకుని వచ్చి శాస్త్రీయ విజ్ఞానాన్ని, గ్రంథ రచనను ప్రోత్సహించడం. ఇది వాళ్ళ లక్ష్యం అన్నమాట. ఈ లక్ష్యానికి అనుగుణంగా మొత్తం వీళ్ళు 16 సంపుటాలు నిర్మించాలనుకున్నారు, కానీ 14 నిర్మించారు. అయితే వీటిలో దీంట్లో తర్వాత ఇది ఉస్మానియా విశ్వవిద్యాలయం ప్రాంగణంలో దీనికి ఒక స్థలం కేటాయించడం, అక్కడ ఒక బిల్డింగ్ ఒకటి కట్టడం, ఇవన్నీ జరిగింది. దాంట్లో దీనికి తెలుగు భాషా సమితి అని అక్కడ పేరు ఉండేది. ఆ తర్వాత అది కాలక్రమంలో తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో విలీనమైంది. దీంట్లో రాంభట్ల కృష్ణమూర్తి, చీమకుర్తి శేషగిరిరావు, జి కృష్ణ, బొమ్మకంటి శ్రీనివాసాచార్యులు, మొదలి నాగభూషణ శర్మ, ముదిగొండ వీరభద్ర శాస్త్రి, బిఎన్ శాస్త్రి, బుడిగ సుబ్బరాయన్ గారు ఈ విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వ కేంద్రాల్లో చాలా చక్కగా చాలా మంచి కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ తో పనిచేశారండి. దీంట్లో మనకి 16 సంపుటాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఈ సంపుటాల ఇంతకు ముందేమో చూసారు కదా, 8 సంపుటాలు ఒకేసారి మన దగ్గర ఉంటే అప్పుడు మనకు కావలసిన ఆరోపాన్ని మనం వెతుక్కోవచ్చు. అయితే దాంట్లో ఉన్న పరిమితులని, తర్వాత ఆ 8 సంపుటాలకి పట్టిన కాలాన్ని అన్నిటినీ అర్థం చేసుకుని వీళ్ళు ఏం చేశారంటే ప్రతి ఈ 16 సంపుటాల ప్రణాళికని ఒక్కొక్క సంపుటంలో ఒక్కొక్క అంశమే తీసుకొని ప్రధానంగా సమీక్షా వ్యాసాలు రాయాలి. అంటే ఆ సంపుటం ఆ విషయం ఏదైతే ఉందో, ఉదాహరణకి మొదటి సంపుటం చరిత్ర రాజనీతి, దీనికి సంబంధించిన సమీక్షా వ్యాసాలు కొన్ని పుటలు ఉంటాయి. ఆ తర్వాత దాంట్లో వచ్చే అకారాది క్రమ వ్యాసాలు కొన్ని ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. ఈ విధంగా వాళ్ళు ప్రణాళికని వేసుకొని మొత్తం 16 విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాలు ఏ దానికది, అంటే ఒకటి అయిపోగానే పూర్తి అయిపోతుంది అన్నట్లుగా ఆ ఒక్కటి ఉదాహరణకి దీంట్లో ఏమేమి ఉన్నాయంటే చరిత్ర రాజనీతి 1954లో వచ్చింది, భౌతిక రసాయనిక శాస్త్రం 1955లో వచ్చింది. తెలుగు సంస్కృతిని వీళ్ళు విస్తృతపరిచి 2 సంపుటాలుగా వేశారు. ఒకటి 59లో వచ్చింది, ఇంకోటి 61లో వచ్చింది. తర్వాత అర్థ వాణిజ్య భూగోళం వచ్చి 5వ సంపుటము. ఇట్లా విశ్వ సాహితీ, మతములు, దర్శనములు 62లో వచ్చింది. లలిత కళలు 14వ సంపుటి, కానీ ఆ తర్వాత 15, 16 అనేది వీళ్ళది రాలేదు. అప్పుడు ఆ తర్వాత అది తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో విలీనమైంది. ఇన్ని సంపుటాలు కూడా ఒక ప్రణాళిక ప్రకారం 1954 నుంచి 62 లోపల 14 సంపుటాలను వీళ్ళు తీసుకొని వచ్చారు. అయితే ఈ తెలుగు భాషా సమితి చేసినటువంటి వాటిల్లో ఉదాహరణకి ఒకటి చెప్తాను. మతములు దర్శనములు మతములు అనేది ఒకటి ఉంది. దీన్ని కొత్త సచ్చిదానందమూర్తి గారు 62లో వెలువరించారు. ఇది అప్పుడు ఎంత ఇది గౌరవప్రదంగా, ఎంత ప్రెస్టీజియస్ గా జరిగినాయంటే, ఇవి జరిగిన తర్వాత వీటి ఆవిష్కరణలు కూడా అన్ని దీన్ని అప్పటి ప్రధానమంత్రి జవహర్ లాల్ నెహ్రూ చేత ఆవిష్కరణ చేయించారు. ఆ తర్వాత దీని సంశోధిత ప్రతి కూడా ఒకటి వచ్చింది, 92లో వెలువడింది. అప్పుడు ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రధాని పివి నరసింహారావు గారు దీన్ని ఆవిష్కరణ చేశారు. దీంట్లో ఏంటంటే దర్శన సమీక్ష అని చెప్పేసి మొదటి విభాగం ఉంటుంది. ఇది 230 పేజీల సమీక్షా వ్యాసాలు ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. అంటే భారతీయ దర్శనములు, ఆధునిక భారతీయ దర్శనములు, చైనీయ దర్శనములు, పాశ్చాత్య దర్శనము, మత సమీక్ష, ఇటువంటివి. ఇది అకారాది వివరణతో 725 పేజీలు ఉంది. ఇది 1100 పుటల గ్రంథం. ఇది ఇట్లానే ఇంచుమించు ప్రతిదీ కూడా మనకి కనిపిస్తుంది అనమాట. అంటే అన్ని ఏ లలిత కళలు ఏవైనా తీసుకున్నా కూడా మీకు ఈ విభాగంతోనే తర్వాత అన్ని విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాలు వెలువడ్డాయి. ఆ తర్వాత ఇది తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో విలీనమైన తర్వాత ఇది అంతకు ముందు వేసిన వాటిని కొన్నిటిని రివైజ్ చేసినవి వచ్చాయి, తర్వాత కొత్తగా నిర్మించినవి వచ్చాయి, పునర్ముద్రణలు చేసినవి వచ్చాయి. తెలుగు సంస్కృతి 1, 2 మళ్ళీ పునర్ముద్రించారు. దర్శనములు మతములు వచ్చి దాన్ని సంశోధితం ప్రతిని చేశారు. తర్వాత లలిత కళలు తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయం ఏర్పడ్డాకే వెలుగులోకి వచ్చింది. తర్వాత అంతకుముందు 6వ సంపుటిగానో 5వ సంపుటిగానో విశ్వ సాహితీ వచ్చింది. దాన్ని పునర్ముద్రణ చేశారు. విశ్వ సాహితీ అంటే ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్నటువంటి సాహిత్యకారుల గురించి, సాహిత్యాన్ని గురించి వచ్చినటువంటి విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం. తర్వాత భారతీయ సాహిత్యానికి సంబంధించింది కూడా ఒకటి వస్తే బాగుంటుంది అనే ఉద్దేశంతో భారత భారతి అనే ఒక విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం వచ్చింది. దీంట్లో 18 భాషల్ని తీసుకున్నారు. అంటే భారతీయ భాషల్లో ఉన్న అన్ని భాషల్ని కాకుండా సాహిత్య అకాడమీ గుర్తించిన, లేకపోతే సాహిత్య అకాడమీ ద్వారా అంటే సమాచారం పొందడానికి అనువుగా ఉంటుందనే ఉద్దేశంతో వాళ్ళు ఆ నిర్మాతలు అప్పుడు ఏమనుకున్నారంటే సాహిత్య అకాడమీ ద్వారా ప్రచురితమవుతున్న భాషలు లేదా గుర్తింపబడిన భాషల్లో సాహిత్యాన్ని రచయితలు లేదా పుస్తకాలు, గ్రంథాలు, సాహిత్యాన్ని అంతా కూడా దీంట్లో తీసుకున్నారు. ఇది భారత భారతి. తర్వాత ఆంధ్రుల చరిత్ర సంస్కృతి ఒకటి వచ్చింది. తర్వాత నాటక విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం పూర్తిగా తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయం ఏర్పడినాక విలీనమైనాక వచ్చినటువంటి ఇంకొక విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం. తర్వాత రసాయన శాస్త్రం కూడా అంతకు ముందు ఉన్నది, తర్వాత ఇంకొంచెం దాన్ని అప్ టు డేట్ చేసి తీసుకొని వచ్చేటువంటి ఇది. తర్వాత ఇంకొకటి వచ్చి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ చరిత్ర కొత్తగా నిర్మించింది. తర్వాత తెలుగు సాహిత్య విమర్శ దర్శనం ఇప్పటికి మొన్న వెలువడింది, ఇదే లేటెస్ట్. తెలుగు సాహిత్య విమర్శ దర్శనం అంటే పూర్తిగా తెలుగు సాహిత్యకారుల లేదా విమర్శకుల, తెలుగు రచయితల దృక్పథాలను తెలియచెప్పేటువంటి విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం. ఇది మనకి వచ్చిందంటే 2016లో వచ్చింది. దీనికి ఎస్వి రామారావు గారు గౌరవ సంపాదకులుగా ఉన్నారు. ఆచార్య కోవెల సంపత్ కుమార్ ఆచార్య, తర్వాత లక్ష్మణ్ చక్రవర్తి గారు, వీళ్ళు సంపాదకులుగా ఉండి దీన్ని తీసుకొని వచ్చారు. దీంట్లో సమీక్షా వ్యాసాలు 358 పేజీలు ఉన్నాయి. తర్వాత అకారాది వ్యాసాలు కూడా 706 ఉన్నాయి. మొత్తం మీద ఇంచుమించు ప్రతి విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం కూడా 1100 పైన 1200 లోపల పేజీలతో ఉన్నాయి. ఇవి మీరు చూసే ఉంటారు చాలా. అయితే ఇవన్నీ కూడా వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఎట్లా వీటిని బయటకు తీసుకురావాలి అనేది ఒక పెద్ద ప్రయత్నాలు జరిగాయి. వీటిల్లో కొన్ని లలిత కళల మీద వచ్చినవి విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాన్ని వేశారు. దాంట్లో ఉన్న సమీక్ష వ్యాసాలని విడిగా సంపుటలుగా కూడా తీసుకుని వచ్చారు. అంటే విద్యార్థులకి ఉపయోగకరంగా ఉండాలి, ఒక టెక్స్ట్ లాగా ఉండాలి. మా దగ్గర లలిత కళలు కోర్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి, అందుకని చెప్పేసి దాన్ని విడిగా కూడా ఒక టెక్స్ట్ లాగా కూడా తీసుకుని వచ్చారు. ఇది కాకుండా మనకి వచ్చినటువంటివి తెలుగు అంటే ఒక దేశానికో ఒక ప్రాంతానికో చెందిన అవి కూడా విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాలుగా తయారు చేసిన వాళ్ళు, వ్యక్తిగతంగా చేసినటువంటి వాళ్ళు కూడా ఉన్నారు. ఇది విశాఖపట్నం జిల్లా వృత్తాంత సంగ్రహం అని 1886లోనే 1886లోనే వెంకటకొండలరావు అనే ఆయన విశాఖపట్నానికి చెందినటువంటి విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాన్ని తీసుకొని వచ్చారు. ఇది తొలి ప్రయత్నము. తర్వాత నల్లపరెడ్డి చంద్రశేఖర్ రెడ్డి విక్రమసింహపురి మండల సర్వస్వం అని బిఎన్ శాస్త్రి గారు చాలా తీసుకొని వచ్చారండి. ఆయన మంచి చరిత్రకారులు కూడా కాబట్టి. నల్గొండ జిల్లా, మహబూబ్ నగర్ జిల్లా, ఆదిలాబాద్ మండలం సర్వస్వము, బ్రాహ్మణ రాజ్య సర్వస్వము, ఇలా చాలా తీసుకుని వచ్చారు. ఆయనతో పాటు కె జగదీశ్వరరావు గారు 1986లో వరంగల్ దర్శిని అనేది ఒకటి తీసుకొచ్చారు. 98లో టివి సుబ్బారావు గారు అని ఆయన వరంగల్ జిల్లా సర్వస్వం తీసుకొచ్చారు. తర్వాత వైవి కృష్ణారావు, ఏటుగురి బలరామూర్తి గారు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ దర్శిని 1, 2 సంపుటాలను తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఇవి పూర్తిగా విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వ స్థాయిలో లేకపోయినా చాలా విషయాల్ని క్రోడీకరించినటువంటి ఆ జిల్లాకి సంబంధించినటువంటి గ్రంథాలు. అయితే దీంతో పాటు మనకి వరంగల్ జిల్లా సర్వస్వం అనేది మళ్ళీ వచ్చింది. ఇది గంజి వెంకటరత్నం గారు అని ఆయన దీనికి ప్రధాన సంపాదకులుగా ఉన్నారు. ఈయన విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాల మీద పిహెచ్డి చేశారు కాకతీయ యూనివర్సిటీలో. సో ఆ అనుభవము, ఆ ఆసక్తితో తర్వాత తీసుకుని వచ్చారు. దీనికి సరే అప్పుడు ఉన్నటువంటి మినిస్టర్స్ సహకారం కూడా లభించింది. దీనికి మహారాజ పోషకులుగా పొన్నాల లక్ష్మి గారు ఉండేవారు. ఇది సమీక్షా వ్యాసాలు, అకారాది క్రమము, ఇట్లా అన్ని అచ్చంగా మన విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం ఎలా అయితే నిర్మించాలో అలా తీసుకొచ్చినటువంటి గ్రంథం. దీంట్లో ఉన్న మరొక గొప్ప విషయం ఏంటంటే ఇది కూడా మన వికీపీడియా లాగా అందరూ ఫ్రీగా కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేశారు. పెద్ద పెద్ద విజ్ఞానవేత్తలు కూడా దీంట్లో పేర్వారం జగన్నాథం గారు, కోవెల సుప్రసన్నాచార్య, పివి పరబ్రహ్మ శాస్త్రి మొదలైన వాళ్ళందరూ ఉన్నారు. భక్తవత్సల రెడ్డి గారు, సాంబమూర్తి గారు, వీళ్ళందరూ ఏం చేశారంటే వాళ్ళకు ఉన్నటువంటి జ్ఞానాన్ని దీంట్లో పొందుపరిచారు. ఏమి దీంట్లో కనీసం తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయం వీటిలో చేసిన వాటికి ఏదో చిన్నపాటి పారితోషికాలు ఉన్నా, ఇది అలా కూడా లేకుండా స్వచ్ఛందంగా చేసినటువంటి కృషి. దీంట్లో మళ్ళీ శాసనాలు 140 ఒక ఉదాహరణ, వరంగల్ జిల్లాలో లభించిన శాసనాలు అనేది ఒక అంశంగా ఉందనుకోండి. ఆ 140 శాసనాలు అక్కడ లభించాయి. దాని గురించినటువంటి ఆ 140 శాసనాల వివరణలు అవన్నీ ఇక్కడ ఉంటాయి అన్నమాట. ఇట్లా ఇవి అకారాది దీన్ని సమీక్షా వ్యాసం, ఈ శాసనాల గురించి పరబ్రహ్మ శాస్త్రి గారు రాస్తే దాంట్లో ఉన్నటువంటి అకారాది క్రమ వ్యాసాలన్నీ మిగిలిన వాళ్ళు కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేసినటువంటి అన్నమాట. ఇట్లానే జానపద గిరిజన విజ్ఞానం సమీక్షా వ్యాసాలని భక్తవత్సల రెడ్డి గారు, తర్వాత భట్టు రమేష్ గారు వీళ్ళు కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేశారు. ఇప్పుడు మందెచ్చుల కథలు అనేది ఒక ఎంట్రీ లాగా ఉంటే అది గోళ్ళల ఆశ్రిత కులం అని ఇట్లా చిన్నపాటి దాని వివరణ అంతా కూడా అందులో ఇచ్చారనమాట. ఇవి కాకుండా తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయం నుంచి కొంతమంది వ్యక్తులుగా చేసినటువంటి కృషిలో వెలగా వెంకటప్పయ్య గారు తెలుగు వెలుగులోని 1-2 సంపుటాలని వెలువరించారు. ఇది కూడా పూర్తిగా తెలుగు రచయితలకు సంబంధించినటువంటి అకారాది క్రమంతో వెలువరించినటువంటి గ్రంథము. ఇది కూడా చాలా అథెంటిక్. ఆయన గ్రంథాలయాల్లో పనిచేసిన వ్యక్తి కాబట్టి చాలా ప్రామాణికమైనటువంటి సోర్స్తో ఆయన ఇచ్చినటువంటి పుస్తకాలు అన్నమాట, గ్రంథాలు అవి 2. తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు ప్రస్తుతానికి వస్తే, మొదట మనకి ప్రపంచ విజ్ఞానాన్ని అంతా తెలుగులోకి తీసుకొని రావడం అనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఆంధ్ర విజ్ఞాన కోశ సమితి ఏర్పడి వాళ్ళు ఒక పద్ధతిలో మొత్తం ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్న విజ్ఞానాన్ని తెలుగులోకి తీసుకురావడం, ఈ పద్ధతిలో తీసుకొని వచ్చి ఆ నిర్మాణం అంతా సాగింది. రెండవ ప్రయత్నం తెలుగు భాష సమితి వాళ్ళ ప్రయత్నంలో ఏమో ఒక్కొక్క విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వం ఒక అంశానికి సంబంధించిన తీసుకోవడం, ఒక శాస్త్రానికి సంబంధించిన తీసుకోవడం, దానికి మళ్ళీ సమీక్షా వ్యాసాలు రాయడం, తర్వాత మళ్ళీ దాంట్లో అకారాదిక్రమ వ్యాసాలని పొందుపరచడం, ఇది ఈ పద్ధతిలో సాగింది. ఆ తర్వాత వచ్చినటువంటి భారత భారతి కానివ్వండి, తెలుగు సాహిత్య విమర్శ దర్శనం మా విశ్వవిద్యాలయం వేసినవి, ఇవి కొంత ప్రాంతీయతని సంతరించుకున్నటువంటి, అంటే మన దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి అంశాలే మన వాళ్ళకే చెప్పుకోవడం, అంటే కంటెంట్ విషయంలో వచ్చినటువంటి తేడాలు మనకి ఇక్కడ, అది కూర్పులో వచ్చిన తేడా అయితే ఇక్కడ కంటెంట్ లో వచ్చినటువంటి తేడాను కూడా మనం గమనించవచ్చు. ఇది కాకుండా వ్యక్తులు మరింత వరంగల్ దర్శనం ఇట్లాంటివి పూర్తిగా స్థానికతని తీసుకొని వచ్చినటువంటి విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాలు. అంటే వ్యక్తులు దేనికోసం వెతుకుతారు, ఒక మనిషి దేనికోసం వెతుకుతాడు, ఒక విద్యార్థి దేనికోసం వెతుకుతాడు, లేదా ఒక అన్వేషకుడు దేనికోసం వెతుకుతాడు విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాల్ని అనేది దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని రకరకాలైనటువంటి విజ్ఞానాన్ని వెతుక్కోవడానికి అనువుగా ఈ విజ్ఞాన సర్వస్వాల్ని వాళ్ళు వెలువరించినట్లుగా మనకి స్థూలంగా అర్థమవుతుంది. అయితే సమాచారంలో ఇవన్నీ కూడా వీళ్ళందరూ పాటించిన ఒక ప్రధానమైన అంశం ఏంటంటే, సమాచారంలో ప్రామాణికత, నిష్పాక్షికత, తాజాదనం, ఈ మూడింటిని వాళ్ళు తమ ఒక మార్గనిర్దేశకాలుగా వాళ్ళు కొమర్రాజు వెంకటలక్ష్మణరావు గారి దగ్గర నుంచి ఇప్పుడు వెలువరించే వాళ్ళ వరకు దీనిలో మాత్రం ఏమాత్రం ఎవరు కూడా పాపం కాంప్రమైజ్ అవ్వలేదు. అదే వాటి గొప్పదనాన్ని, ప్రామాణికతని మనకి అందిస్తున్నాయి. తర్వాత భాషాపరంగా కూడా సరళంగా ఉండడం, సుబోధకంగా ఉండడం, సూటిగా ఉండడం అనేది వీళ్ళు లక్ష్యాలుగా పెట్టుకున్నారు. అట్లానే అప్రస్తుత విశేషణాలు కానీ, కవితాత్మకత కానీ, వర్ణనాత్మకత కానీ ఉండకూడదు అనేది వీళ్ళు వాళ్ళ రచయితలకి చెప్పేటువంటి ప్రధానమైన అంశాలు. అట్లానే క్లుప్తత కూడా చాలా ముఖ్య గుణంగా ఉండాలి అనేది కూడా వీళ్ళు వాళ్ళ మార్గనిర్దేశకాల్లో పెట్టుకున్నటువంటిది. అట్లానే అందుబాటులో ఉండాలి అందరికీ అని, ఇంచుమించు వీటికి ఎంత ఖర్చు అయినా కొంత ప్రభుత్వం భరించింది, కొందరు మహారాజా పోషకులుగా ఉండి భరించారు, కొందరు జమీందారులు కూడా భరించారు. ఇవన్నీ ఒక అయితే రేటు అంటే వాటి వెల కూడా ఎవరు 100 రూపాయలు దాటలేదు. ఒక్కొక్కటి 1200 పుటలు చాలా ప్రామాణికమైన సమాచారాన్ని ఇచ్చినా కూడా ఆ గ్రంథాలన్నీ కూడా 100 రూపాయలే వాటి వెలగా నిర్ణయించి అన్ని గ్రంథాలని అదే వెలకి అమ్మారు. ఇటీవల మాత్రమే మొన్న మా దగ్గర వెలువడిన లేటెస్ట్ గా వచ్చినటువంటిది మాత్రమే 500 రూపాయలుగా పెట్టారు. దీంతో పాటు ఇంకొకటి వాళ్ళ విజ్ఞప్తులు చూస్తే కూడా భలే కొంచెం బాధగాను ఆశ్చర్యంగాను ఉంటుంది. అదేంటంటే 500 ప్రతులు 1000 ప్రతులు వేసినా కూడా దయచేసి ఇవి కొనండి అని ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళు వాళ్ళ ముందు మాటల్లో కానీ వాటిలో చెప్పుకోవడం చాలా బాధాకరమైన విషయం. చాలా విద్యా సంస్థలు కానీ గ్రంథాలయాలు కూడా వీటిని కొనకపోవడంతో మా దగ్గర చాలా కాలం పడి ఉండేవి. అంటే 500 ప్రతులు 1000 ప్రతులు వేస్తే కూడా కొనుగోలు అయ్యేవి కావు. ఇదొకటి. పరిశోధకులకు కూడా వీటి విలువ ఎంత తెలుసో అనుమానమే. ఎందుకంటే మనకి పిహెచ్డి థీసిస్ లో వచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా ఏదైనా దర్శనాల మీద వచ్చిన వాటిని ఇలా మతాల మీద వచ్చినవి లేదా వాటి మీద వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు కూడా ఏనాడు మతములు దర్శనములు మతములు వాళ్ళు ఉటంకించకపోవడం కూడా ఆశ్చర్యకరంగా అనిపించేది. అంటే కనీసం విజ్ఞాన సరస్వాల గురించి ప్రచారం చాలా తక్కువ ఉంది తెలుగులో మాత్రం. ఇప్పుడు ఒక రకంగా వికీపీడియాని మనం అన్వేషణను అలవాటు చేసినందుకు మనం మెచ్చుకోవాలి. అంటే టెక్నాలజీ అందుబాటులోకి రావడం, అన్వేషిస్తే దొరుకుతుంది అని అనుకోవడం కూడా ఒక గొప్ప విషయం. కాబట్టి ఇది ఇప్పుడు మా దగ్గర మీ నుంచి మేము ఆశించేది ఉన్న వాటిని మనం ఎలా తీసుకుని రావాలి. చాలా పెద్దవాళ్ళు చాలా శ్రమ కోర్చి వాళ్ళ జీవితాలని పణంగా పెట్టి చేసినటువంటి విజ్ఞాన సరస్వాలు ఇవి. చాలా మంది దగ్గర వీటి కాపీలు కూడా లేవు. అతి కష్టం మీద మేము ఒక్కొక్క కాపీ పెట్టుకోగలిగాము. వీటిలో ఉన్న వాటిని డిజిటల్ రూపంలోకి తీసుకురావడం, వీటిల్లోకి భాష కొంత ఉంటుంది, సరళ గ్రాంధికం ఉన్నాయి అన్ని. వాటిల్ని అలాగే ఉంచడమా లేకపోతే భాషను మార్చడమా అనేది ఒకటి ముఖ్యాంశం అవుతుంది. ఇటీవల కాలం వాళ్ళకి ఎంత మటుకు అర్థమవుతుంది. ఇంకోటి భాష కూడా పదజాలం కూడా కొంచెం చాలా అప్పుడున్న కాలం వారికి ఉన్నటువంటి పద సంపద వలన మంచి పదజాలం కూడా వాడారు. అది కూడా ఈ కాలం వాళ్ళకి అర్థమవుతుంది, లేకపోతే వాళ్ళ వాడుకలోకి వస్తుంది, వాళ్ళ మస్తిష్కాలకు ఎక్కుతుంది అనే ఆశ కూడా ఉంది. తర్వాత కొత్త అంశాలని కూర్చడం, వాటిల్లో లేనివి ఏవైనా అంటే వాటిని సరే అది వేరే విషయం అనుకోండి. ఇప్పుడున్న వాటిని మనం తీసుకొని వచ్చేది ఎలా అనేది ఒక ప్రశ్న అయితే, కొత్తగా కూర్చాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు విద్వాంసులు నిపుణులు వీళ్ళందరూ పూనుకొని పరస్పర సహకారం ఉంటే మాకు తప్పకుండా మేము మళ్ళీ విజ్ఞాన సరస్వ కేంద్రాన్ని పునరుజ్జీవింపజేసుకోగలమని ఆశిస్తున్నాను. దీనికి సరే ఆర్థిక సహాయం అనేది ఒకటి ముఖ్యమైతే, దానికన్నా ముఖ్యమైనది విద్యాత్మక సహకారం, సాంకేతిక సహకారం. అన్ని ఇప్పుడు సరే తప్పనిసరిగా మేము వేసే 500 1000 కాపీలే కాకుండా ఇలా డిజిటల్ వికీపీడియాలో లేకపోతే తెలుగు విశ్వవిద్యాలయం అంటూ ఏమైనా ఒక పీడియా పెట్టుకోవచ్చా, లేకపోతే దీనిలోకి తీసుకురావాలా అనే వాటి మీద కూడా మాకు కొంత మమ్మల్ని ఎన్లైటన్ చేస్తే ఏమైనా మేము ఇంకొంత ముందుకు వెళ్ళడానికి, లేకపోతే సమాజంలో ఈ విషయాలకి సంబంధించిన అంశాలని విషయాన్ని ప్రజలందరికీ అవసరమైన వారికి తెలియని వారికి అందించడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుందని భావిస్తున్నాను. ఇంత చక్కటి అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు నాకు వికీపీడియా టెక్నాలజీ సమిట్ 2021 వారికి ప్రత్యేకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటాను. మీ సహకారాన్ని కోరుతున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ శ్యామల గారు. We really appreciate all the efforts and challenges that your team has taken up in developing Telugu Encyclopedia. I request people, whoever are in Hyderabad or other parts of India, to visit Telugu University to meet Reddy Shamla Garu in person to know all the efforts they have taken in developing this 18 volumes, right? 18 volumes of encyclopedia. It's a very rich resource, and I hope all of us from technical universities, technological people involved in developing technologies for developing different resources and tools for Telugu language will take advantage of this resource. And like ma'am has said, we also should contribute in whatever way we can, though she has said the financial also. I hope somebody in the audience is listening for that, and I hope Triple IT will also collaborate in future.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we will extend whatever support we can in developing these resources for Telugu. With that, I thank you very much. And then we move on to the next talk. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
ఒక్కటే నిమిషం మేడం, మీరు అడిగినట్లు 16 కాదు, మొదటిది 8 వాల్యూమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, తర్వాత 14 వాల్యూమ్స్, తెలుగు యూనివర్సిటీ వేసిన 10 వాల్యూమ్స్, బయట వాళ్ళు చేసినవి ఒక 2 స్టాండర్డ్వి ఉన్నాయి. మొత్తం సుమారుగా మన దగ్గర 40కి పైగా వాల్యూమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి.
Okay, 40 volumes.
Yes, ma'am.
One more round of applause. Thank you very much. So with that, we move to the next talk, which is by Krupal Kashyap, my colleague, and myself, Radhika. So we will be talking about domain-specific bot articles. Before that, I would like to introduce Kashyap. Kashyap is a well-known Wikipedian figure. He has been involved with Telugu Wikipedia from a long time. He's a technology evangelist. He has experience in community outreach projects, specifically in Telugu language. He currently works as project consultant in MIT Wiki, LTRC, MEITY actually, MEITY, MEITY, MEITY Wiki LTRC project at Triple IT Hyderabad. And I'm Radhika. I'm working as a faculty at LTRC, Triple IT Hyderabad. So with that, I will share our slides for our talk on domain-specific bot articles. Okay, I hope my screen is visible. So Krupal Kashyap is with me here in this live physical setting, and I'll be starting the presentation and he will join me in the middle. So the outline of my talk is this way. So first I will introduce what a bot generated article would be like, a little bit of history, views for and against, and then some information on Wikipedia guidelines, even for bot generated articles. And then we will talk a little bit on how the bot assists humans and how humans assist bot in developing Wikipedian articles. And then we will share some specific articles that have been developed at Triple IT Hyderabad. We will share some sample pages from our sandbox. And then I'll conclude the talk sharing the key benefits of using bots in generating Wikipedian articles. So first, okay, so what is a bot generated Wikipedia article? So basically, the moment we say bot generated, we are referring to a program that is written mainly to generate articles. Now here there are two types that we are talking about. One is fully generated by the machine. Other is by, some parts of the some parts of the article that is developed using different types of technologies. It could be editing tools or anything that we will share with everybody in a bit. So basically, a good article contains features like info box, images, references, interwiki links, category, etc. Some of these things becomes difficult for a human being to incorporate in the article. And we will see that sometimes it is useful to have bots to do some of these things for us. Here is a sample of articles taken from that is the shared that is the available on our sandbox. So you see that there is a same article on this athlete Surya Kumar Ashok Yadav. So there's one article on the left side and another article on the right side. If you see the article on the right side, it contains good information, but the one on the left, if you see, there are many more data and statistical information that is shared on the left side of the article or on the same person. If you see information like this that can be taken from different databases and incorporated in an article becomes easier when one is using a bot rather than humans incorporating them. So that is one, it is time consuming. Others, errors may creep in during this transfer. So these are some sample examples to show the one article on the left is fully generated by a program, and the one on the right is partially generated by the bot. So some history, we know that though the topic is about the bots, and basically we will be showing sample articles for Telugu language. This is not a new thing. From the beginning of Wikipedia, bots have been used in developing articles for different languages, including English. So some history I would like to share is about Rambot, which was used in 2002, and 33,000 articles were created in one. So roughly the rate was per day. And but there were some errors in more than 2,000 articles, but that caused that caused some opposition from the community. Similarly, in 2012, another example is about creating articles for more than 20,000 asteroids from NASA. Again, because there were many non-notable articles, again they were redirected. So this developed in creation of particular guidelines for uploading bot articles. The most popular bots is LSJ bot that was used for developing articles in different languages like Swedish, Dutch, Cebuano, and Ware. So majority of these articles for especially the domain species was developed using this bot. I'll just share a little bit from this site just to show how many bots are actually there. So this is a Wikipedia page that I'm sharing, which talks about the history of Wikipedia bots. I'll just run through it. So there is there's this federal standard 1037C. I'm not clicking on the interlinks, but you can see that the Bible Dictionary, Easton's Bible Dictionary, or the Encyclopedia Britannica. Encyclopedia Britannica, this was again, most of the articles that were present in the encyclopedia were were exported to Encyclopedia, Wikipedia, English Wikipedia under the Project Gutenberg's using a bot only. Then there are Rambot that I just discussed, the robot and asteroids, LSJ bot. I mean, these are some of the bots that are very popularly known. So initially, though there was some opposition, we can see that later the advantages of using bots has been acknowledged. Now, coming to Telugu Wikipedia, the earlier articles that were uploaded in Wikipedia on a large scale were M. Pradeep bot and Vice bot. Kashyap, when he takes up, he will also talk a little bit about the bots that were used for developing articles in Telugu Wikipedia. Now, most of the Wikipedias, or the people who are uploading articles on Wikipedia depend on bots for different purposes. It could be for template creation, content enhancement, language editing, or translation purpose. So what are the main advantages of using bots? So the main advantages are basically in a lesser time, large number of articles can be created. And when one is transporting the information from databases into the articles, there are very less errors that can be crept into it compared to humans who are doing the same. And then the effort on the editors is much less. So here I would like to share an article that has been created by a bot by our PhD scholar Nikhil, who is also sitting here. So I'll just share the article that was created using bot. So this project on ragas, Carnatic ragas, was created using bots. You can see that there are lots of information on this page. And here, if you see this box here, my cursor, if you see, so the bots, when they create these things, there are lesser errors. A human creating such things may end up having, more errors compared to a bot, which is doing a perfect job. So this is one of the advantages of using bot in creation of articles like this. So similarly, if you see here the images, everything, if the templates are created for one raga, the similar templates can be used in creating ragas more than how many? 3,000, 5,000 ragas. So this is one advantage we have about using bots. So when there is so much of advantages of using bot, why the community opposes this is basically when it is not used properly, when the bot articles are not written properly, templates are not written properly, it becomes a much more headache to the community to correct it. So that is one of the main reasons for not using bots. So here I have, again, I would like to share a Wikipedia page that there is a process. One just cannot create articles using bot and upload it on the main Wikipedia. It should go through the regular process where the community input is also considered. It should be put in the talk pages for discussions. And then there are guidelines even for bot articles to be added into the main Wikipedia. So basically, my debate would be that instead of opposing the use of bots, good collaboration between human and bot is what is needed today. If we want large amount of digital content in resource poor languages, or if most of us know that many Indian languages have less than 1 lakh articles on Indic Wikipedia, in Wikipedia in Indian languages basically, and bot is a one way of using technologies, that is using bots. One can populate our Wikipedias. So here I'm just repeating myself. So bot can assist humans in mass generation of articles. The error rate is much lesser. And for non-content pages like redirecting from systematic names or maintenance categories, this is much more useful if it is done by machines. Similarly, editing tools, grammar, spelling checker tools, all this can be integrated into the system. Similarly, humans can help the bot by writing templates. if one template is written for a large database, articles can be generated for the entire database. So for example, the 5,000 articles created for Carnatic Ragas, you can see in a shorter period how much of articles were created for Raga. Similarly, we will be sharing the work that is going on at LTRC IIIT Hyderabad using bots or using technology. I mean, this presentation was done yesterday by both Vasu and Praveer. So it was shared yesterday, the statistics. I'll just repeat that nearly 1 lakh articles were created in a very shorter span. And now they are going through the quality checking phase. And once they are ready, they'll be uploaded. So here I would just talk a little bit about the topics that can be selected for bot articles. So whichever topics are selected, they should meet the notability guidelines. And wherever the database is needed, so we are talking of large numbers. So we don't want to use bots to generate, say, 5 articles or 10 articles or 20 articles. We are talking of thousands. So a good database is what we want. And then any topic where the article can be summarized automatically, such topics would be really good for generating articles using bots. And then like any article, whether it is created by humans, just like that, any article created by bot also should comply with Wikipedia guidelines. So people who write articles in Wikipedia are familiar with these GNG guidelines and SSNG guidelines. So general notability guidelines talk about significant coverage. The topic should have significant coverage. It should be reliable, verifiable, and it should be a secondary source, not the main source of the article, like not autobiographies, but then it should be independent of the subject. Similarly, there are special guidelines that have been that has been established for specific domains. So these are the domains that we are working on here: cities, books, movies, movie artists, soccer players, cricket players, automobiles. And we have many more domains in the pipeline. This is the workflow where it shows the human and bot synergy. So we choose the domains for which we are going to create articles, and we are taking the data from different domains, which is converted into structured data. And then again, we have a micro content development, which was presented yesterday. Using that, the data is transferred into templates, and then using raw indic pages and with the inputs from subject experts, new indic pages are created. And then the final uploading to Wikipedia sandbox, or from there to the main universal Wikipedia, is again uploaded using bots only. So this is just a simple workflow which shows the synergy between humans and bots. With that, I will ask my colleague Kashyap to share some sample pages.
Hello, sharing the సో మేము ఇక్కడ వచ్చేసి 2 రకాలుగా చేస్తున్నామండి. ఒకటేమో డొమైన్ స్పెసిఫిక్ ఆర్టికల్స్, అంటే కేటగిరీ వైజ్గా డొమైన్తో ఆర్టికల్ డెవలప్ చేయడము. దాన్ని ఏం చేస్తామంటే మళ్ళీ ఒక ఆర్టికల్ రూపు వచ్చిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మైక్రో కంటెంట్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ద్వారా కమ్యూనిటీ సాయంతో దాన్ని అభివృద్ధి చేయడం ఉంటుంది. సో మనం చూసినట్టయితే ఇందాక మన పేజీ వాటిలో చూసినట్టయితే తెలుగు వికీపీడియా కానీ కేంద్ర వికీపీడియాలో కూడా ఎక్కువగా శాతం మీకు వచ్చేది మనకు అంటే ఎక్కువగా మన ప్రదేశాలు కానీ లేకపోతే కొన్ని సంబంధించినటువంటి మైక్రో డెవలప్మెంట్ కానీ లేకపోతే వివిధ డేటాబేసెస్ నుంచి బాట్ సహాయంతో వస్తాయి. ఎప్పుడు కూడా బాట్ అనేది ఎక్కువగా ఆర్టికల్ క్రియేట్ చేయడం. ఉదాహరణకి తెలుగు వికీపీడియాలో మనకు అన్ని గ్రామాల నుంచి ఒక వ్యాసాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఈ వ్యాసాలన్నీ కూడా ప్రథమంగా ఒక బాట్ ద్వారా జనరేట్ చేసిన తర్వాత దాన్ని మనము కమ్యూనిటీ అభివృద్ధి చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళారు. చాలా మంది కమ్యూనిటీ మెంబర్స్ దాంట్లో అభివృద్ధి చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ఇక్కడ అండి ఒకటి ఎందుకు బాట్ అవుతుంది అంటే, ఇలా ఇందాక నేను సంగీత బాట్ చూపినట్టు కానీ ఇప్పుడు నేను చూపే వాటిలో కానీ ఇన్ని వేల కొద్ది అంశాల మీద ఒకళ్ళకి చేయటం అనేది చాలా శ్రమతో కూడుకున్న పని. దాంట్లో ఏం చేస్తామంటే, ఇప్పుడు మీరు అలాంటి వాటిని కూడా మేము ఇట్లా ఈ బాట్ పోర్టల్ చేసామండి. దీంట్లో మనం ఈ కలెక్షన్స్ పెడతాం. అంటే ఏంటి, సంబంధించినటువంటి మూవీస్ కానీ లేకపోతే ఏవైతే అవన్నీ ఉన్నాయో, సో దాంట్లో ఏం చేస్తాము అంటే, ఇక్కడ ఒక సైట్ ఉన్నటువంటి తీసుకొని, సో దాంట్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రతి ఒక్కటి అంటే ఏంటి, ఇది స్ట్రక్చర్ అనుకోండి, ఇది వికీపీడియా ఆర్టికల్గా ఊహించండి. ఇది వికీపీడియా టైటిల్ అవుతుంది. ఆ వికీపీడియా ఉన్నటువంటి పుస్తక సారాంశం, తర్వాత దీని పబ్లిషర్స్, దీంట్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఈ అవార్డ్స్, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఒక బాట్ రూపంలో మనకు అంటే ఇవి ఏం చేస్తాయంటే, ఇది ఒక డేటాబేస్లో అవుతుంది. ఇది ఖచ్చితంగా కూడా ఇప్పటి వరకు ఉన్నటువంటి కొన్ని పరిమితుల వల్ల పూర్తిగా అనువాదం కాదండి. దీన్ని ఖచ్చితంగా హ్యూమన్స్ చూసి దాన్ని ఎడిట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. అంటే దీంట్లో మీరు ఏదైనా స్పెల్లింగ్ మిస్టేక్ కానీ ఏదైనా చూసినప్పుడు దీన్ని మార్చి దీన్ని సేవ్ చేయొచ్చు. అలా కొన్ని వేల సార్లు ఈ డేటాబేస్ అనేది మారుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో ఇదొక ఇంటర్ఫేస్ అండి. దీని తర్వాత మీకు ఒక శాంపుల్ ఆర్టికల్ చూపిస్తాను. సో ఇలా ఉంటుందండి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ గాడ్ ఫాదర్ సినిమా మీద ఇది ఒక ఇంగ్లీష్ అనుబంధంగా చేసుకున్నటువంటి ఒక యాంత్రిక అనువాదం. సో దీన్ని మనం సహజంగా ఉండదు, దీన్ని మనం మార్చాలి. దీనికోసం మనకు అందుకనే మన IIIT ప్రాజెక్ట్ ద్వారా అనేక మంది తీసుకొని వాళ్ళకి శిక్షణ ఇస్తూ ఉన్నాము. దాని శిక్షణలో భాగంగా వీళ్ళు ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా మనం చేస్తాం. ఎందుకంటే ఇది ఒక్కళ్ళు ఇద్దరు చేసే పని కాదు, కొన్ని వేల మంది దీని మీద పనిచేసినట్టయితే దీని అనువాద నాణ్యత పెరుగుతుంది. ఇంకొకటి, ఇలా చేసినవన్నీ కూడాను ఇంకొకసారి ఇదే రకమైనటువంటి వచ్చినట్టయితే మనం మళ్ళీ చేసిన పని లేదండి. బాట్లో కానీ ఒక స్క్రిప్ట్ అని గొప్పతనమే అది. మనకు ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఎప్పుడైతే ఇలాంటి ఈ పదబంధాలు కానీ లేకపోతే ఇలాంటి ట్యాగ్ లైన్స్ కానీ లేకపోతే దీనికి సంబంధించిన డేటా ఎలిమెంట్స్ అయితే ఉన్నాయో ఒక్కసారి చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్తే ఇంకా అన్నిసార్లు వచ్చినా కూడాను అదే నాణ్యతతో ఉంటుంది మనకు. సో ఇక్కడ మనం 2 బెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ 2 వరల్డ్స్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం. అంటే ఒకటి అనువాదంలో సంబంధించినటువంటి మంచి అనువాదాన్ని మళ్ళీ ఒక శిక్షణ పొందిన వ్యక్తుల ద్వారా మార్పులు చేయటం. ఈ 2 కూడా మనకు దీంట్లో మైక్రో కంటెంట్ డెవలప్మెంట్ జరుగుతుందండి. ఎందుకంటే మేము అర్థం చేసుకుంది, చాలా మంది వ్యాసాలను రాసేంత ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కానీ అంత సమాచారం ఉండకపోవచ్చు. అదే మనం చిన్న మార్పులు చేయడానికి కానీ చిన్న జోడింపులు చేయడానికి కానీ మనకి ఎప్పుడు కూడా వీలవుతుంది. అందులో భాగంగా మేము ఈ మైక్రో కంటెంట్ డెవలప్మెంట్ అని పెట్టాము. ఇది కాకుండా ఇది MCD పోర్టల్ అంటారండి. ఈ మైక్రో కంటెంట్ పోర్టల్ అంటే ఏమవుతుందంటే, దీంట్లో ఒకేసారి వివిధ టూల్స్ అంటే మైక్రో కంటెంట్ డెవలప్మెంట్స్ కావాల్సిన టూల్స్ అంటే మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఇక్కడ బుక్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ అని, సిటీ ప్రాజెక్ట్ అని, ఆ తర్వాత మూవీ సినాప్సిస్ అని, స్కూల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ అని, ఒక డిఫరెంట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం ఒక గేమిఫికేషన్ అంటే ఏంటి, చిన్న ఇప్పుడు ఒక సెషన్ ఎన్నుకొని ఆ సెషన్లో ఉన్నటువంటి మొత్తం కూడా మనం దాంట్లో చేర్చవచ్చు. సో ఇట్లా టాస్క్ ఉంటుందండి. ఈ టాస్క్స్లో మనం డిఫరెంట్ టాస్క్ తీసుకొని చేయొచ్చు. ఇవి ఏంటంటే ఎక్కువగా మేము రూపొందించింది విద్యార్థులకి, డిగ్రీ విద్యార్థులకు కానీ లేకపోతే PhD చేసిన విద్యార్థులకు కానీ వాళ్ళకి చాలా సింపుల్గా ఉండే రూపొందించాం. దీంట్లో మనం తెలుగు టైప్ చేయడానికి కానీ లేకపోతే వాయిస్ ద్వారా ఇన్పుట్ చేయడానికి కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా మేము దీన్ని ఇంటిగ్రేట్ చేసాం. ఇది మన మైక్రో కంటెంట్ డెవలప్మెంట్ అండి. ఇక్కడ మేము చెప్పినట్టు ఇది 2 రకాలుగా ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే డేటాబేస్ ద్వారా తీసుకున్నటువంటి అన్ని బాట్లు ఈ డొమైన్ స్పెసిఫిక్ కంటెంట్ ద్వారా మారి దాని తర్వాత సబ్జెక్ట్ మ్యాటర్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయబడి అది అంతా కూడాను IIIT మా శాండ్ బాక్స్ ప్లేస్ ఉందండి. అయిన తర్వాత ఒక స్థిర స్థాయికి చేరుకున్న తర్వాత అది వికీపీడియా సంబంధించిన కమ్యూనిటీ అందరూ కూడా తెలియజేస్తాము. ఏవైతే మాకు సంబంధించిన బాట్లు అయితే ఇప్పటిదాకా మొన్న మీరు చెప్పినట్టుగా 1,00,000 పైన మనకు ఆల్రెడీ ఆర్టికల్ తయారైంది. మన శాండ్ బాక్స్ లో కూడా మీరు చూడొచ్చు. వీటి ద్వారా కమ్యూనిటీ దాని మీద నిర్ణయం తీసుకోవచ్చు. దీంట్లో ఏదైతే బాగుంది, ఏది విషయం ఉంది, వాటి మీద కమ్యూనిటీ నిర్ణయం తీసుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ మీకు రావచ్చు, ఎందుకంటే వికీపీడియాలో ఉన్న చాలా సమాచారం అంటే ఒక్కళ్ళకు ఉపయోగపడ్డా కూడా అది ఉపయోగపడుతుందండి. ఎందుకంటే చాలా మంది అనుకుంటారు కేవలం నోటబిలిటీ ఉన్న వాటికి కావాలో, లేకపోతే కేవలము ప్రముఖులు మాత్రం అనుకుంటారు. కానీ మనం ఒక విజ్ఞాన సరస్సు అందరికి ఉపయోగపడి చేస్తున్నప్పుడు అది మీ ఊర్ల గురించి మీకు ఎంత సమాచారం కావాలో, నా ఊరి నుంచి నాకు సమాచారం కావాలి. ఇప్పుడు నా వాహనం గురించి సమాచారం కావాలో, అలా చాలా చాలా సమాచారాన్ని మనం దీన్ని క్రోడీకరించవచ్చు. సో దీనివల్ల ఒక 100 మందిలో 1000 మందిలో ఇద్దరికి అవసరం ఉన్నా కూడా దానికి మన సాంకేతిక సౌలభ్యం ఉపయోగించుకొని మనం వాళ్ళకి అందివచ్చండి. మా ప్రాథమిక లక్ష్యం కూడా అదే. కేవలము పాపులర్ లేకపోతే అందరూ చూసేది ఆల్రెడీ చేస్తూనే ఉన్నారు. ఇంకా వెలికిరాని అంశాలు కానీ, లేకపోతే తెలుగు యూనివర్సిటీలో ఇందాక శ్యామల మేడం గారు చెప్పారు, కొన్ని వేల ఆర్టికల్స్ అలా ఉండిపోయినాయండి. సో వీటినన్నిటిని కూడా ఈ సాంకేతిక ఉపకరణాల ద్వారా వాటి వృద్ధి చేసి, ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ శాస్త్రవేత్తలు కానీ, లేకపోతే చాలా అంశాల మీద ఉన్నటువంటి ఆర్టికల్స్ అవన్నీ కూడా ముందు స్ట్రక్చర్ ఫార్మాట్ తీసుకొచ్చి దాని మీద అభివృద్ధి చేసిన తర్వాత అది అందరికి సముదాయంలో ఉంచుదామని ఆలోచన. ధన్యవాదాలు.
Thank you, Kashyap. So with that, we will conclude this talk. So basically, we are talking about the key benefits of using bots for resource poor languages, especially where community volunteers are fewer in number, and language tools and resources are also not available or needs to be developed. So the need is higher for digital content. And bot is one way of increasing the content online, and using bots saves time, and it is a best approach for mass creation. And with that, we will conclude our talk. If there are any questions, please ask. Thank you very much.
I have a question, Radhika. Can you hear me? And is it audible there?
Yes.
Okay. So
You can on.
I have on it. So I was just curious. I mean, it appears very interesting, and I was curious about the quality. So when you're collecting, you're obviously gathering already existing data. So one, there are two assumptions. One, there must be some knowledge in digital form somewhere already. So you are bringing from there. And then when you are gathering and putting it in the template, then quality of the language, because it's a text now. So coherence is one issue. How does that come out? And the second is, I don't know, I mean, it's completely out of not being familiar with it at all. But what about the copyrights? These are the two issues, because it must be lying somewhere. Now, things that you're gathering from, your bot is gathering from elsewhere, does it look for copyright conditions? Or if it doesn't, then if it brings fetches, then it probably is not changing anything.
Yeah.
Then the quality of text will be good. But then what about copyright? These two questions, coherence and copyright.
Yeah, so basically we are working on something like natural language generation. The content is generated using, so see, taking in data from different areas, like just like Wikidata, databases and other location, and we actually take from places which are in open source only. Wiki, yes. So if there is time, I'll just show sample examples that we have. Oh yeah, we keep an eye on license. Yeah. Coherence is where we need the human intervention. So we will not be uploading directly. So if you had seen the sample article I had shown, this particular, I hope it is visible. So if you see most of the articles, wherever there is lots of data that is being uploaded, that is where we don't need human intervention. But in running text, like the discourse, we do need human intervention. And our workflow also shows that there are experts and subject expert and language expert who come into the picture here. If you see here, so there are humans involved in our workflow. So the quality checking, some part of quality checking is done automatically, but human are there. I mean, the human eye is what we always respect in before uploading to the sandbox and then to the global one.
Decide what is the wiki article structure, and let's say take into account these fine aspects. Just as an example, a particular raga can have several child ragas. Some other raga can have only one particular child raga, let's say as an example. So in this case, there's a difference between this plural as well as singular. So the template rendering engine which we are using allows us to kind of bake in these kind of nuances so that the text is correct and also coherent. It's not out of context. So think of the knowledge base as the truth related to the data, and then the template template itself as a core article design, where instances from these knowledge base would be populated and therefore the final article would be rendered. So a lot of control exists in this template itself. So it is possible.
So for different domains or different topics, the templates may change.
Definitely they will change. And the article would only be as good as the template is. So one has to be really careful to handle all the nuances which might...
And the article will always have a specific structure, because
Yes.
that is extremely important for you to
Correct.
be able to cleanly populate.
Right.
The other thing is, if your knowledge base is already there in some form or the other in open source, then the additional value that wiki articles bring in the absence, how are you addressing that?
So first of all, especially...
Because as it is Telugu, very little digital data is there. So wiki articles are still fewer.
Correct.
So how do you then address the issue?
Correct.
Yeah.
So
And then so database may not be available in Telugu, but they are available.
Yeah, but then how are you doing it? Translation? I mean, English to
Only the terminology. So for example, we have these are templates. If you have see for school bot, raga bot, university bot, hospital bot, these are already checked. And then in the pipeline, we have football players, Indian cars, cricket players, movie artists. So if I can show any of this, so I can say show football players, for example. So we have generated articles. So these many, which if we have community or humans, which becomes very tedious and time consuming, and by a bot it was very easily done. And then the human intervention is where we are expected. So all these are bot generated articles, which are... So the coherence you are talking, ma'am, here, so in these sentences, a human editor. So instead of writing an article from scratch, it becomes easy. And some of these editions are also done in micro content development that Kashyap had shown the interface. After doing that, it is uploaded here. So that way, the humans are not correcting the entire article. Maybe they may update it later. So suppose this particular athlete got an award, so that has to be updated. I mean, once we post it into 2021, we need community to later update it regularly later also. So this is some articles.
So the overall effort to kind of put all of these articles together, the knowledge base itself is taking 80% of our time, because all these getting the attributes, we find at least 30 to 40% of the attributes having missing values. And so we have to again go harvest them either from the crowd or somewhere else. And of course, the translation errors, transliteration errors, all of those come in. And then the template also, like Nikhil was saying, there's a lot of conditional logic which is added to the template so that variational sentences are also plugged in, so that the articles don't look very monotonous. If you know, yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, since you are here, I'll ask questions. So there are some questions from YouTube. Can the bots collect all the relevant data available on the internet and put it in the templates? What can we do with bots for the information which is not available on the internet?
So the second question is easier. So the values that are not available on the internet, you saw the micro content development platform that we have. So these attributes, these fields, we generate questions out of them, and then we serve those questions to the crowd and the community, who is able to spend a few seconds. If they know the answer, we get the answers from them, and then we integrate them into our data sources, the knowledge base. And that's how we handle situations where we don't have values for certain attributes. And the first one is identifying data sources. It is when we create the knowledge base, it's not one data source that we rely on. A typical article that we have worked on, it has between 500 words to 1,000 words. And for this, we have attributes ranging from 50 to 100 attributes. Some of the data sources are very rich out there, which are already there on Wikipedia. You don't have to go elsewhere. And Wikipedia content is all CC, right? You can use it openly and for free, and we don't have copyright issues. But there are some websites that provide a lot of data, but you can't use that because they're in copyright, and you won't be able to use that in the articles. Typically the way this works is we have a group of people who are actively looking for data sources. Then they are creating a strategy of combining all these data sources together and creating the structured data source before the articles are actually generated. That's how we deal with the.
Yeah. So the whole article might be overwhelming to the human editors. So they are just shown a part, like the coherence you're saying, maybe a paragraph is shown instead of all the information of that particular person at one go. That is after uploading the article, humans, the other users can look at it. But the language editors will just see like the one on the screen. So these are the sentences that they will correct. So instead of the whole big article, it is given in smaller doses. So I think with that, with that, I thank the questions asked from colleagues here. And I hope we have answered others' questions. You are always free to email us any of your queries. I also thank my colleague Praveen for answering the last question. So with that, we will conclude the first session of day 2. I thank Arjun Rao Garu, Vivan Garu, Reddy Shamla Garu, and Kashyap Garu for participating in the first part of of today's session. We will take a break of 10 minutes and then we will join for session on Indic Wiki, India language computing in the context of Wikipedia. So we have talks by Jay Prakash, Pushpak Bhattacharya, Partha Talukdar, and Deepthi Mishra Sharma. So I am very enthusiastic to learn more about from seniors like seniors and young faculty here, Parth, and senior most like Deepthi ma'am, Pushpak sir, and Jay Prakash. We have much more to learn from the next session. Please stay tuned. We will join in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm audible.
Jay Prakash. Hi, Jay. We will start in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I welcome back everybody to the next session of second day, Indic Wiki, Indian language computing in the context of Wikipedia. We have 4 presentations in this session, starting with Wikipedian Jay Prakash, followed by Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, Dr. Parth Talukdar, and Professor Deepti Mishra Sharma. So first, we will start with Mr. Jay Prakash. To introduce Jay Prakash, he's an open source software enthusiastic and MediaWiki developer. He's a lead developer of IndicTech.com and co-founder of Indic MediaWiki Developers User Group. He's an active contributor for Indic languages in the Wikimedia Tech community. With that, I invite Jay Prakash to start his session.
Thank you very much for my introduction. Just give me 1 minute. Hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So firstly, I will talk about the Wikimedia technical areas. So if we look at the whole Wikimedia world, so at the top of, we know that there is a Wikimedia Foundation. So I categorize all these things are in 3 categories. So first is technical areas, and then there is a central coordination wiki, which is also known as the meta wiki, and there are too many language wiki projects like English Wikipedia, Hindi Wikipedia, Telugu Wikipedia, Tamil Wikipedia, so on. And not just Wikipedia, it's Wikibooks, Wikisource, etc. So in technical areas, I categorize things like all the technical work for Wikimedia world, like setting a media wiki and creating a board for wikis, writing a user script and tools for communities. And then there is a central coordination wiki, which is also known as meta wiki. All the it is a global Wikimedia community site for foundation projects and discussion, like designing, planning, and analyzing things. Like if someone have some conflict on local wiki, then they can go to that meta wiki, which is also known as central wiki, for some conflict resolution, etc. And in the third category, which is also known as language wiki projects, in these wikis, anyone can add it and view the pages. Examples are English Wikipedia and so on. So these are the technical areas for Wikimedia. So first we have MediaWiki setup. In this, there are 3 things which anyone can contribute. First is Wikimedia skins, then Wikimedia extensions, and third one is MediaWiki core. So all these create a stack, which is also known as MediaWiki stack. And then we have some MediaWiki apps, mobile apps, and desktop apps. And then there is a web and REST APIs, template, gadgets, and user script and bots. So these are the upper technical areas. If you go more deep, then you will see that Wikimedia also provide the cloud services, and there are many things which you can contribute. Like you can contribute in design, documentation. If you are a non-technical person, then you can help the community to translate internationalization messages. So what you need for contributing to MediaWiki technical areas. So first you need to know that Wikimedia operates 2 kind of account. First is SUL. SUL stands for single user login. It is also called as global account. It means like if you want to edit language project or the central wiki project like MetaWiki or the MediaWiki.org or English Wikipedia, so you don't need to create different account for on all wikis. You just need one account that is known as global account or SUL. But you can't contribute technical things with your SUL account. You have to create a Wikimedia developer account dedicated for technical things. Because there is some security reason for that, because when you want to contribute in technical areas, then you have to create things like SSH key to log in the cloud infrastructure. So for that, Wikimedia just set up a dedicated developer portal for that. So you need to create account on a developer platform for technical contribution. So now thing is where you need to create the account. So it is good to have a SUL account as well on any wiki. If you have, then it is good. But if you don't have, so you need to go on this URL toolsadmin.wikimedia.org and registered. And when you will go there, so you either can log in with your Wikimedia account, or you just can create a newly account there. So when you will create the account, then it will ask for unique cell username. It should be the in lowercase, and add all these things, and it is good to go then. Now Wikimedia operates Fabricator as their software development platform. What it means, like when we develop the software, we actively count many bugs and all these things. So Fabricator is a tool, or you can say software, which is written in PHP that provide a project management and software bug reporting and feature request, etc. If you will go there, fabricator.wikimedia.org, so you will get this kind of infrastructure. To create a new feature request or report the bug, you just need to go here, and you can see that there is options for report a software bug, report a security issues, and create a generic task. So you can choose any option, and you just need to give title and description of the problem or the feature request. And if you know project, so you can tag as well. Like if it's related to MediaWiki, then you can type MediaWiki. So it will show you some tags that is already created. So you can just tag your task with that. So dedicated team will handle this request. So this is a interface for reporting a bug or requesting some feature request in MediaWiki sites or Wikimedia sites. So now this is thing that you need to first set up, like developer account you need. Then in what way you will do your contribution. So Wikimedia use Garrett as their code review tool. So you need Git and Garrett. Git, we know that Git is a general software for version controlling, and Garrett is a code review tool which is developed by Google. So as I already told that Git is a version control system for tracking changes in a computer files and coordinating work on those files among multiple peoples. It is a primarily used for source code management in software development. So Git is not a technology related to Wikimedia. It is a general technology. We know that there is a one big site, GitHub, which is also work on this Git technology. So before you contributing to any technical thing in Wikimedia, first you need to install Git. So I have write some comments. I can't show them as on a terminal as we have limited time, but you will get it. So you just need to install Git first, and then you have to configure your information. So for Git, you need two things. First, your name, and second, email. Now, second thing is Garrett. So Garrett is a free web-based collaborative code review tool that integrates with Git. It is written in Java and has been developed by Google. So Wikimedia has this URL garrett.wikimedia.org. If I go there, so you can see here there are some changes. You can see them like who have been fixed some bugs or feature requested. You can open any task and you can see that who has been contributing what, like someone changing this file and adding some code here. It is like totally a kind of mirror of GitHub. So this is the flow of how Wikimedia technical things work. So first you need to clone the repository by Git and then make some changes. And then you have to push the changes through Git review to Garrett. But before pushing anything, you have to set up your SSH key. So SSH key also is a general thing not related to Wikimedia. So there are some commands to generate SSH key and to upload your public SSH key to Garrett. These all are the steps. If you are interested, you can go through the step by step. So yeah, once you will upload your public SSH key on garrett.wikimedia.org, you can run this command ssh-p, and this -p mean port number and then your username and then @garrett.wikimedia.org. In this way, you can test if you things properly set up or not. So yeah, one more thing is that generally in Git, people use Git push to upload their commit to remote site, but that is case not here. In Garrett, you need to use Git review. So these are the commands to set up Git review. Now, how you can create the changes or the patch. So as I already told earlier that first you need to clone the repository. So this is the command git clone ssh : and there is your username. And then everything is there and you just need to change the path. Like here, you can change extension name. Then you need to go in that extension directory, create a new branch through this command, git branch name, and you have to track the origin master. Then make some changes in the repository file, then view the changes by git diff and check the status by git status. And then once you satisfy with your changes, you can just add the file in the staging area by git add and the file name. Once everything is ready, you just need to git commit, and then commit will be created. Then you need to push that commit to the remote repository. So that I already earlier told that you need to use git review instead of git push. If you see in GitHub, we use git push to push our changes to remote repo, but here we need to use git review -r. Here -r means don't rebase the repository before pushing. the changes. Now, when you upload your patch or the commit, some developers having +2 right on repository will comment on your changes. If it's look fine for them, then they will have the ability to merge your changes in the main repository. Thank you very much. If someone have any question regarding how they can contribute, I can give some answers.
Any questions, anybody? So if there are no questions, I thank Jay Prakash for this wonderful talk and enlightening us about the facilities that are available in developing Wikipedia in our own languages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I invite our next speaker, Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya from IIT Bombay. So people working in NLP or people working in language technologies need no introduction. But as a formality, I would like to introduce Pushpak sir. He's a computer scientist and a professor at Computer Science and Engineering Department at IIT Bombay. He actually worked as the previously he worked as the director of IIT Patna. He currently heads the Natural Language Processing Research Group Center for Indian Language Technology. His research areas are NLP, AI, machine learning, eye tracking, information retrieval, and Indian language word nets. A significant contribution of his research is multilingual lexical knowledge bases like Indo-WordNet and projection. With that, I invite Professor Bhattacharya for his talk on low resource natural language processing.
Am I audible, Radhika?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the kind introduction and thanks for the opportunity to I'll share my screen. Okay. Is the screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, so in the next 30 minutes, I would like to give you a glimpse of the main problems and issues in low resource natural language processing. Low resource natural language processing is a reality, doing natural language processing under the constraint of low resource is a reality. Now, all that I say going forward is due to the a lot of work done by many PhD, masters, and undergraduate students in the context of our lab, as well as our being part of large national consortium projects on machine translation, cross-lingual search, WordNet, and so on. Now, the perspective is as follows. This is a Wikimedia Technology Summit, and we know that there is a wealth of information in Wikipedia. Many times for our information need, we first go to Google search engine, place our query on the search box, and whatever answer comes, we see if that satisfies our need. But many times we need more elaborate information, deeper analysis of maybe a situation. At that point of time, we would like to go to Wikipedia pages. For example, I myself have gone to the page on support vector machine, for example, in Wikipedia, and seen how support vector machine is introduced. By the way, that is done extremely well, impeccable treatment of many technical topics. Now, I draw your attention to this page on Newton's laws of motion. Newton's laws of motion are three laws of classical mechanics that describe the relationship between motion of an object and the forces acting on it. So this was a tremendous and beautiful abstraction of the relationship of two important entities in our conceptual space, namely the motion of an object and the forces acting on it. And then there are these celebrated 3 laws, which go a long way towards understanding the mechanical world around us. Now, this page, when seen in Bengali, Newtoner Goti Sutra Samuho, that's a fine translation of the phrase, Newton's laws of motion. Isaac Newtoner Goti Sutra Guli. Now, Newton's name appeared just as Newton in the English Wikipedia page. Bengali Wikipedia mentions Newton as Isaac Newton. His first name also is mentioned. And Goti Sutra Guli Holo Prokriti Tintiniyam, three laws of nature. যা চিরায়ত বলবিদ্যার ভিত্তিস্বরূপ. চিরায়ত বলবিদ্যা is classical mechanics. So চিরায়ত বলবিদ্যা is not easily understandable by a student, let's say, of class 10 or even class 12. Now, then চিরায়ত বলবিজ্ঞান, classical mechanics, has these branches, shakha samuho, maulik dharana samuho, fundamental concepts, and so on. So though as a Bengali speaker, Bengali native speaker, I would like to take a look at it, but I don't think I'll visit it second time. Okay, that's because many of the terminology and phraseology is not very natural. I would rather go to the English page and work with the terms which are in day-to-day usage and so on. Also notice the difference in the organization of the page. There is a picture of Newton in the English page, but there is a box describing classical mechanics. In the Hindi Wikipedia page, न्यूटन के गति नियम भौतिक नियम है जो चिरसम्मत यांत्रिकी, yet another translation of classical mechanics, which is चिरसम्मत यांत्रिकी. चिरसम्मत यांत्रिकी, I don't know how many of us will relate to this phrase and understand this as classical mechanics. And another difference here is that instead of a picture of Newton and a box describing classical mechanics and its branches, there is this picture of the original page of Principia by Newton, and this page describes these first two Newton's laws of motion. Okay, and then there are many other differences in the page, and therefore this is a comparable corpora and not really parallel corpora. However, the Wikipedia is indeed a gold mine of knowledge and information, facts and figures, and it should be multilingual in character. Okay, it should have access to as many people as we can, crossing the language barrier. Now, if we look at again Wikipedia, there are these very interesting facts on the English Wikipedia. There are about 6 million articles and 54 million pages. In German, the corresponding figures are about 2.6 million and 7.2 million. Okay, French, Spanish, Japanese, these are comparable. Arabic also has about 1 million pages. Chinese is again 1 million. And when we come to Indian languages, Urdu has about 165,000 pages, 955,000 articles. Hindi, 150 articles and about, I guess, 1 million pages in that. Tamil also of the same order. Then Malayalam, Telugu, they have figures in the range of 70s. Nepali 30,000, Gujarati again 30,000, Kannada 30,000, Oriya again is about 15,000. So this is statistics about the presence of language in the Wikipedia. And these are not exactly parallel. We have tried to mine Wikipedia in the context of machine translation projects, but they're not exactly parallel. And we understand the need for representing the knowledge that is contained in English Wikipedia in many languages for this knowledge to be accessible to millions and millions of people. Okay, with that perspective, I would like to go into our discussion on the need for machine translation in a low resource context. Another problem I would like to take up is the question of sentiment analysis in low resource setting. However, the time is short and maybe I'll just touch upon a few ideas. Now, this particular typology tree, we have found it useful again and again. Okay, the main reason being it gives us a very nice abstraction of distance between pairs of languages. For example, Eastern Hindi, Assamese, and Bengali are close to each other. In the Maharashtri branch of this language tree, Marathi and Konkani are close languages. And what does it inspire? It inspires cross-lingual embeddings, okay, active learning, transfer learning for creating machine translation and even NLP systems in a kind of zero-shot, few-shot framework. Okay, this language tree is at the backdrop when we think of adopting transfer learning. Okay. Now, this kind of abstraction is very useful in the Indian context, as I would like to show you through some examples. Now, again, at the risk of preaching to the choir, we know that this view of natural language processing has come to stay. And we go from morphological processing at the word level up to discourse and co-reference dealing with large pieces of text. We are also respectful of the personalities of languages. We, for example, take into cognizance while doing NLP of Marathi that it is a moderately agglutinative language, okay, more agglutinative for Hindi. We are mindful of the fact that case marking, semantic roles in Marathi are expressed by affixes on the words, whereas in Hindi, though these manifestations are through postpositions. Okay, English, on the other hand, uses a lot of isolating behavior. So we are mindful of such language behavior. And we are also careful to spot ambiguity, though we give we transfer the burden to data and machine learning, but error analysis, creation of good quality training data, appropriate training data, depends on our insight into ambiguity and how they are handled. So this is an interesting examples of dependency or structural ambiguity, where this sentence, Maharashtra reports increased COVID-19 cases. Reports is the main verb here, but suppose because of some processing, because of some distribution, some eccentricity of the distribution learned from data, the dependency parser decides that increase is the main verb, then this gives rise to a very strange meaning of the sentence, as if it is the reports in Maharashtra which was behind the increase of COVID-19 cases, okay, which is a strange meaning, but not completely impossible. It all depends on the data and the distribution. And pragmatic ambiguity, which really is very important for sentiment analysis. Here we see an appreciative statement by this woman, but her body language is completely inconsistent with the text here, and that we know is at the heart of sarcastic statements in the text. Now, the NLP layer is thought to correspond well with deep learning network with many layers of processing. Our hope is that one or more layers in deep neural network take up the burden of processing language. Now, the key role played by data, distribution, and probability is to be noted here. We know that natural languages are full of ambiguity, and ambiguity is at every level, at the level of lexemes, at the level of structure, and we need to do this disambiguation through rule-based techniques or through machine learning and data. When we do it through data and machine learning, essentially we learn a distribution and try to see where does the probability mass reside. Okay, if the translation of bank should be Nadi Tat in the context, then the probability mass goes towards Nadi Tat and flags these as the possibility, because that has the highest probability. So this is the paradigm. And in case of machine translation, the first major step was the encoder-decoder network, which we know along with attention has delivered quite a lot and has been now replaced completely with transformer-based architecture. But transformers are extremely data hungry. Where do you get so much of training data from is the bugging question. Data plus classifier many times outperforms human decision makers. This is particularly true about English-French machine translation, where this data-driven machine translation is giving professional human translators run for their money, and many times the quality of the translation is far better than even human translation, especially because of the huge amount of parallel corpus that English-French pair enjoys. By the way, am I audible and the screen is visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So when we apply machine learning, we know that we have to sacrifice explainability in favor of robustness. There are high recall systems, but precision is sacrificed many times. And if we have high recall and high precision, explainability gets sacrificed many times. So in our Center for Indian Language Technology at IIT Bombay, we have been tackling many different problems in natural language processing. We are working in almost all major areas of NLP. Now coming to low resource machine translation, which is a part of low resource natural language processing, we first note that machine translation has these two basic paradigms, knowledge driven and data driven. Under knowledge driven machine translation, the key task is analysis, where the source language sentences are analyzed to a representation from where we can make a transfer to the target language side and do natural language generation. So here the most important activity is analysis. In case of data-driven machine translation, there is example-based machine translation, EBMT, statistical machine translation, SMT, and neural machine translation, NMT. And there again, curiously, there are 3 A words which are at the foundation of the whole business. So in example-based machine translation, we have to do analogical processing. We have to make use of analogy, and translation memory has to be invoked for creating the new translation of the new input sentence. Statistical machine translation, we know, is completely founded on alignment. First, to build alignment between words through expectation maximization, and then graduate to phrase alignment, realignment, and so on. In neural machine translation, key role is played by attention, where attention is not only between the words in the target language sentence, for example, for gender agreement, okay, Ram khata hai, but Sita khati hai, but also attention is between the phrases and words in the target language sentence and the source language sentence. Okay, the Hindi Ram will attend to English Ram through the training of the attention network. So this is also a well understood paradigm, except that why so much of data is needed for training them is a mystery which goes against the principle of poverty of stimulus propounded by Noam Chomsky when he observes that a child learns the language so effortlessly with so little data. Now, neural machine translation overcomes statistical machine translation very quickly as the data goes on increasing, and we know that all commercial machine translation systems are now neural machine translation, and the groups, machine translation groups all over the country have adopted neural machine translation as the basic paradigm with embellishments on them. Now, so analysis in RBMT, alignment in SMT, analogy in EBMT, attention in NMT. This is a curious observation. At least I have been intrigued by this presence of 4 A words as the crux of the matter in these paradigms of machine translation. So now the most important challenge in machine translation is language divergence. We all know this. This is the fundamental barrier in obtaining good translation. And the divergence is of 2 kinds, lexicosemantic divergence and structural divergence. So to illustrate this divergence, this is my favorite example. I use it very frequently for my talks on machine translation. If I take this English sentence, this blanket is very soft, then Hindi is "Yeh kambal bahut naram hai." Bengali is "Ei kombolti khub naram." See the drop in copula. Okay, and also the insertion of a classifier kombolti. Marathi is "Ha kambal khub naram ahe." This is word-to-word substitution. Manipuri is very interesting, coming from the Tibeto-Burman family. Kampar Aussie, there is inversion of demonstrative pronoun. This blanket, Kampar Aussie, and reduplication employed to capture intensification. Very soft is soft, mon. And Manipuri also doesn't drop word copula. So if I look at the language distance, pairwise language distance, then Hindi, Marathi are very close. Almost word-to-word substitution works there, except for arranging for some case marker and affix divergence. And Hindi, Manipuri is distant. Okay, for example, reduplication for adverbial intensifier is a language distance. Hindi, Bengali are close. However, Bengali introduces classifier, drops copula, and you have to arrange for those kind of divergences to be considered when we produce translation. Now, Vakwa triangle gives a very nice framework for understanding this language divergence and the amount of effort involved for a pair of languages. So for Hindi, Marathi, very little analysis is required, almost no analysis. And therefore, data-driven machine translation works very nicely for Hindi Marathi machine translation. But for, let's say for Hindi Hungarian, okay, the distance between the two languages in terms of structural and lexical divergence will be large. So either we pump in huge amount of data where all these divergences appear, okay, as signals for training, or we apply analysis, rules, and embellishments on the data to do some analysis and do a transfer on the target side, producing after that the target language. And this is a great abstraction which captures all kinds of techniques for tackling language divergence. This has proven very useful for us to pitch ourselves when a particular pair of languages is involved, and the training data has to be organized for that pair. Now, this is from the Sampark system, which Deepti ji and we actually were involved in. This is the rule-based machine translation system going through the stages of morphology analysis, post-agar, and so on, and going onto the target language generation side, where word is finally generated, syntax planning is done, and very importantly, the intra-chunk, inter-chunk agreement is also ensured. So this is a very rule-based approach, and it gives a lot of insight into the properties of the two pairs of languages. However, this has its challenges because of its maybe high precision, low recall situation, may not be so robust, may not be able to handle noise, may not be able to handle code mixing, for example. All these are realities. Now, in Indian language computing, if we want to, let's say, translate corpora and very important resources like Wikipedia, we have to be alive to the problems of scale and diversity, code mixing, absence of basic NLP tools, absence of linguistic tradition for many languages. And I draw your attention to a very interesting code mixing which I heard in my surrounding, a very peculiar generification. Gadi chalawing. Gadi is Hindi, chalana is also Hindi, ing as a suffix is coming from English. And this is a very curious case of code mixing. Also, there are script complexity and non-standard mechanism of storage, non-standard transliteration, and challenging language phenomena. We all know about compound verbs, morphological stacking in Indian languages, and on top of everything, there is this resource scarcity. So all these are obstacles which we hope can be overcome by pumping in a lot of data, but this expectation is not always met. So back in 2014, we conducted an experiment on 110 pairs of languages, one of them being English, and languages from Indo-Aryan and Dravidian family. So, oops. So I just have 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Actually, 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. 5 minutes. So I'll very, very quickly rush through one or two main ideas. So here we observe that within the Indo-Aryan family, the blue score was nice. This is statistical machine translation on ILCA corpus. But when we went to Dravidian side for pair of languages within Dravidian family, or target or source being Dravidian language, the accuracy drastically fell. The blue score drastically fell. And then we traced it to heavy agglutination and the morphological complexity. And that is when we sat down to see what could be done about tackling those challenges. So there were three ways of handling complexity. One is artificially boost the resource. So subword based natural language processing. Then taking help from another language, which is cooperative natural language processing through pivots, and higher level language properties, which is part of speech, sense ID, etc., which can be harnessed. So factor-based statistical machine translation, for example, we are trying it now in neural machine translation through linguistic signals. All right, so we could see improvement of machine translation systems by as much as 21% for example, for Punjabi Malayalam machine translation, the blue score improvement was 21%. Okay, so this was consistently seen when we used subwording. So similarly, factor-based SMT back in 2009, we could see that even with very small amount of parallel corpora, if we could capture the semantic roles and morphological signals, then we could achieve good blue score in spite of the training data being small. So let me quickly go to another observation that in English to Hindi machine translation back in 2016 or 17, we could see that if I inject pivot languages, so Bengali, Hindi, Gujarati, etc., systematically we introduced, and we could see blue score improvement. For English Hindi machine translation, Punjabi and Urdu proved to be very helpful. So in neural machine translation, of course, the encoder-decoder model is the ruling paradigm, which is now given way to transformer-based systems, and we could achieve, as high blue scores as 63 for Hindi, Punjabi, Hindi, Marathi, 31, and so on. So let me just end with our most recent paper on completely unsupervised machine translation. We had a paper 2 years back in ACL on European languages unsupervised machine translation. And the one which was accepted recently is some simple measures of bridging lexical divergence was shown to help unsupervised neural machine translation, completely unsupervised. And here, the three main ideas was that we used mask-based sequence-to-sequence modeling. But on that, we used three key ideas: script conversion, unsupervised bilingual embedding-based initialization, and dictionary word substitution. The third point is interesting. In mask-based language models, what happens is that a language is masked, okay? And then we try to predict that word. It is like filling in the blank. Here, what we do is that instead of masking, we substitute that word with its dictionary equivalent from the target language, and then try to predict the source language word. Okay, so this is not completely our own idea, but this combination is new, and here we could see some very surprising and very spectacular values, I must say. For example, the blue score for Hindi Gujarati, completely unsupervised, no parallel corpora, it improved from 11.36 to 26.38. Okay, and then Hindi Bengali, which was 0.94 blue score, jumped to 8.34. Okay, so all these ideas, especially this dictionary-based substitution and trying to predict that substitution and thereby obtaining the language model, proved to be useful. This is one of our most recent investigation. So I guess I'll stop here, and I don't think I have time for showing you how to do low resource sentiment analysis, but maybe some some concluding remarks are pertinent here. So data is needed for quick system development and robustness, especially if we do not have insight into the language phenomena, do not have time to sit down and create rules, and do not have the skill and expertise to create rules which are really all encompassing. So there we have to make use of data, but data is always in short supply. So linguistic insight is needed for data curation, annotation, and insightful analysis. Neural machine translation always ensures good fluency, though adequacy sometimes is completely laughable. Okay, it is compromised and completely laughable translations come, but we never see any very bad performance on the fluency part. Low resource sentiment and emotional analysis needs multimodality. This is something we have found out, and it exploits the idea that text is a vector, images also are vectors, speech signal is a vector. Just combine them and concatenate them. And there is no way out other than various tricks for ameliorating the data hunger. So indeed, the future lies in cross-lingual, multilingual word embedding. And we have to work with, I think, very important and high quality data like Wikipedia, and create systems which can really make this kind of knowledge bases accessible in a big way to multiple people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya. That was a wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see no questions at the moment.
Yeah. There's
Uh,
no time also. Okay.
no time, yes. And we will look forward to the panel discussions in a while.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, I will invite our next speaker, Dr. Parth Talukdar. Yeah, to introduce Dr. Parth, he currently works as a research scientist at Google India. He leads an NLP group focusing on significantly advancing the state of NLP in low resourcing settings. His recent research has focused on multilingual learning, graph-based learning, automatic knowledge harvesting from web-scale data sets. He completed his PhD from CMU and also currently works as an associate professor at IISc. I thank Parth for accepting our invitation and to be part of this summit. Over to you, Parth.
Okay, Radhika, can you hear me?
Yes, Parth.
Okay, yeah, let me share again. Somehow the unmuting button.
Yeah, we can see your screen. So the unmute button will be on the left corner on the bottom. Stop your. So Parth, you are still muted.
Yeah, it looks like when I do the screen sharing, the unmute is not an option. Let me see.
If you move around the cursor a bit, you will get to see it.
No, I do see the unmute anchor at the button, but it's like deactivated.
The host can actually do the muting and unmuting. Radhika may have the power.
Yeah,
I already did it.
Yeah, she did that already. But I think as soon as I do the screen sharing, it becomes. Yeah, sorry about this hassle. So it might be some thing in my computer, some policies. So I'll just connect from my phone for the audio and just use this screen for the video. Will that work or?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just connect that. Sorry for all of these changes.
He's connecting on the phone. Phone lo he will talk and he will share his screen. So, Parth, would you like to share your slides otherwise? Yeah, I think you have to unmute, mute one device.
Yeah, I reduced the volume in one. Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're able to see the screen as well?
Not yet.
Okay.
It says you have started share screening, but we don't see your screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
now we can. Now we can. Yeah,
okay.
Perfect. We can hear you. We can see your screen.
Great. Okay. Sorry for all the hassle. I guess, yeah, there are always issues with this. But thanks, Vasudev and Radhika and other organizers for having me. So also thanks to Pushpak for setting a very nice context for my talk. So in this one, I'll be primarily focusing on how we can scale NLP to large number of languages, in particular Indian languages. I'm going to be a consumer of Wikipedia while developing all of these models. And as Pushpak rightly mentioned, resource constraint is a big issue. And I'll try to talk about some methods, in particular multilingual methods, through which we have some hope, at least, of making progress on the resource bottleneck side. So firstly, on the space of Indian languages, Indian language users, and the internet, so we have a large number of, a large and growing number of users connecting to the internet. According to statistics from June this year, we have more than 830 million users connected to the internet, but only about 10.6% of the population have some knowledge of English. Most of the new internet users who are joining the internet prefer content in local languages, and they also prefer and find content in local languages to be more reliable. So there is a great demand in terms of accessing the internet and consuming content in local languages. But if you look at the space of Indian languages, I mean, we all know it's a very complex and diverse linguistically country that we live in. We have 22 scheduled languages, more than 1,500 languages if you consider all different variations. More than 30 languages with more than 1 million speakers. There are numerous scripts, more than 1.3 billion speakers. A multilingual society where it's very common for people to know multiple languages and also mix multiple languages, even in the span of a single sentence. And on the right-hand side, I have just depicted the scheduled languages plus English, 23 in total, and the number of native language speakers in all of these different languages. So as you can see, Hindi is the most new language with most number of speakers, more than 400 million. But then even Hindi is not a monolithic language. So there are like 40 plus dialects and related languages in Hindi. And what we call as the standard Hindi is still the largest, 300 million. But then we have a large number of speakers of these other related languages. And then if you look at the beyond the top 10, there are more than 127 million speakers of those languages. So in summary, large number of languages, large number of users of those languages, but the resource isn't enough to go around all of these languages to develop good NLP technologies. So this is a screenshot from the AI for Bharat initiative, which shows that for a variety of different important tasks, NLP tasks, for different Indian languages, how much resources are available. And the cross mark here says that we don't have any resource available for that. So not only for training, but even from an evaluation perspective, we don't have not much resources to go around. And this is not a very healthy state to be in, as we should all work towards improving this state. But the question is, in the lack of supervision, how we can still hope to build NLP technologies across these languages and evaluate them. So in this talk, I'm going to first focus on, so there are going to be 3 pillars. So one is this representative of languages with high resources. And when I say high resources, these are, I'm referring to high web resources, like, in terms of resources for development of technology. And this is by no means a representation of the languages and then how many, all languages are rich and they have rich cultural heritage. So I'm not referring to that through this resource comment. So one is that from these high web resource languages from say English, how we can transfer knowledge and supervision to Indian languages. So that's the middle block. How we can explore or leverage the relatedness that exists among these languages to build a better model. And then finally, how we can connect the Indian language data with knowledge graphs and knowledge bases, which may be represented using other languages, say Wikipedia, or say English. And we all know that knowledge graphs are now extensively used and are very important in various NLP tasks. So the question is how we can establish these linkages. So I'll give you a brief overview of some works that we have done in each one of these categories. So firstly, the transfer of supervision. So this is going to be focused on how we can build multilingual language models, where one model is capable of handling different languages by learning some sort of common representation through which we can transfer knowledge and supervision. And that's going to be based to a large extent on the idea of masked language model, which Pushpak also mentioned, but I'll just do a quick one slide introduction to ensure that we are all on the same page. So in case of masked language model, we have sentence say Dimapur is the second most linguistically diverse district in India. We mask certain words in that sentence. So in this particular case, second. And then we use the language model to predict those mask tokens. So given this input with that masking, we ask the model to predict and then do some sort of loss-based updates to the model parameters in case the model predicted something apart from second. So by doing these kind of tasks, which are automatically constructed from the unlabeled data itself. So as you can see, apart from the sentence here, I don't need any other resource. So I can just create these kind of self-supervised problems directly from the unlabeled data itself. And by creating these kind of self-supervised learning tasks, which are also referred as this mask-based language modeling, I'm able to learn representations in contextual manner, right? So, and that's kind of the representation that I'm learning is referred to as the pre-training stage. And then once you have built these kind of representations in a self-supervised manner, purely from unlabeled data, now you can apply that to train various downstream tasks, be it for named entity recognition or question answering and so on and so forth. So this has revolutionized NLP over the last few years, and this kind of like a pre-training and fine-tuning has become the standard and dominant way of building language technology. But what's really interesting is that these kind of ideas are now also applicable in the multilingual setup. So here the input is all English, but turns out that when you also pump in data, purely unlabeled data from all of these different languages, you're still able to learn cross-lingual supervision. And that's what I have represented on this slide. So in the multilingual extension, what you do is you basically throw in unlabeled corpora from all of these different languages, in this particular case, Indian languages. So I learned after the pre-training stage some sort of common representation, common model, which is where the model is able to map data from all of these different languages into one common representation, which could then be fine-tuned for a variety of different tasks and also across languages, right? So this is really remarkable, right? Because now we have a way to kind of like, bridge this language barrier that otherwise existed and have some hope of transferring knowledge and supervision. So this is really exciting. And what we have done is we have built an Indian language specific model of this kind. By the way, if you know of BERT, BERT is based on this kind of like is a mask language model. And there is also a multilingual version of BERT called MBERT, which has 104 languages, out of which 11 are Indian languages. But since the same model capacity is being used to model 104 languages, you don't always end up doing as well for the 11 Indian languages that it covers. So in order to do better for these Indian languages, because that's what we wanted to focus on, we built this Indian language specific model called Mural, which stands for Multilingual Representations for Indian Languages. So the base version of which has around 236 million parameters, trained on 16 billion tokens. Again, Wikipedia is the Indian language Wikipedia is the primary contributor of data for this particular model. So that's why, all of the work that's being done to improve the state of Indian language Wikipedia is tremendously important, not only from the access to knowledge for human consumption, but also to build this kind of models. And this is the number for the base model, but we have also released recently the large model, which has 550 million parameters. So currently it supports 17 languages, 16 Indian languages plus English. It has support for both native scripts of these different languages and the transliterated inputs. And transliteration is really important because many times we use Roman alphabets to input and process Indian languages. And what I have in this plot is comparison between Mural and MBERT in the native script and performance evaluated across a bunch of different benchmark academic data sets. And what we find is that by building these kind of Indian language region-specific model, we are able to get significant improvement in performance over this prior multilingual BERT model. So altogether about 10 absolute points in improvement across these different tasks. So this is on native script. And then when we look at transliterated inputs, we see even bigger gain of 27% absolute increase in performance. So this is really encouraging. And what's really interesting is that all of the results that I'm showing you here are in the zero-shot setting. So in all of these experiments, English was used as the training data, and then the model was evaluated on all of these Indian languages, whatever these benchmarks supported. So this is purely in the zero-shot setting. And what's interesting to see is that even in the zero-shot setup, we are able to get 60 to 80% performance for these different Indian languages. And of course, this is just the beginning. We want to build better and better pre-trained model, which could then be fine-tuned for these different tasks. By the way, these models are available on TensorFlow Hub and Hugging Face, and it's very easy to use. So if you have tasks in Indian languages, I encourage you to take a look and give them a try. So in some subsequent work, we have also focused on how we might be able to pull together multiple of these different pre-trained models into one common model. And that's the work of Merge Distill, which was presented in Findings of ACL this year. So the point here is that when we are looking at building these kind of like region-specific models, say for Indian languages, we have say Mural, there is also Indic BERT and other variants. Then you also have like say for Arabic languages, Arabic BERT. So if we can if we keep on doing this kind of forking, then the whole premise of multilingual modeling breaks down, because now we are reducing the number of languages over which these different models operate on. And also, if you're running production environments, maintaining all of these different models is difficult, and you would much prefer to have one single model to support all of these different languages. And that's exactly the idea behind Merge Distill, where we take multiple different language models, which may be kind of like, forked from one source or maybe independently developed, and then we merge all of them through the process of distillation into one single model. Right? And those teacher models over which we do this kind of distillation or the merging can be multilingual or monolingual. There is no restriction on that over which you can apply merge distill. If you're familiar with the distillation literature, most of the distillation work has happened on the fine-tuning stage. But merge distill is a little unique in that way because here we are doing distillation in the pre-training stage. And then that common pre-trained distilled model could then be applied across a variety of tasks in downstream tasks and languages. And what we find is that, by training this kind of like a one student model, we are able to keep all of the performances of the teacher model. So we are able to merge all of these different teacher models into one model without sacrificing performance, and in some cases also improving in performance. Now moving on to the second part, how we can exploit relatedness among the languages. So this is a model called RelateLM, which was presented in ACL this year. It's in joint work with Sunita at IIT Bombay and her students. I guess this is the Wikipedia summit for Indian languages. So we know that there's a big skew behind, number of Wikipedia articles in English versus all these different Indian languages. And although through these kind of like multilingual modeling, like say Muriel type of models that I talked earlier, now we have a hopeful situation of utilizing purely unlabeled data to build these models. But at the very least, we still need these unlabeled corpora to build these kind of models, right? But now if we take like say Santali, so that has just like few thousand documents, that's not going to be good enough to build these kind of models over those languages. So the question is how we can add a new low resource language quickly into an existing language model. So here we exploit the idea of relatedness, given these languages have evolved from a small number of root languages, and they belong to a small number of language families. So maybe by doing some sort of script normalization and utilizing the regularities in the structure by doing some sort of cheap pseudo translation based on bilingual dictionaries, we might be able to do better. Pushpak also touched on some of these ideas. So here we are using those kind of relatedness ideas in terms of script relatedness and the sentence structure to build these kind of multilingual models. So in this case, we take Punjabi and Hindi. So we transliterate Punjabi in Gurumukhi to Hindi in Devanagari, and then also by utilizing Punjabi Hindi dictionary, bilingual dictionary, which we think can be prepared with more ease compared to these other creating say parallel corpora. So we basically utilize those to get these kind of noisy approximate translations. And with this augmented corpus, we basically also train the model for the low resource language. And this is the overall architecture, where on these kind of pseudo translated data, we also impose some sort of alignment loss in addition to the masked language model loss, which I had talked about earlier. And what we are able to show is that by utilizing this kind of relatedness among the languages, we are able to do more with less. So our model RelateLM is able to achieve better performance compared to other models which tries to adapt to low resource languages like this eBERT model, but by utilizing even just 1/4 of the data. So what eBERT is able to do with 80K tokens, so these are these dark blue bars here, RelateLM is able to do better than that with just even 20K of data. So this is a hopeful situation, because now with smaller amounts of corpora and by utilizing this kind of relatedness among the languages, we hope to, we have an opportunity to do better. And I'm just showing you some initial results, some partial results here, and the paper, there are a lot more experiments to establish this hypothesis. Now, finally, moving to the third part of relatedness and beyond relatedness, now how we can connect these Indian language text to knowledge graphs. So this is a work that was presented in AKBC 2021, which is a joint work with Keshav Kaluru from IIT Delhi, where he was an intern with us at Google Research. And here we call the problem as multilingual fact linking, where your facts in the knowledge graph, which are these lots of entities and relationships among them, is primarily expressed in English, but your text is in Hindi, say Devanagari, right? So how do we establish this linkages between them? And this is not a made-up problem. So we looked at Wikidata, which is again like a open source, user contributed knowledge graph. So what we find is that the number of facts which is expressed in different languages is much higher compared to English and other Western languages, compared to the number of facts or number of labels, as we call it, which is with Indian languages, for which the number of fact labels that are present in Indian languages in the Wikidata. So this is much smaller. So we need to establish these linkages to utilize these kind of external resources better. So yes, I don't have time to go into the details of this, but we have a generative model to do this linkage, which has two components. One is the retrieval stage, and the other one is the generation stage. So usually when you have this kind of a pipeline system of retrieval followed by classification, so there it's hard to recover from the errors that the retrieval model has done. But now that we have a generative model, we are able to also recover from the errors that the retrieval model has commits. There's a lot more details to be talked about here, but if you're interested, I encourage you to go and look at the paper. But when we did this work, there was no suitable data set for Indian languages that was available. So we also created a new data set called IndicLink, which covers 6 Indian languages and English, so total 7 languages. It's first of its kind, primarily focused on this the multilingual fact linking problem, but it should be useful for entity linking and other relation classification problems as well. And what we find is that compared to each one of those components, 2 components in the model that we proposed, if you combine both of them, you do better compared to each one of them in isolation. So there is one method to kind of establish links between Indian language text and non-Indian language knowledge graphs. So in summary, I think we have a good promise and a good window to overcome this low resource or resource bottleneck through multilingual representations. And we are doing a bunch of explorations there. I talked about a few methods of how we can combine multiple of these pre-training models, how we can exploit relatedness among these languages to improve those models, and also how we can connect text and knowledge graph where the text is in Indian languages and the knowledge graph is in some other languages. We have also released models in the form of Mural, and we'll continue to do that as we see advances. And we have also released data sets so that others can also build on top of this. But clearly, this is a big problem, and we are going to need community support, and together we can hope to make some progress. So we also launched a channel called CHAI, which just got over 4 days back. So CHAI stands for Challenge in AI for India. And yeah, it's a question answering task involving 2 Indian languages, Hindi and Tamil. It ran for about 3 months, mid-August to mid-November, and we're really encouraged to see the participation, not only from India, but also from all over the world. There were 959 teams, 19,000 submissions, more than 1,100 competitors. So it was really encouraging to see. And we saw lots of performance gains and improvements throughout the course of the challenge. So in summary, I'm really excited about the area of Indian language processing, covering both the language and the speech side. I think the time is right now, and it's an excellent area for doing both foundational research and the societal impact that we can have through this. So my earnest request to students in the audience who are looking for BTech thesis projects or like a PhD thesis, I think I encourage you to look into this area, because there are lots of cool and exciting work to be done, and which can also benefit millions of users. So I'll stop here. And if you're interested in any of these topics, you can visit this URL to learn more. But in summary, having high quality, even unlabeled corpora will be great. And if you're able to expand Wikipedia corpus for Indian languages, it will not only benefit the users, but also it will help us build better models, like say the multilingual models that I've talked about. So I'll stop here. I don't know whether we have any time for questions, but yeah, happy to take if there is any. Thank you.
Thank you, Parth. That was a very good way and good way of presenting the hope for both Wikipedians, and NLP practitioners. So hopefully with better collaboration, the aim of this summit will also be reached. Thank you so much for your presentation. So with that, I invite our next speaker, Professor Deepti Mishra Sharma. So Professor Deepti Mishra Sharma will be talking about Wikipedia, language technologies and language resources. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Deepti ma'am. So she's a professor at LTRC, IIIT Hyderabad. Her research area include machine translation and computational linguistics. She is a linguist. She's proud to be a linguist, and her contribution to machine translation system consortium is really highly appreciable. I would say that she was the binding force in bringing many institutions together to lead the Indian language to Indian language machine translation consortium. Her major contributions include Sampark MT system, Anusaraka, and currently also Deepti ma'am is going to, maybe ma'am in her own words will talk about the new initiatives that will be taken up. With that, I will request ma'am to take over, because if you don't take over, I can just speak on and on about you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. So thank you, Radhika, for those for that nice introduction. Although I don't consider myself as a linguist, I still consider myself as a student of language. So I will just share my screen. 1 second. Can you see my screen? Yeah, it is visible. Okay. So I have, so when Vasu asked me if I could participate in this event, I happily and quickly agreed, and then realized or was utterly confused, because I didn't know how what I do in Indian language resources connects with this summit. Now, that is another thing that I got confused. In the sense, I got stuck, because what is the difference between a summit, a symposium, a seminar, a conference, a workshop? I don't know. I mean, many more such words are there, and I was again confused. So some wise person has said that when your slate is very cluttered, clean it and start afresh. I decided to do that. And I sat down and I thought, what is it that we are talking about? So I thought, okay, this is all about writing and creating a wiki page. A wiki page, what does it need? It needs a topic. It needs a writer. It needs a language as a medium for writing that page. Now, if we are looking at these three necessary conditions for creating a wiki page, then what is it that language technology can bring to the table? Or before that, what is it that can provide some kind of a support to the creation of this page? So then I thought, okay, what all is needed? So you need knowledge reference. You need reference material on that topic. That is something that any writer, human or your bots, will look for. Then maybe some support on language that one is working on. Words, I mean, like the way I was confused about summit, seminar, and symposium. So very often while writing anything, you need sometimes some kind of a reference or clarity on which word to use in which context. So therefore, you need support at the word level. You need support at the sentence level, because while writing, sometimes I'm not talking of style. Stylistic preferences are different. But even basic, fundamentally, when you're writing, sometimes when you're framing your sentence, you need to know, and sometimes if you frame it too long, there could be some structural problems with it, and it will be good to finally have some kind of a check that can help. You need support at the document level, do you? Because when you have the entire document ready, how is the flow in the document? Is what you have tried to say come out clearly and cohesively? So this is another thing that one may need support for. So then I thought, okay, if this is what the scene is, then what can language technology do here? I have no answer. My favorite topic is machine translation. So I thought, okay, machine translation is also something that technology can bring, but machine translation is the last thing. Before that, can at all these levels, something can be, some kind of a support be provided. So then I went back to the topic, Wikipedia, language technologies and language resources. And I saw this relation that language resources help to develop language technologies, which can then help Wikipedia. So directly what I do with language resources may not be useful for Wikipedia, but via language technologies, it can be of use. So then today I thought, let me share my journey or my experience of working with language resources, particularly for Indian languages, and I feel very strongly about it. So if we go to the language resources, then normally when one talks of NLP or natural language processing, then these are different kind of things. I have not included the applications, machine translation, etc. But these are different kind of tools that one works on. And these are different kind of data that one thinks of. These days, of course, it's a lot of raw corpora that one wants, even that sometimes needs alignment. So if this is the relation and they interact, the data and the tools, they interact because you need the data to build the tools. Now here, if you look at the word level or different kind of resources are there, if we look at annotated corpora, then, well, it's only monolingual because I have taken slide from my old slide. But in the context of machine translation, it is also parallel corpora, but monolingual corpora. When you look at it, then you have part of speech. And if you see this darkening towards the end, the more right you go, more knowledge, I mean, deeper knowledge you need to have. And in Indian context, code mix, of course, is always there. And then you, of course, these days are talking of multimodal, where then you need to fix the pieces from different and connect them from different modes. So going back to these levels of annotation at different linguistic level, let's go back to our, there are three questions. It's always whenever you're creating anything which has a language in it, it can be a wiki page, it can be a data for any of the NLP tasks. So the first question is what? In my case, what I have been working on is annotated data, dictionaries, parallel corpora, etc., etc. And then the question is, how does one create it? Now that's a very critical question, because one needs to first put the entire framework in place. So you need processes. You also need training if you involve people in it, because when people come to do a task initially, they need to get oriented towards it. If one is training, then okay, the duration or something for the training, and what type and how much. And then the people who are involved in the generation of this data, who should that person be? So what you're creating, how you're creating, you may fix, but then who should be doing it? Often one may feel that experts are the right people to do it, or should it be layperson? In Indian context, we are always talking about crowdsourcing, a word that I am not very fond of, because I feel the moment we say crowd, we are not putting faces to people, and people are there. So it's individuals who are important, who are contributing, not a crowd. So it's a very personal bias, but yes. So then laypersons, experts, or community at large, let us call it community, which should be contributing to this resource. So now I will just share, okay, so for the how part, if there is a resource setup, then there is a task. Supposing the example is of corpora annotation, and what you need immediately is an infrastructure. What makes this infrastructure? Standards. You need some kind of standards which you can use for representing, and if you are doing annotation, then the labels. Then, of course, you need guidelines, you need inter-annotator agreement, you need workshops to train people to do this job. And then, of course, you can bring in technology and bootstrap, thus increase the quantity, because it's always quantities that one has to deal with. So scaling up, making it big quantities, one can move towards bootstrapping. So at the end, you have annotated data with quality checks even after that, and then it's really ready to use data. So what matters? What matters is in the annotation consistency, right representation, the data that you have annotated, is it representative of whatever task you intended to do, and is the quality reliable? These are some of the questions. There would be more questions, but these are some very basic questions that one would think of and would want to address. So going back to my initial thing of language resources, I will very quickly share the journey or the experience that I have had in past several years. I got into language technology, and at the word level, the first thing we did, before I go to that, I actually, with my confusion about summit and symposium and seminar, I thought, let me go to the WordNet and check it. And this is what I found. So a summit is a meeting of heads of governments. It didn't make me feel any better. A group meeting, a formally arranged gathering. I was not very clear what that means. A board meeting, a camp meeting, a caucus, a conclave. I was further confused. A conference, my confusion increased. A congress, another word came in. Convention, colloquium, council. So what it shows is words are tricky, words are treacherous, and one can always have subjective views about words, subjective understanding about words, and that's where people actually don't like each other's styles. So that's another issue. I'm not getting into it, but that happens. So my first experience with developing a resource was the Shabdanjali, an English Hindi dictionary. And this happened way back when I joined the team Akshar Bharti. And we started working on English Hindi machine translation system. The first thing we needed was an English Hindi dictionary, which had no copyright issues, and there wasn't any, and also in digital form. So we started to work on it. We took 1 year. And in 1 year, we developed 25,000 entries. Each entry had multiple senses, and each sense had an example in English and its Hindi translation. Developed. The model we followed was collaborative. And I thought I would share it again, because nobody at that point of time was thinking of developing a dictionary, which is supposed to be a very authoritative source, developing a dictionary through collaborative method. But we said we have to do it, and let's go to people who know the 2 languages. And we distributed 1 page of our Oxford Advanced Learner Dictionary, 1 page each to people, and that page was that person's responsibility. We also made very clear that the examples from that will not be copied. So they were supposed to create their own examples. We also gave them corresponding English Hindi dictionaries so that they could refer to them. Who were the collaborators here? School children. Actually, they contributed a lot. We spent some time talking to them. I found them very, very enthusiastic. We chose 9th and 11th standard students, but 10th standard students came. And this is just a couple of months before their exams. And they wanted to work, and they were the one who also did many pages. They would finish in 2 days, they finished 3 pages, like that. We distributed amongst our friends and family, whoever was willing there, and anyone who came forward. So this was a method we followed. There was a lot of noise in what we got, of course. And this happened because the teachers, what Dr. Sangal mentioned yesterday, actually here we have tried it. The teachers did the first checking, and then it came to us. And then, of course, we spent 8 months or more editing it. And I had very interesting edits to do, because we had asked them to give their own examples. So I had to check the examples, not for the language, but for the content also. So that was something we had to do, because we were going to put it out in the open under GPL license for anyone to use. So we had to be careful. But we could do it, and actually it's a reasonable resource. So this was our first experience that collaboration involving more people works. Then at the sentence level, we were working on tasks such as POS tagging, etc. Shallow parsing is a task which needs POS. In Indian languages context, we also include morphoanalysis, and chunking is a basic constituent. So this is an example for English. The Indian cricket team is 1 chunk, ended is another. Their World Cup campaign is 3rd. A high and then a run, all these are chunks. And for Indian languages then, Hindi, we have these chunks which we got. So for this, we needed data to train the models. And part of speech, the first task we did was, we had a task to annotate some quantity of data for part of speech, and I hired students of linguistics to do the task. Subsequent to that, this is again way back, and when I looked at the data, annotated data, I realized that there were errors, and human beings do make errors. So So that means it's not that a student of linguistics is not going to make errors. They were also, they could make errors. In fact, I felt that sometimes decision making becomes more difficult for them because they have been trained to look at language very minutely, and any nuanced minor change also is there for them to deal with. So then for this task, we had to get it done. So every POS, grammar, and the questions then we had was, this was my initial experience with PS. Then I thought, let us, the next task I said, let me try. So during Shabdanjali days, because we had involved friends and this thing, there were a couple of, I would say friends, but women, ladies, who had left their job either or had not taken up a job and were looking for something to do because now they had their, some time on their hand because they had quit their job for their children. Children had grown up a little and they had time on their hands. So they had come to participate. They were with us. So for the next part of speech tagging job, I thought, why not these people, this group of people, there were 4 or 5. I said, why not with them? There were no linguists. They were people who knew their language well. So we shifted, and it was, I would say, a kind of a, people would say, bold step, because I just thought, let us work with them, because if somebody who's trained in linguistics will also make 5-10% errors, let us see how many errors do these people make. And in fact, where we are today, we have still moved on with the shifted mode. So people who are doing a lot of language work for us in our team here, and a lot of work has gone, are not trained linguists, but when they started, they were laypersons. The data, this is of course Hindi tree bank data. So currently we have 33,000 sentences in Hindi, which are annotated for part of speech chunk and morph analysis for each token in that sentence. So that is about 7 lakhs. These are all manually annotated data. Then the next task we took up was, now we are moving gradually from word to shallow parsing to deep parsing. Deep parsing is fully grammatical analysis of a sentence. Now one would say this is a much more intricate task. You need to know the grammatical theory. You need to know all the grammatical concepts to be able to analyze a sentence in that framework. And we had chosen Panini's grammar for the task. This is, Pushpak had shown a couple of sentences, and this is one. This is what a dependency tree looks like. And the task here was to annotate every sentence in the corpus manually for this task. Of course, it is not manually fully, because many of the initial stages, part of speech, etc., are already annotated using a tool, and one has to just validate them and give the grammatical relations. So this is English, and this is what a Hindi tree looks like. So one can see Devghar Ko is an NP, which is K1 of Dekhna, and Ek Landscape Mein is the K7P. These are the relations, Karta and Adhikaran, etc. So location and doer. So Karak labels are more semantically oriented. And so the entire tree is now formed. Okay. This is the task again. The size quantities that I mentioned for POS actually is the tree bank, Hindi tree bank, which is this 33,000 annotated sentences. And other than Hindi, we also have now tree banks for some more languages like Bengali, Kannada, Malayalam, Marathi, Urdu, and code mixed. For all of these, and these are the quantities in terms of sentences and tokens. So this task was also done. And how did we do it, and who did it? So the team of language editors who had done the part of speech, we started calling them language editors. And the work that they did on part of speech tagging with 1 week's training, because they were not linguists, 1 week to 2 weeks training, the same team then moved on to dependency annotation. And we had to train them initially, familiarize them with the grammatical framework. And I realized that their intuition, their knowledge of the language made it very easy for them to understand the semantic relations between the words. And one thing that was very important and critical here was constant interaction with the annotators. So we were constantly talking to each other. Very detailed guidelines were, of course, prepared in advance, and those were shared with them. But we were meeting frequently. They would come back and ask questions. And very soon I realized that many of their questions were very interesting linguistic questions, because now they were looking at language much more closely, and they had become very sensitive to the things that happen inside the language. Okay. And real language in use is not same as one talks about in linguistics or grammatical theory. That's a language in the field. So there is always a gap, and language in the field then has many things which just don't fit within the theoretical framework that one picks up. So then we needed multiple workshops, and for other languages. Now, actually, what was very interesting was that this, let's say a core team of 5 to 6 is now constantly there, moving from one task to the other. And now they were training people in other languages. They had become very conscious, and they kind of understood the things. So they would check with the other person, like this person doesn't know Kannada, but they would talk to the Kannada people, extract what exactly the relation is, and then guide them. So now then this team started to train people in other languages. And that's how when we worked on Bengali and Marathi, etc., I mean, with the help of this team, it happened. So what was a very important, 2 important things were clear guidelines and an easy to use UI. I mean, these 2 things are a must. So with this, their task became easy. Then we moved to the next level of analysis, which is discourse analysis. And here what one does, if we look at co-reference chain, now these co-reference chains are that in any document or discourse text, there are several nouns and which are called entities or events. Now, they may have multiple reference in the same text. So one has to identify each time the same referent occurs. So here, if we see the Union Health Ministry, this color shows only once. So this doesn't have another reference within the same document. Ophthalmologist Dr. Jagat Ram, the new PGMR director. Now, Dr. Jagat Ram and PGMER director is same referent. Then we go down his, Dr. Jagat Ram, who, and me and my. So all these are references of the same entity. And the appointment orders and the appointment is again the reference of the same entity, but it's not full, it's partial. Because this is appointment orders, full thing is order, but then there is a mention of appointment in it. So there is a reference. So like this, one has to then annotate. These are called reference chains, and this is how they are. Finally, you have, these are 3 chains in one passage and 2 chains in the other passage. This is what the annotators then annotate. And again, none of these are very trivial jobs. They are all very, very involved jobs, because you need to know exactly what is happening. Like appointment order and appointment can confuse. This is the job they have done in Hindi, and this is just a screenshot of the interface, and you can see they had options, of course, and accordingly. So for Hindi now, okay, so the other task at the discourse level is when there are 2 clauses or 2 parts in one sentence to other sentence, they are connected. And they are connected with different kind of connectives. And each connective then is connecting two spans. What should be the span size, and what does it connect, and what sense the connection has. This is the task here. And English has a very large discourse tree bank. So for Hindi, we followed the same framework with some adaptation, and there were some modification. And for Hindi, that was also created. Again, many of the same people did that. So they did POS, they did shallow dependency, co-reference, and discourse. The data we have in the two is for connectives, the total number of connectives which are annotated are 2,564. There are of different types. I'm not getting into that. And co-reference, Hindi, we have about 3,553 sentences annotated. For Urdu, 936. But the mentions, the number of reference points are many more. So this is another thing they have done. Now, last couple of years, we have started doing another task, and that is of translation and machine translation. Okay. How much? Okay, so very quickly. So I only 2 minutes I'll take. So in this now, there is actually translation happening and machine translation happening. So the task is to validate if somebody has done the translation, see whether it is right or not, with of course support tools and all, and also develop machine translation thing. So I think my takeaway with all this, all dealing with all this data is language resource creation is mentally engaging, labor intensive, and leads to fatigue. So this is something we need to understand. Volunteers, annotators, collaborators can be roped in, but they should feel that they enjoy the task. They should enjoy the task. They should feel involved and a sense of ownership in what they are doing. And processes, setups have to be clearly predefined, because if there is any confusion there, they lose interest. Refinements happen on the way too, because it's not that once you can do it. Clear, well-defined, elaborate guidelines and well-chosen examples is a prerequisite. Training period is needed. Constant interaction is very important, providing an environment of learning on the way, an environment with a sense of space and a sense of belonging. This environment is again another very, very important thing. Currently, we have about 35 plus people with us who are 30 plus language experts for multiple languages. They are with us working and currently translating, but any task you do, they shift and get involved. So that is all. Of course, research scholars and everybody is there. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions? Yeah.
Any questions? Thank you. That was, always like, I'm in awe of all the work that you do for Indian languages in building resources, which enhance the technologies, of course. So with that, I thank Professor Deepti Mishra Sharma. And then we go to the next session, which is a panel discussion. So the panel discussion has 3 panelists. First, I request Deepti ma'am to unshare.
That's what I'm trying to do. Good. No, it is already unshared, no?
Yes,
it is unshared.
It is unshared. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. So the next session is a panel discussion. The panel members are Professor T.V. Prabhakar, Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, and Dr. Prabha Chatterjee. So I welcome all the panel members to this panel discussion. So I briefly introduce them. So first, Professor Prabhakar. Professor Prabhakar is a professor of computer science and engineering at IIT Kanpur. He works in multiple areas like databases, logic programming, UID, internet technology, software architecture, etc. He has experience of 35 years as professor at IIT Kanpur. He has also worked with CMC R&D Group, Satyam Computer Services, and has been a consultant to a large number of IT organizations and e-governance initiatives. Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, we just had his talk, but for the benefit of others who have joined just to the panel discussion, let me introduce him again. He's associated with IIT Bombay. He's Bhagat Singh Reiki Chair Professor of CSC. He obtained his BTech from IIT Kharagpur, MTech from IIT Kanpur, and PhD from IIT Bombay. His research areas include computational linguistics, NLP, and machine learning. He's Fellow of National Academy of Engineering, Abdul Kalam National Fellow, past President of ACL, Distinguished Alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, and past Director of IIT Patna. Dr. Prabha Chatterjee is a scientist by profession. She's currently working with governmental and non-governmental agencies on education and gender equity aspects. She's an active Wikipedian since 2011 with special focus on Malayalam Wiki. She has translated over a dozen books of renowned authors such as Franz Kafka, Emile Zola, Albert Camus, and Patrick Modiano into Malayalam. Her most recent works include a collection of women-centric short stories of Rabindranath Tagore from Bengali to Malayalam. With that, I welcome all the panel members. This is Radhika, who will be working as a moderator. So I'll just give a brief introduction to the topic, which is to empty or not to empty. I have a couple of slides to show. Yeah, just to set the background. So the sessions just before the panel by other speakers today from morning, from afternoon actually. We had Wikipedians, we had language technologists, we had computer scientists presenting to us various tools and resources that are that can be used for developing content in Indian languages. So I have a couple of slides to just set the topic rolling. So usually we think that machine translation is not useful. It creates more problem than actually solution. So just as a warm up, I would like to share what translation would be like, what a translator goes. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So before we talk about machine translation and whether it is a bane or a boon, I just want to show some examples of the errors that human translators make. So human translators, we know good human translators, the advantage is they produce high quality translation of publishable quality. But I'm just sharing like I said, the limitations we have of human translators. So sometimes they can be slow, they are sloppy, sometimes lots of time is taken up in keeping the memory of vocabulary items. So these are some examples we can see in, especially in countries where English is not the first language. So most of the things, especially the signboards, are translated by humans and they end up being ridiculous translations. Like these are some of the notices that were seen in countries where English is not the first language. So just some visuals. So this shows that when humans themselves are sloppy in translation, what can we expect from a machine? So I would like to invite our panel members So with the order of speakers would be Professor Prabhakar, followed by Professor Pushpak, followed by Professor Prabha. In that order, I would invite you to share your views on the topic that we are discussing, to use machine translation or not. So I invite Professor Prabhakar first.
Namaskar, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to sidestep this debate on the quality of translation altogether. Because, there are experts here who know more about machine translation. And I go somewhere else. Yesterday, one of our invited speakers was saying that German has 2.6 million articles. English has 6.4 million articles. Very nice. But the common articles are 1.3 million. So there are more than 1 million articles in German which haven't appeared as topics in the English Wikipedia. And of course, there are something like 4 million articles in English which haven't appeared in the German Wikipedia. One data point. Second thing is it's an observation. Wikipedia has this concept of notability. If you want to create an article in Wikipedia, it should be on a notable topic. It should have appeared in the press before, substantial coverage. It is not original research, there are secondary references for the topic. And of course, there are also what we call subject-specific notability guidelines and things like that, right? So there is a way to determine what an article should appear or not appear. Probably the Germans have decided all the 4 million articles that are there in the English Wikipedia are not notable for them. Maybe the English have decided the 1 million extra articles there that are there in the German Wikipedia are no good for us. So they didn't bother to translate, even though I presume there are good translation systems amongst them. So what they're trying to do is they're not looking at numbers, how many articles there are in their language Wikipedia. That is not of great significance. Assuming they crossed a certain threshold of what I call suitability. So if there is an article or a topic which is appropriate for the German population, it may be nobody in England is interested in that. So that's why it didn't appear in the English Wikipedia. So I think when we talk about Wikipedia articles, we must talk about suitability, not notability. I'm building a Wikipedia, and Deepthi ma'am was saying, we need, for a Wikipedia article, we need a topic, we need a writer, we need a language to write in. But I think there's a fourth one. We also need an audience to whom this is addressed to. So you keep that in mind, then what I'm calling suitability appears into picture. And the problem in going the machine translation way is the tendency to take every single document that is there in one language, because I can translate, I will translate. Now you might say, no, what is the big deal in it? Let it be there, Page per visit may be less. But the point is we are going to shift the focus from the need to the number. I have so many articles and be happy, but actually many of them do not serve any purpose. I will stop here.
Okay, Professor Pushpak, you are on mute.
I have a few slides. Maybe I share the screen. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is the screen visible?
Yes. Yes.
So a very intriguing topic to empty or not empty. So I would like to take the stand that quality is supreme, And of course, the need is also supreme. The need for accessing information is also supreme. But quality, particularly in science and technology wiki, is of great importance. Because otherwise we run the risk of misinformation and imprecise understanding. So I myself have been an avid user of wiki, especially for science and technology. So in my presentation, I gave this example of Newton's laws of motion, the Wikipedia page corresponding to it. It's a very well crafted page with a picture of Newton. And we know of these 3 laws of motion. I'd like to read it because I also want to draw your attention to the translation in Bengali and Hindi. And the translation also exists for Gujarati and many other European languages. First law, a body continues in its state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line unless acted upon by a force. Second law, a body acted on by a force moves in such a manner that the time rate of change of momentum equals the force. If 2 bodies exert forces on each other, these forces are equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. A precise understanding of these 3 laws is actually very, very important for anybody starting science and physics. Now, you'll apologize me to show you the Bengali page, but I want to draw your attention to an extremely interesting point. So there are these 3 laws, and their translations appear in Bengali. They're good translations. But I want to draw your attention to the 3rd law. Every action has equal and opposite reaction. So in Bengali it says, তৃতীয় সূত্রে বলা হয়েছে যে যখন একটি বস্তু দ্বিতীয় কোনো বস্তুর উপর বল প্রয়োগ করে তখন দ্বিতীয় বস্তুটি প্রথম বস্তুর উপর সমান ও বিপরীতমুখী বল প্রয়োগ করে. This is absolutely beautiful and precise. Okay, so if you see the English statement, if 2 bodies exert forces on each other, these forces are equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. Okay, it captures the fact that the forces, the 2 bodies exert forces on each other. Okay, it is there in the if part. Okay, and in the then part, you have forces are equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. The actual law says every action has equal and opposite reaction, and they act on different bodies. That is the original Latin statement of Newton, and Bengali captures this very well when it says that যখন একটি বস্তু দ্বিতীয় বস্তুর উপর বল প্রয়োগ করে, when the first body exerts force on the second body also exerts equal and opposite force on the first body. Very precise. Okay, look at the Hindi translation. प्रत्येक क्रिया की सदैव बराबर एवं विपरीत दिशा में प्रतिक्रिया होती है. Very badly worded. Okay, and this I don't know who did it. I don't know if machine translation was used to make this translation. प्रत्येक क्रिया की सदैव बराबर एवं विपरीत दिशा में प्रतिक्रिया होती है. विपरीत दिशा में all right, but pretty vague actually. So I don't think a new student of physics will be able to understand Newton's 3rd law from reading this Hindi statement. But a Bengali student will understand. It is much more precise. Okay, that takes us to this interesting diagram that when we have the information presented in the original article in Wikipedia, let's say, and there is a translation of this document, then there is this region of intersection where the information is common, and then there is this exclusive or region where there is additional information in the original not captured in the translation, and there is insertion of information in the translated text which is not there in the original. So both these exclusive or regions are not acceptable to us. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make here is that with focus on science and technology wiki is that machine translation will be needed just because there is huge need. Okay, people need to access scientific, technological, and many other information, and information is of high quality in Wikipedia. Okay, there is this need, therefore machine will have to be harnessed on this, but post editing and moderation and quality control is also of great importance. As Professor Prabhakar mentioned, that English has about 6 million Wikipedia pages. Compare this with Hindi. This is something like 150,000 Wikipedia articles. English has about 6 million articles. So the storehouse of knowledge in English is much, much more than in Hindi. And Hindi, Bengali, Indians, other language speakers, they would be interested to know what is there in these English Wikipedia pages. So the final summary is that we need to use machine for efficiency and for quick translation of these pages, but we also need a huge manpower for quality control. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Prabha, would you like to share your views?
Oh yes. In fact, I was as intrigued as the others when I was told the title of this session will be "Too Empty or Not Too Empty." This particular question doesn't have any of the existentialist dilemma of Shakespeare's Hamlet. However, it has very serious and very genuine concerns. And those concerns are with respect to clarity and coherence. Because, my earlier speakers and all the speakers who have been talking in the last two days sessions, very clearly said how much work has gone into making the machine translation readable and fluid kind of thing. When you read it, it should not only be nice to read, it should have a feel of nicety to it, and also it should have the coherence. There should not be any ambiguity. This is true especially with respect to science and technology when you translate, because there is no space for ambiguity in science. Science is supposed to be facts. So when you're translating, as Professor Bhattacharya said, when you're translating about Newton's 3 laws into any language, it has to be unambiguous. If in the process of translating, if we are introducing an element of ambiguity, then everything is lost in translation, not just a small bit, but everything is lost. So I totally agree with the two persons who talked before me, Professor Prakash and Professor Pushpak, that there has to be a kind of quality control over the machine translation. But we cannot live without machine translation, because the amount of information that we need to impart to the vernacular, the regional wikis, Indic wikis, is so much, and every day, day by day, it is increasing. If that is so, humanly it is impossible to translate all that material in real time with the same kind of speed that is necessary. English has an advantage because most of the global activities, whatever be the domain, whether it is finance or whether it is literature, whether it is science, is done in English, because English gets a priority. Even when Nobel Prize is announced in a very regional language, then the first translation appears in English. So English has an advantage, and so it has the real-time transformation, or I should say the real-time transfer of information from one language to the other. And it is seamless and it is parallel because things are available in English. We don't have that advantage, and hence, in order to keep up with the pace of knowledge that is being generated, it is necessary that we fall back on machine translation. It has to be there. But the only thing is, doing the machine translation, adapting to the machine translation to wiki pages, are we doing an advantage? Are we creating a disadvantage for the readers? That question needs to be answered. Being a Wikipedian and being a scientist, and Malayalam is my mother tongue, though I'm quite fluent in Bengali and Kannada and Tamil. I have focused on Malayalam literature because one cannot spread one's efforts thin. I thought it's better to focus on Malayalam. So I keep looking at the Malayalam science pages and go through them and start correcting them, because most of the people are so enthusiastic The contributors to the Malayalam Wikipedia, they are so enthusiastic. They just want to translate from English to Malayalam. But then the articles read so horrible. They do not contain the meaning. They do not convey the meaning. In fact, many a times it is just jargons used in inappropriate places, in appropriate positions. And that actually complicates the entire comprehension of the article. So one has to rewrite it if possible, or one has to do laborious efforts. One has to spend hours together to rewrite, to edit it. What it is called is the post-editing. One has to do the post-editing of those. But I wish there were a group of people who actually looks at these machine translated articles of Wikipedia pages from two angles. One is the language and the other is the content, the scientific content, the scientific veracity of whatever has been translated, whether it is correct, and whether the language, that appropriate language has been used so that there is no ambiguity. Many a time you can have a very clear sentence, but it may not convey any meaning, or it may convey such an ambiguity that you can't make anything out of it. So I think we need to be very much aware of this particular drawback in the machine language. But then I'm sure that, you know, the kind of lectures I had been sitting through for the last 2 days, there is a lot of effort being done into machine translation to make it up to date, to come up to speed, to make it as error-free as possible. So I have great hopes that it will be done. Maybe a little more time it will take, but we will have, very good translation done by the machine. But then I also feel that we won't be able to do away with the human intervention at the last stage, because we need to look at whether it is correct, whether it has the fluidity. Now, to say that as of now, when we look at the machine translation, there has to be a laborious effort in making it presentable and making it bring up to the quality. But eventually, in a year's time or 2 years' time, it will be just cosmetic touches that we need to do so that it is a good article. In this context, I would just like to share an observation I had with a friend of mine who is very fluent in English and French. She's in the translation business, and she has working knowledge of Spanish and German and Portuguese, other West European languages. So she said 20 years ago, they had the same problem of not being able to translate from one language to other. It was a nightmare, in spite of the fact that they had the same ancestry linguistically and culturally. But it was a question of training the machine, and they trained them good. And now it is an easy breeze for them to translate from one language to other. I'm sure we will be able to reach that space. And then we will be able to do with the post editors who will need to do only cosmetic touches and not extensive rewriting of the articles. That also brings me to another exercise that I did on my own. When this particular title of the seminar, of this panel discussion was highlighted to me, to empty or not to empty, I thought, why not submit it to the Google? Let me see how Google translates into various Indian languages and also the European languages that I mentioned, the West European languages. And it was shown that in the West European languages, because they have structurally and culturally, they have the same kind of ancestry, they all translated very correctly, including Italian, and Greek was a little far away, but all these languages. However, when it came to Indian languages, none of them were up to the mark. In fact, it was quite absurd. And in Hindi translation, Hindi translated empty as metric ton. And I don't know how it got the cue to translate empty into metric ton. And I was rather, flabbergasted with that. I changed that sentence into machine translate or not to machine translate. Even that did not get me anywhere. However, when you ask the question to translate or not to translate, that was done beautifully in all the other languages, all the Indian languages. There was no confusion, no ambiguity, not even any editing necessary. It was perfect. But then you go back to the original sentence of to be or not to be. I looked at the Wikipedia, whether Wikipedia has any equivalent pages of to be or not to be in any of the languages. Of course, there were pages in, with European languages, in French, German, Spanish, all languages, they have an equivalent page and talks about Hamlet and Shakespeare and all. But there is no page in any of the Indian languages about to be or not to be. There is no mention. So that's one thing. The second thing is that I did not have to be that disappointed, because I tried at random several other things. And one of them I tried was let bygones be bygones. So when I submitted to the Google, I was pleasantly surprised to see that Hindi had the perfect translation for that. Jo baat gayi, jo beet gayi, wo baat gayi. I was really stunned that the machine could give me that translation. And it was very true with Tamil also, because Tamil also gave me the regional equivalent of Ponadu Pogatu. But in other Indian languages, it wasn't so. So it tells me that the machine needs to be trained. We need to provide the data to it, and it will be coming up to speed to our satisfaction. So that's all I need to say.
Thank you. So that was all three of you have shared your views. Would you like to ask each other any question, or I have a question for each one of you? So my first question is to Professor Prabhakar. While preparing the bio for you, I was going through all that you have done and your passion for science and technology. So I would like to ask you what role of science and technology would play in building language resources for languages with lesser content. You have to unmute, please.
This is not a question I can answer, I think, because I don't work in language technologies. I do make use of them. I initially worked on displaying Indian language content over the web. One of the early sites on in Indian languages we built in the 90s. For example, the site on the Bhagavad Gita, which came up in 96, 97. It was a multilingual. You could read the Mool Shloka in any Indian language script. Probably amongst the very early sites on the web. So, but in terms of machine translation, even though I was very close to the group, lots of work happened in Kanpur and in Hyderabad. I do not work in that. But I want to bring the focus, since you gave me the mic, back to the topic. See, there are various things being said. Pushpak was saying, science and technology content is to be done can be done with through a machine translation. Like IIIT is generating wiki pages of factual data, right, through a bot. So we're not talking of that particular problem. If the machine translation is good, actually on the fly, I don't need to create a page in Hindi Wikipedia. If there is a page in English, there can be a user interface which fetches that page and does the on-the-fly construction and shows it to me. So we also talk about re-narration, where any page can be shown in any which language. Yesterday, the invited speaker was talking about core technologies for that. But I see the Wikipedia efforts, construction of Wikipedia efforts, in a very slightly different way. I think one major thing is to encourage science writing in Indian languages. So it's not about having pages there, but it's more about having people who write in Indian languages. That is one. The second thing is, whom are we trying to address? If I have to do high-level science, I'm going to use English. As you said, frontiers are being pushed and reported first in English. By staying only in a native language, probably I will not be able to understand whatever is happening there. There is going to be a lag. Having said this, I will also confess that I'm actually very confused about the language debate, personally. To teach it, there is a national educational policy document which says, we have to encourage teaching in, I'm taking the topic somewhere else, but this is connected, in their native languages. Now, one argument is, if you see the top 50 universities, they teach in their mother tongue. the Japanese, the Germans, the French, the Italians, the Chinese. So I know hundreds of cases sitting in the hinterland of UP. There's a lot of people don't know English too well. I come across brilliant minds who have been denied opportunities because they can't use English. I know people who can't use a phone with Roman literals. So, so there is this huge problem, and I see Wikipedia as a representative of competence of a certain kind in the society, not so much as a repository of knowledge. And that is the competence we want to push up. This is just an indicator. So I don't know if I managed to convey, but because of that, I think you can translate science and technology articles from one language to another very accurately. Agreed. You can generate facts-based pages like rivers and cricketers very easily in any which language. Agreed. But that is not what Wikipedia is all about. Wikipedia is a lot more than that. I don't want to read about the Appalachian Trail and people who walk there. I want to read about the people who walk the Narmada for their whole life. How many people know that there are people who do the Narmada Parikrama? Start at one and go all the way and come back. So that is, I want to know about India. I want to know about myself. I want to know about my society. Science and technology is on one part of it, right? So Wikipedia actually is in that sense an indicator, a representative. And what I'm calling suitability, it has to tell others about me also. Science and technology, everybody knows, no problem. That is a solved problem in my mind. Anyway, I will do it in English. Let me confess that. I'm not fully convinced about doing higher education in any Indian language as of now. I'm going to stop.
Okay. So, Dr. Prabha, do you have a comment
can I-
on Prabhakar's view?
Sure. Well, I don't think anybody said Wiki is for higher education. Wiki is for information, right? I don't think it's for higher education. For example, these days there is a term which has been discussed quite at length in with respect to COVID, and that was gain of function. Now, gain of function research has been at the core of receiving. It was at the receiving end because of the COVID, because people thought that it was engineered virus that got into the society. It spilled over from the lab by mistake, accidentally or intentionally, and that's how it became a pandemic. But then gain of function is there in, say, when I look at the Malayalam newspaper, it is there extensively used, gain of function. But a layman might want to know what is gain of function. And hence, it would be nice to have a page of gain of function in Malayalam Wikipedia, Telugu, Kannada, everywhere, so that the local people, when they read, they understand, right? So Wikipedia, I think, should be looked at from that angle, that it has democratized information, and it has also made access to information or right to information possible. I think one need to look at it from that angle. If I want higher education, that is not where I go to. Wikipedia is not what I go to. I go there for information. And I think from that angle, there has to be a page. And I think, Professor Prabhakar, you said that there are in hinterlands of UP, there are people who know nothing other than Hindi, but they have bright minds. So they also would like to know what is gain of function, right? So it's necessary to have a page in that language so they understand what they are reading. They can relate.
I fully agree with you.
I made,
Yeah. See, I am talking about Wikipedia as a metric of the competence of the society, not information. And gain of function is in that space. So I completely, we are not in, I guess, saying
We are
anything
in
against each other.
agreement.
We are in full agreement.
Okay. I mean, being in machine translation project from say 25 years, I have this question for Professor Pushpak. So we use Wikipedia a lot for our language modeling purpose. So how much of NLP can contribute in developing Wikipedia? And are people interested in developing content in lesser known languages? Because yesterday we had a session where we were talking about languages that are disappearing, the endangered languages, and we see that Wikipedia might be a good place to have a place for every language of India, not just the 22 scheduled languages, but the remaining languages as well. So I would like you to share on this, how NLP can help in preserving languages.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we noticed.
Okay, so can you please ask the question again?
How can NLP help in preserving languages and on Wikipedia platform?
Okay. So this actually takes us to language documentation, language preservation, and also I think machine translation plays a very important role in this. So, so I think 10 years back, CMU had undertaken a very large project on language preservation. So such language documentation and such efforts, of course, also have been going on in our own country. Let's say languages in Andaman Nicobar Island, and I grew up in Northeast. I have seen such efforts there. So natural language processing, the first and foremost contribution of natural language processing is in creation, maintenance, and curation of corpora. Okay, so everything begins with whatever people say and write, the communication that happens. So preservation of those spoken corpora, written corpora, that is the first and foremost task. And whether you want to call it NLP or not, this is really corpus linguistics. This has been in existence for a long time, but that is where NLP begins. Okay, so first we have textual data, spoken data in electronic form, and from there we begin the task of natural language tracing. So in today's world, where deep learning has become so important, one of the most intriguing things have been the probability of substrings of language. So when we have a piece of text, what is the frequency of the pattern, let's say white elephant, okay? And in what context does white elephant occur? Does white elephant occur in the context of forest, or is it occurring in the context of an ambassador car, for example? So this kind of probability assignment to language strings is extremely important. I don't know if we appreciate this point, where what is viable, okay, given a piece of text, is understood through the lens of probability. How does it help in preservation of language? Well, what it does is that it helps you create things like machine translation, things like question answering, summarization, sentiment analysis on this data. Okay, so you probably do not have to understand a lot of nitty-gritties of sentiment analysis, the whole landscape of psychology of emotion, but you can still quickly build a sentiment analyzer. You can quickly build a rough and ready question answering system. Okay, so all these tools actually help people do useful things with language and language data, and also cross communication barrier between people. So what I see the picture as is, suppose there are 100 people for a language, and once these 100 people die, the language also gets extinguished. But in comes an AI agent in the form of an NLP platform. It helps preserve the language by way of facilitating communication, generating more data, curating it, maintaining it, and creating useful NLP applications. So that is my thought.
Yeah. So there is a question. I would like to read it. So this is from Tushar. For MT, do we still manually curate resources such as lexicons despite of having advanced deep learning technologies which can directly learn from the raw corpus?
So should I take it?
If
Is it to me or to I? No?
I think
Not
it's to
me
you.
anyway.
So it's
Okay. So the question is, do we still need manual labor to create language resources for machine translation? Absolutely, yes. So in my talk on machine translation, I think I touched upon this very important point that deep learning is extremely data hungry. Okay, Partha also talked about it and also discussed many ways of introducing the knowledge graph and integrating knowledge graph with language model, which is so important. Now, now in machine translation system, the specific question was, do you still create dictionaries? So what you do is that you take parallel corpus, okay, and then propose translation candidates. So if I take this sentence, which I give as an example in my courses, Troya lapa di Grenoble. So 3 rabbits of Grenoble. Now, if these 2 sentences are in correspondence, then by running expectation maximization, you can discover the correspondence between 3 and Troya, which means the same thing in French and English respectively. Lapa means rabbit. So these word correspondences you can create, and they have probability values associated with them. Now, this is a first step towards creating a bilingual lexicon. Okay, and the next point is that you can also map these embeddings of these words into a common space, whereby you can navigate from one language to another. So this supports the fact that everything can be done based on corpora, but when you have less amount of data, these linguistic signals from the parallel corpora help do machine translation. So there is really a place for human labor and knowledge-based effort at machine translation.
So keeping the time in mind, I just want each panelist, especially Dr. Prabha and Dr. Prabhakar, because we have heard a lot from Dr. Pushpak. So we would like you to do your concluding remarks on this topic to MT or not to me, to MT. So I would ask Dr. Prabha to focus on the post-editing aspect, because I know the workshops you have conducted with Dipti ma'am. So the collaboration between technologists and language experts and the post-editing aspect for machine translation purpose.
Yeah, well, post-editing, as I mentioned previously, that it is here to stay as long as there is machine translation. Because this one aspect of going over what the machine has translated is has no ambiguity. It it reaches a readability, and that there is no ambiguity has to be ensured, and that is done by the post editor. As I again said that initially, as of now, it will be a very arduous job, but eventually it may be much easier. But while post editing, one of the things that really the machine goofs up is the acronyms, the domain terms, the contextual terms, and things like that. Especially when scientific. I'm talking just in terms of the scientific translation. From that platform I'm talking about, because nowadays, as also Professor Pushpak read out, that we are much more familiar with the English terms rather than the equivalent regional language terms, because regional language terms have been invented for as a purpose kind of thing. So far, we have been taught, the boiling point and freezing point and, things like that. So we would rather, I'm not talking about simple words like that, but words like DNA and RNA and things like that, you don't have an equivalent. We need to use the same word like that. But there are linguistic and structural differences, I do agree. Like I'm told that in Eskimo language, there are 6 terms, 6 different words for describing snow, because snow has different structures at different temperatures and different weather. Well, if you look at Malayalam, there is just one word for snow, and that stands for whether it is fog or whether it is snow or whether it is ice in your refrigerator or whether it is dew on the flowers and leaves in the morning that you see. But then that kind of confusion is not, I think it is not very important. We don't have to spend time in finding out and identifying a different name for each one of this in Malayalam language, because if you look at it, if you look at monsoon and if you look at the rain, there will be 10 different words for the kind of rains that Kerala has, which someone in Dubai or someone in Alaska would not have seen. So yeah, Rajasthan even. So, these are things which we can live with, which can be done with an explanation or with an asterisk at the bottom or a footnote. So I think these are not the things that we should be stumped when we do machine language. But we need to only focus is that there is no ambiguity. And many of the terms, the Latin terms, which the English still use in science and technology, let us borrow it. Let us retain it. Entropy. You don't have another word for entropy. If you try to invent a word for it in any of the Indian languages, you will be confusing not only the teacher, but the students as well and any other reader. So I would say that, we need to have a kind of give and take when we do machine translation. And when we go for post editing, the post editors need to be very much aware of this kind of, pitfalls that they might be. I'm just talking with respect to science and technology, not in the larger scheme of machine translation. You can't do that with literature in any way. I won't use machine translation for even take a help from machine for translating Kafka or Kama.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Prabhakar, any concluding remarks?
Just keep it short. I think I step out of my shoes as a techie and actually view Wikipedia as a tool of the society to increase scientific thinking, to increase inquisitiveness, to increase creativity, empower the people to communicate, to share. And from that angle, it's okay to quickly seed the Wikipedia with some translated documents which are of factual and data intensive kind. But a Wikipedia project should actually aim for something bigger. We have to repeat myself, we have to increase the competence of the society, and that includes teaching them how to write. We'll stop there.
I thank all the panel members for sharing their views on this topic, and I hope there will be many more platforms where we can discuss much more on this aspect. With that, we'll conclude this panel discussion. I request all the speakers to stay back for our concluding session of the summit. For that, I invite our director, Professor P.J. Narayanan, to give the closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, so good evening to everyone who stayed this long and this late. I was not part of the workshop for most part. I think the first session yesterday. I think that Professor Raj Reddy started with this notion or the dream of universal access to knowledge, which is indeed a very noble aspiration and a very humanistic one, if you ask me. And Wikipedia has been the closest embodiment of that aspiration as any in human history. The internet provides the most promising medium for this to happen. In old days, you have to go to, you have to get books or papers. That itself is a huge impediment. Unfortunately, we all know we in India have much contributed to this whole idea, but not enough, obviously, and certainly not enough in our own languages. Our own languages are very seriously missing on the internet as a whole, and Wikipedia in particular. We Indians seem to take pride in being multilingual. We are all proud. Most of us speak at least 2 languages, sometimes 3 and 4. But one question is relevant: that are we really multilingual? Yes, we are multilingual to conducting everyday business at home and market, offices, etc. But in the professional space, we are not multilingual. We are monolingual, at best compartmentalized. So I read, of course, all the science and technology, computer science. I do it in English, obviously, and I do read a little bit about Carnatic music or some Kerala culture, etc., where I'm mostly in Malayalam only, not even in English. English is slightly better because English has there are books in English also on those topics. But we are compartmentalized. The big question will be, can we run this kind of Wikimedia Technology Summit workshop in Telugu or Hindi? I think we are far from being able to do that. And I'm told this was highlighted in some of the sessions earlier. The situation is getting probably worse with time rather than getting better. The internet is a big leveler. Yet, I think some of these things are not going in the right direction from that point of view. Of late, there is a lot of interest from the central government in conducting science and technology courses in local languages. Prabhakar, I just heard Prabhakar saying he's not very excited about it. On the other hand, I like it as an aspiration. Okay, the implementation of it, as an aspiration, I think that is something that we should aspire for. The implementation actually needs a lot more effort than the society, Indian society, seems to have the will for. Can we have a 10-year or 15-year plan to achieve conducting BSc courses properly or BTech courses properly in Hindi, Telugu, Malayalam, whatever languages? It takes at least a 10-year, 15-year preparation and commitment to do that. If we have that will, we can actually achieve it. Can we undertake the difficult and elaborate background work required? And that, I don't think our society, particularly the government-ish people, don't have the will for it. They just say, tomorrow it will happen. You start teaching from Hindi. Good intentions are not enough to achieve that. If you implement it shoddily, you will create another class of more disadvantaged students or more disadvantaged graduates, achieving exactly opposite of what we wanted. So this is where we are. Wikipedia, of course, is a somewhat limited setting, and I agree with Prabhakar that Wikipedia is not about higher education. Wikipedia is about learning quickly and in short depth about many things, and obviously you will go for it if the things that you can get from it is of interest to you, not Appalachian Trail, but your local stuff. I agree with that very much. It is said, every language, I'm sure, has this kind of sayings. In Malayalam, some poet earlier said about Vidya or knowledge that Kodukkum thorum eridum. The more you give it to others, the more it increases. Obviously, we are all in the teaching profession precisely for that, so that we can increase our knowledge of the small thing that we teach our students. And this, in a strange way, applies to the internet too. The more content there is, the more popular the content becomes. The content can become viral, or more attention it can get, leading to ever more interest and ever more content, and leading to this nice positive feedback loop, which can create a lot of content of all kinds, in not only on Wikipedia, on different platforms. So that saying can be adopted to this internet world. However, we need a solid start. If you have a solid start, this positive feedback loop can can start. And a positive start can go a long way. The multiplier effect from the society, the crowdsourcing opportunity that is available are really crucial force multipliers. I hope this effort started by IIIT and Wikimedia and MIT, DST, the government of Telangana, etc., this small effort that we started, and parallelly with DST support at other institutions, I hope this will be a seed, a solid start that we want. There is much more to it than creating Indian language content. That's what I understand from Vasu and others, that doing this whole project creates a large number of completely cutting edge questions and NLP naturally, but also information extraction, information dissemination, modeling about the Wikipedia being a format that can easily go to other languages and so on. So many cutting edge, top edge research problems come out of this kind of effort. It's not only about translating, creating content. And that's the reason for IIIT Hyderabad or IIT Bombay or others to get involved in such efforts. We should involve our students, both our research students as well as our undergraduates, other students, both students in college and students in school in this mission. And let's hope there'll be many more such workshops and summits that make this, educate all of us, all the people involved in it, and increase and grow our tribe so that there are more and more people interested in it. Because it's everyone's business. It's everyone's business that our languages, that in particular Indian languages, become first-class citizens of the digital world. So with that, I thank all the participants who came as a host and as the one having the concluding remarks from IIIT Hyderabad side. I thank everyone, our partners in Government of Telangana, Wikimedia Foundation, Mighty, DST, and others that I may not be aware of, as well as all the volunteers and all those who participated in this workshop. And I congratulate Vasu and team for pulling it off. Thank you very much. Let's hope for many more such summits. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, I invite Vibha to give the vote of thanks. And I also congratulate Vasudev Verma for conducting a beautiful summit these last 2 days. And for those who have attended yesterday and today, I thank you very much. But over to Vibha for a formal thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I start my vote of thanks with thanking Professor Raj Reddy sir for his vision and direction, and Professor PJ Narayanan sir. We thank you for your persistent encouragement towards our IndiaWiki project. I take this opportunity to thank Sri Ajay Sahani, Secretary Mighty, for their continuous support. Our partners, Praveen Das from Wikimedia Foundation, Sri Dilip Konitam from ITNC, Telangana government, and Ms. Sarika from FICCI for making this international summit a successful platform to share and discuss about tools and technologies being used and huge knowledge about ongoing research worldwide in and around low resource languages and Wikipedia. I'm grateful and thankful to all the speakers who shared their precious knowledge with all of us. And I personally thank the panelists. I like the panel discussions on both days, which are very thought-provoking and may have paved way for some future research. Now, I would like to thank Professor Vasudev Verma sir, Professor Radhika Mamidi for their efforts to make this international summit possible by connecting with most of the speakers and planning this summit very meticulously. I thank Praveen Gadimella for his guidance throughout, and thank Kashyap for his tremendous outreach and promotional activities. This event wouldn't have been a virtual success without the help of Shrikant, Tech Support IIIT. Thank you, Shrikant, for a very smooth virtual experience, both in Zoom and YouTube Live. And I thank you all, dear students, Tushar, Sirisha, Bhavyajit, Kameshwari, Shivaprasad, Pushkar, Tajuddin, and Sagar. I thank Ms. Sunori and team for creating posters for the summit, and a special mention and thanks to Sai Teja Alampalli from CIE IIIT for creating and helping in creating more posters. I thank Praveen and Lakshmi Narayan Garu from LTRC for handling the nitty-gritties for each segment. And a special thanks to Professor Ramesh Lognathan and Ms. Sirisha from Outreach for helping with memorabilia. And most of all, the important people of this summit, the participants, all our participants, we thank you so much for paying your valuable attention, asking questions, and suggesting with your opinions. Thank you all once again. And with this, I'm Vibha, Project Manager, IndiaWiki, signing off for today, and a very good evening to you all. Thank you all.